Coming at you live from Raleigh, North Carolina. The Raleigh Convention Center is being packed right now. We got fans up in the building. We got the players on site. And not too long from now, we'll have some games. 6 games today, 6 tomorrow, all culminating in an FNCS Invitational champion. We're in for it. I hope you guys are as excited as we are. Let me introduce you to our good friends that are joining us here on the analyst desk. It's none other than pro player turned analyst, Vivid.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Zeke. The stage is set. We have international players joining us here today. There's a lot on the line, and it makes me so excited for every single one of the 12 games we're going to be watching.
And she's the best at everything. If you don't believe it, it's in her name. It's
good.
The Best Taco.
As much as I appreciate that, Zeke, the real best thing ever about today is the fact that the wait is finally over. We are finally here for the FNCS.
Τι κάνουμε, chat, τι κάνουμε, πώς είμαστε, what's up, σήμερα έχει, από ό,τι καταλάβατε και μόνοι σας, γαμημένο FNCS Invitationals, Παγκοσμιο Τουρνουα, LAN, Fortnite μετά από πάρα πολύ καιρό. Δείτε το reward, Swarovski, γαμημένο τρόπι, 500.000 ευρώ. Γαμώ την πουτάνα μου, πού είστε ρε μαλάκες, έχουμε πάρα πολύ καιρό να τα πούμε εμείς οι δύο, τρεις είμαστε εδώ πέρα. Τσίλι εσύ, yep. Τσίλις εγώ, απλά το καπέλο του Τσίλι, τι στο διάλογο έχεις. Κάτσε λίγο. World Cup. Να σου κάνω, σε πέρα πέσω κάτω. Μπούγκα easy win, chat, ποιος πιστεύετε ότι το νικήσει αυτό. Ποιος πιστεύετε ότι το νικήσει αυτό το μπουρδέλο, ρε. Looking fresh, μαλάκα, περιμένω απλά να μεγαλώσει τα μουσια, καλά μου κάνεις τώρα. Are you kidding me? I'm just waiting. I'm just fucking waiting, you know? Μαλιμπούκα κλικς. Γενικά μάγκες παίζουν πάρα πολύ. Ελπίζω να είναι ένα ακραίο τουρνουά σε φάση... Γιατί βασικά θα είναι όντως ακραίο τουρνουά, αλλά δεν ξέρω τώρα πώς ακριβώς θα το κάνουνε. Μακάρι να έχουν και τα POV τους από το stream, ρε φίλε. Μόνο αυτό θέλω. Αν έχουν POV από stream, θα είναι crazy. Και όχι από replays. Παίζεις και εσύ, όχι bro, όχι. Αλλά παίζουν οι αγαπημένοι μας παίχτες, π.χ. Mr. Savas. Δες το μαλάκα τον Bing ρε, έβαλε στο μαλλί του ροζ. Τι μαλάκας είναι αυτός ρε. Τι φάγατε σήμερα ρε. Κοτοπουλάκι εγώ. Κοτοπουλάκι πατατούλα βραστή. Εγώ πιστεύω, μαλάκες, άμα το πάρει ο Μπούγκα, θα γίνει της πουτάνας στο κάγκελο ξανά, να ξέρετε. Αλλά δεν νομίζω πάλι, δεν νομίζω. Να πω και την αλήθεια μου. Most complete player αν γουινάρει μετά από 3 ολόκληρα χρόνια. Μετά από 3 ολόκληρα χρόνια το γαμημένο σε εισαγωγικά World Cup. Δεν υπάρχουν λόγια για ποιος είναι ο καλύτερος παίκτης στο Fortnite. Παίζει και ο Aqua by the way, παίζει και ο Aqua. Μα σε άλλα αν είχαμε από εκεί, από κανένα από την LP μπρο θα ήταν ακραίο. Θα ήταν ακραίο. Που γίνεται αυτή τη στιγμή γίνεται νομίζω στην Αμερική, μάγκες. Στην Αμερική. Να σου πω την αλήθεια Κέμι όμως, θα ήθελα πολύ έναν Έλληνα παίχτη. Έναν Έλληνα παίχτη ρε. Πας στο διάλογο να είναι από Αυστραλία και να είναι Έλληνας, ξέρω εγώ μισός. Έναν Έλληνα παίχτη θα τον ήθελα. Γάμω τον πελά μου. Δεν πειράζει. Λοιπόν μάγκες, κάτι άλλο για αυτούς που παίζουν στοίχημα αυτή τη στιγμή. Έχω cash out 26 ευρώ. Πιστεύετε το Εκουαδόρ θα βάλει γκολ στο Ιράκ? Όπα, ο άλλος έχει πάρει στα νυχιά του.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see here, we're going to be playing for placement as well as elimination. Big chunk.
Cash out,
2 points cascading all the way down to the 35th place.
Και εγώ για cash out με κόβω.
Make sure yourself get
Chat.
to that threshold there because outside of that 36.
Βλέπω τρελό κουβαδάκι το Εκουάδορ.
Every single elimination taco.
Αλλά αν πάλι μετά γκολ του Εκουάδορ θα αυτό.
The difference in a lot of these FNCSs.
Αυτόκτο.
You're gonna need those points to rack up because each of
Καταλάβατε.
these players is fighting for their portion of the lion's share out of this $1 million prize pool. First place going to be bringing
Chat, cash out ναι ή όχι.
$1,000 to start. Granted,
Cash out ναι ή όχι.
walking away with something, but it's not just the literal prize money that's on the line here today for these duos.
That's right. For the first time, take a look at this absolutely stunning Swarovski trophy. That's right.
Τι έχω παίξει, Bayern, Newcastle, Lecce που το πήρα και Εκουαδόρ. Το Εκουαδόρ όμως δεν βλέπω να βάζει γκολ, είναι και φιλικό, αν το φάει από το Ιράκ θα το... Καταλάβες. Go big or go home. Δεν έχει τέτοια μπρο.
It's hard to not bounce around.
We are not going Kuba.
I'm saying, you know, they stand still, Vivid. Listen, the crowd is going crazy. The competition has.
Ποιοι έπρεπε να ανεβάζετε ρε μαλάκα, οι καλύτεροι παίχτες από τον κόσμο, bro. Οι καλύτεροι παίχτες. Chat, by the way, πατήστε όλοι like σε αυτό το stream. Θέλω να φτάσουμε τουλάχιστον 1000 likes μέχρι να κλείσει το μπουρδελό. Όπο μαλάκα.
And it's honestly just so exciting to think about the fact that by the end of this weekend, we are only going to get to see one duo.
Δες τρόφι ρε αυτό ή κάνει μισό μύριο ή είναι πλαστικό. Το συγκεκριμένο τρόφι μαλάκα, αλήθεια. Όποιος το... Πώς γίνεται να το χωρίσουν, θα το χωρίσουν στα δύο ρε φίλε. Like, τι θα γίνει ακριβώς, αφού είναι duo ξέρω εγώ, πώς θα το πάρω.
We're just gonna play the same game that we always play.
Honestly, like
Καλά, ο Μπούγκα στα αρχίδια του όλα, δεν τον νοιάζει καν. Ο πιο πετυχημένος Fortnite παίχτης αυτή τη στιγμή, Μπούγκα.
In total, we have 3 FNCS wins, and we're looking for our 4th.
we've won 2 FNCSs together.
I've won 2 FNCSs, both in trios.
I've won 6 FNCSs.
I've won World Cup and 3 FNCSs.
To become an FNCS champion, I think 1, it takes a lot of grinding, a lot of viewing skill, and then 2, I think you're gonna have to pull a decent amount of zones. You have to get a little bit lucky.
You have to be the best. You have to have talent.
Κάνω cash out chat, ναι και εγώ cash out κάνω. Παναγία.
Yeah, we definitely learned a lot, and we've been kind of look at all of our games.
Λεφτά out, 16 ευρώ check, 16 ευρώ, οκ. Πούτσα μας. Και να παίξουμε next στοίχημα μετά. Πάμε, hype. Εσύ θα παίξεις αδερφέ, άμα έπαιζα εγώ εδώ πέρα θα ήμασταν όχι hype, υπερξεφτυλιστικό stream. Ο άλλος φορούσε ένα χιλιάρικο παπούτσι. Κωνσταντίνα, εσύ τι φοράς, εγώ φοράω παντόφλες μπρο, Jordan. Εδώ. Παντόφλα Jordan. 50 ευρώ νομίζω, κάπου εκεί. Ποιος είναι αυτός? Ο Edge είναι. Ή ο Acorn. Πώς είναι ο Μύρο έτσι ρε!
Pay attention too much to your surroundings or you know what else is going on.
I think one thing that's also important that's like maybe slept on is just to be calm and like you know.
Έλα σκούπα, καλησπέρα.
Stay focused on ourselves and know everything that's happening around us and.
Θα το στριμάρεις, όχι ρε μπρο, θα κλείσω να ξέρεις. Θα κλείσω stream σε λίγο. Μόλις αρχίσαμε θα κλείσω stream.
Second 4 times now. I don't think I've ever come short of getting top 10. I think every time I qualify, I always make.
Από κοντά το παίζουν όλοι, ρε μαλάκα, για να είναι LAN event. Καταλάβες. Είναι LAN event, οπότε το LAN σημαίνει να είσαι από κοντά.
I've already won FNCS on 2 regions, so watch out for me because I'm gonna win this one.
It's gonna be really hard, but we're gonna give it our best shot. And we're gonna try the 12.
Λες το γεμαρλάκι.
They are going down.
Μιλάω όμορφα από τα Ναζιέ. Πόσα μάτς έχει, νομίζω είναι 6 σήμερα και 6 αύριο, κάτι τέτοιο. Δώστε πόνο, chat, δώστε πόνο. Παγκόσμιο Fortnite. Μετά από 15 χρόνια.
Now we did get to see 2 members there, Queasy and Vino. I mean, heralds of EU, right? They're basically, Taco, they've been winning everything.
Queasy and Vino are entering this FNCS Invitational as an established threat.
Despite
the fact that they both already achieved FNCS championship titles in Chapter 3.
43.000 άτομα, εντάξει. Καλά είναι. Θα κάνει stream και ο τέτοιος.
Example of their unwavering work ethic. These guys are absolute grinders.
Σαν να κάνει stream, όπως κάνει stream, αλλά down for Endus.
First place finish in week 6.
Και να τους Mongrel λέτε 2.000 άτομα. Για ένα νεκρό game. Καλά είναι 165.000 μέχρι στιγμής. Μακάρι και από next season να το χαϊπάρουν ακόμα πιο πολύ. Θα κάνουν και τώρα announcements, κάτι announcements θα κάνουν. Για τρίος, κάτι τέτοια.
Yeah, let's go ahead and readdress that fact that you said. Winning both Elite Cups on the same exact day on NA East and EU.
Μετά, για αρχή που ανεβάσαμε μετά από 3 μήνες, μια χαρά, bro. Μια χαρά.
EU plus NA East, which means that they have proven already that they can pretty much beat 75% of this lobby. The confidence has to be through.
You know, I feel we can't not mention.
Τσίλις 6 καραντί με Ξαγγέλοβιτς. Όχι.
I think many people are very excited.
Εγώ θέλω μαλάκι επόμενο season να είναι τρίος ή squads.
Representing the home region here, NA East, representing Sentinels, representing Dignitas, in my opinion, the most titled duo here at the event. Let's talk about it. Bugha, solo World Cup champion. It's what he is known for.
Είναι το Miro ρε μαλάκης, αυτός είναι controller παίκτης τώρα και έχει millions στην μπάνκα. Έχει $1 million στην μπάνκα.
Right now, in the past 5 FNCSs, he's gotten top 3 in every single one of them, with 3 of them being wins. But that's not all. Those 3 wins, back.
Ανακοινώσαμε σίγουρα για το Winter Royale, next season το μυρίζομαι. Winter Royale αποκλείεται, τσάρ.
And νομίζω. You have to keep in mind his dual partner Miro. He has also been the NA East individual leader for eliminations for 3 out of the last 6 FNCS finals. That statistic alone showcases I think this NA East.
Τι γάμα το που είναι το κύπελλο του FNCS, bro. Είναι Σβαρόφσκι και αντικειμενικά αν είναι Diamond Σβαρόφσκι πρέπει να κοστίσει πάρα πολύ.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Joining me right here, I got Miro and Bugha for a quick interview. Bugha, it's been 3 long years since your iconic World Cup win. What is it like to finally be back on stage in front of all of these people playing?
Το Winter Royale ήταν φιλανθρωπικό ίδρυμα.
I mean, it's super cool to be back in in-person event and hope they bring more in the future.
Ας μιλήσει λίγο ο Goat.
Yeah, just hoping for the best, honestly.
Yeah, of course.
Μαλάκα, ο Goat στην πούτσα του ρε. Δεν τον νοιάζει καν.
You guys are not only uncontested, but it also seems like there's not too many teams around you on the south side. What are your plans to handle Storm Surge?
Έλα σκού, τι κάνουμε αδερφέ. What's up?
As of right now, we're uncontested. We'll see what happens. We're gonna try not to leak too many strats, but I think we'll be okay.
I love it. The confidence coming in from these 2 guys right here. Make some noise for Bugha and Miro, and let's head on back to the desk.
Σαν ποστράκια είναι, εντάξει, ο Μύρο αντικειμενικά ψιλοτέτοιο. Ψιλοτέτοιο, εντάξει.
They got me. They got
Bro.
me. They're still waking up. It's all good.
What?
Now we have to talk about more of the duels we're going to be seeing.
Έχασε challenge εδώ πέρα ο δικός μου.
Maybe duel that you have eyes on
Υπάρχει
right now.
μπλε νύχια.
That's the beautiful part about the FNCS Invitational is that we do have that.
Μύρο Έλληνας φοιτητής απειθήτα. Για να μην διαβάζει το Game Squads, New Map, Pump, Winter Royale και World Cup. Squads, ναι, Squads, Pump οπωσδήποτε. FNCS, Name και όχι Elite Cups και τα αρχίδια μου τα δυο. Πάντα να έχει Cash Cup. Και να το κάνουν promote στο Fortnite τέτοιο, στο Fortnite, στη σελίδα του Fortnite, στο Twitter. Όχι μόνο στο Fortnite Competitive. And that's a fucking revive for me.
Alex even, I believe, tweeting at one point 10 first place finishes in those cash cups alone. So the consistency is definitely there for this duo.
Νέο map, μάγκες, ναι, νέο map οπωσδήποτε. Να φύγουν αυτά τα shotgun, να μπει η PAM, να κάνουν αυτό που αρέσουν στον κόσμο. Squads δεν έχω θέμα, Trios δεν έχω θέμα. FNCS name. Ή αν όχι FNCS, κάτι με cash cup, τέλος πάντων. Cash, να έχει τα λεπτά μέσα, ξέρω. Γιατί ο κόσμος δεν καταλαβαίνει τώρα όταν παίζουμε Elite Cup, Challenger Cup, τι σημαίνει.
We have to talk about another threat.
Αλλά είναι World Cup. Κάμπε, το συγκεκριμένο είναι World Cup, bro. Σε εισαγωγικά, καλεσμένοι από τους καλύτεροι παίκτες από όλο τον κόσμο. Να βλέπεις NA, Europe, NA West, Middle East, Ασία, Oceania.
FNCS broadcast. You know
By the way, chat, φαβορί, να ξέρετε, φαβορί είναι ο Epic Whale. Να το θυμάστε αυτό. Epic Whale. Μπούγκα, ναι, και ο Μπούγκα παίζει. Πίτερ Μποτ θα το πάρει, δεν νομίζω, ρε μπρο. Ο Πίτερ Μποτ είναι καλός να το σπίτι που τσιτάρει. Ντουο ή solo, ντουο. Μαλάκα κάμπε, πρέπει να δεις. Πρέπει να δεις το τέτοιο μπρο, το τρόφι, το Σβαρόφσκι. Παίζει να κοστίζει όσα παίρνεις εσύ σε 2 χρόνια, ξέρω εγώ, κάτι τέτοιο. Ποιο παίζει ο Μπούγκα με τον Μύρο. Τσίλιο Τέισον δεν παίζει, παίζει ο Τέισον. Τέισον παίζει, Aqua παίζει. Ποιος άλλος παίζει τσάτ. Τέισον, Aqua. Τζάνι, όχι, ναι, Τζάνις Βαντεάλ. Ποιοι άλλοι παίζουν. Σελάν, ναι, Σελάν. Και ο Βίνο παίζει, Κουίζι. Πολύ δυνατή παίχτες μαλάκες.
Thank you once again, Zeke, and you are right. I have Epic Whale and Reet joining me for another quick interview. Epic Whale, everyone knows that the 6X in your name stands for how many FNCS titles you currently hold. What has the preparation been like so that you turn that into 7?
Μαλάκα, πώς είναι έτσι ο Reet?
Yeah, just a lot of viewing with our coach and like watching our own.
Reet παίζει reveal. Σήμερα παίζουν, ναι, σήμερα.
And just always improving.
Τώρα σε 15 λεπτά.
Right, I love it. And
Κάτσε, λάνι, ναι, λάνι.
Aggressive from time to time. Are we going to be seeing that classic Reet aggression today?
Yeah, we're going for 20 bombs every
Aύριο και σήμερα. Σήμερα είναι η πρώτη μέρα, αύριο είναι η επόμενη.
20 bomb everyone.
Νομίζω είναι 6, σήμερα 6 και αύριο.
Reet, you can't just be saying that, man. I'm looking for a 20 bomb. We'll see how that all unfolds.
Το παλιό αλλά αφού βλέπω γάμισε, μαλάκα, ισχύει, αλλά αφού. Τσατ. Ω, μαλάκα.
Anything could happen, like, it's tight matchup, they're both really good.
Και ο Aqua, πολύ πετυχημένος παίκτης μαλάκες, millions in the bank.
We're gonna get outlet and go in and clean it up.
Ποιος είναι αυτός ρε? Ποιος είναι αυτός ρε?
So at Cloudy Condos, we got Aqua, Reason, we have Mustache Malabuka, and then we have Tayson and Chapix. So obviously those three teams are like a lot of people's favorites to win it.
Cloudy Condos is pretty highly contested. I mean, it's edge map, you know, easy dead side rotates. The loot's pretty strong. Definitely Aqua or Reason are going to take at least one game, you know, they're high ground kings.
It really depends on like who is gonna
Ρε Μάκης παίζει ο Νόα.
one side alone.
Νομίζω παίζει, όχι. Παίζει να μην παίζει. Νομίζω δεν παίζει ο Νόα.
We don't know if it's true, but if it is, we're ready. Just come.
I think Malabuka and Mursash are kind of playing like the third man out, and it's mainly Tayson and Chapix fighting.
Αυτός είναι ο Jumper, παλιό ντουο του μαλάκα του Μπούγκα. Ο Seti Goat, εντάξει.
Edge Genesis, we have Pink and Anas versus.
Παίζει ο Νοαρέλη. Με ποιον παίζει ρε μαλάκα?
Loot for two teams, so I think they're definitely gonna fight each other.
I think Pink and Anas will come out on top most games.
If it comes down to like a just straight up 2v2 fight where they both have loot, then I think Quicks and like, because obviously Quicks and Dude, they're definitely better fighters. They're way better fighters than Pink.
I don't know about way better.
They're way better fighters than Pink.
Maybe a little better.
Although I think Pink is gonna come out on top, we're gonna see if Quicks is able to.
Έχουμε fight Clicks, Dukes με Anas και Pink. Αντικειμενικά τσάτ. Pink, Anas ή Clicks και Dukes. Εγώ πιστεύω Pink και Anas. Ο Anas μαλάκες, όσο και να λέμε ότι είναι ο αργός παππούς στο ένα τ' άλλο, αντικειμενικά πιστεύω πως ο τυπάς δεν χάνει ρε φίλε. Δεν χάνει σώτο που ήταν αζίος. Και εγώ Anas πιστεύω, Anas. Κανένας Clicks. Sorry μάγκες, I'm not with you σε αυτό. Εγώ πιστεύω Anas και Pink.
I don't know if the hill's enough loot.
The Cloud Mountain's plenty of loot. People do that. They do that all the time.
Σε off-spawn fight, έτσι, σε off-spawn fight. Παίζει ο Mongrel, όχι, το κάνει viewing party, το κάνει viewing party. Νομίζω τον Mongrel τον βάλανε να κάνει viewing party. Σήμερα τι έχει τελικό, ναι ρε, τελικός είναι. Είναι invited. Και ο King, μαλάκες, και ο King πιστεύω, ο King ο Βραζιλιάνος ρε. Ο Μπόμπιρας, Face King, πιστεύω θα πάει γαμάτα σήμερα.
Dude. I'm going to lose my mind. We're almost.
Okay, Gabe, τα λέγαμε, φίλε.
We've had a chance to kind of talk about the outside looking in. Let's actually talk about the game itself.
Yeah.
we have to talk about
Ρε μαλάκα, ρε μαλάκα, αλήθεια ρε φίλε, σε μισό ρε μαλάκα. Μακάρι να παίζεις όλη την ώρα πάγκο ρε μαλάκα, αλήθεια ρε φίλε, να νικάει ο Παναθηναϊκός. Μια φορά σε βάλανε μέσα μαλάκα και τα γάμισες όλα.
I don't know what's going on over there. A whole party, looks like 5 duos.
Semi-finals είναι τσίλι, είναι final day 1, final day 2. Δεν έχει semi-finals, finals.
Taco, all of them being EU.
And not just any EU duos. You're looking at Tayson and Chapix, Aqua and Reason, as well as Murstache and Malabuka. 3 European duos that could arguably walk away here, either champions of this Invitational or in the top 5 at the very least. But the fact that they're testing each other is the most incredible aspect here, Vivid. Especially when you factor in playing the high ground, going up against the original high ground king of EU.
Fullu Chapix, fullu Mestach.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's pretty much 2 ways that this kind of POA
Αργεντίνος και Βραζιλιάνος σταθμού. Αργεντίνος είναι, αλλά παίζει στο Brazil server. Καταλαβες. Πάμε στα θάρα. Πάμε στα θάρα, παθαρά μου.
Just a week ago, where Malabuka and Murstache got second place from this exact same situation.
Καλησπέρα από Ινδία.
What was going down was Tayson and Chapix.
Καλησπέρα bro από Αλβανία, εγώ από την Αλβανία bro.
Aqua and Reason on the south side, and then Malabuka and Murstache were just running right in afterwards, cleaning up, and walked away again with that second place in that Elite Cup.
And you know what's coming
now. Με default.
That's right.
Γιατί λογικά είναι το τέτοιο, είναι το test, κατάλαβες, είναι τα test.
Standing by. Take it away.
Thank you
so much, Zeke. Now, I couldn't be more excited to be alongside 2 titans of the European region. We've got Tayson and Malabuka alongside me here. This is exciting. Tayson, to kick things off, you are one of the online goats. You are considered as one of the best players online. How can you transfer that into this in-person experience today?
I think it's really important to get used to it for the next LAN events. Online is not as, LAN is not as comfortable as home, of course, but need to get used to it to prepare for next and do our best.
Of course. Now, Malabuka, you guys are known as one of the best fighters in the European region. Are you guys confident in fighting this spawn against the likes of Tayson and Chapix?
Yes, I think we have a very aggressive playstyle, and that's why it's very easy for us to eliminate other players. And I don't think off-spawn will be hard for us.
Of course, and it works as well. You guys have a 78% success rate off-spawn. Does that fill you with more confidence going into it, or do you think like this is going to be a tough fight?
I'm sure we will have 12 games out from our off-spawn, and we won't die even once.
I want to hear more about the next head-to-head.
Man, these players are stone cold eliminators, baby. I am ready for all of this action. Let's talk about another duo, another head-to-head matchup we have to break down. I think for me, the key kind of takeaway and thing to consider is this is there's represented here on this invitational stage, right? So not only am I thinking, what's my meta at home? Wait, what's their meta at home? Oh, I have to fight against that? Good luck me.
Yeah, over at Green Gables, a little bit of a different situation than condos or Tilted Towers, given that it's just a head-to-head standoff between Smite, Larson, and Muzz with Looter. But I really am curious to see how this actually pans out, because we are getting a little bit of that international region spice, battle of the regions there with NAEs. But to be fair to Muzz,
πρέπει να κάνετε όλοι like. Μην ξεχνάτε, σε αυτό το stream πρέπει να φτάσουμε 1000 likes πριν κλείσει. Πάμε λίγο, περιμένετε.
As much experience as possible. I think it's going to be a really exciting matchup for them. Factor in that Muzz most recently with the Champions Season 2 10 finish came in 8th place, I believe, although at the time he was doing Avery. Not to mention
Λοιπόν, πάω να φέρω κάτι να πιω. Έτοιμος για να κάνω κάστρε, μαλάκες. Πάω G κάστρε.
And of course, Muzz being the only player actually to win an FNCS on multiple regions. He did that on OCE and NA East as well. But that's not to talk down on Larson and Smite. They do so well in these all-spawn situations. They come up with such unique strategies. Throwback to Season 1 of Chapter 3, where even the likes of Cold and Scented were having trouble against them because of the strategies they were coming up with. So that's what I'm excited to look forward to today. What did they prepare for Muzz and Looter?
Caliber player is just absolutely insane. For just a moment, I do want to touch on that Tilted Tower situation. Why do we have 5 duos all landing into the towers?
But one of
Δώστε μου ένα λεπτό, δώστε μου ένα λεπτό μου να πάνε.
One of my favorite
Δώστε μου
parts
ένα λεπτό.
about this is that throughout the entirety of Chapter 3, there were 36 finals games played, right? Fast and Snacky only went 2 out of those 36 games without receiving any actual elims.
Έχετε φάει αυτά τα μπισκότα?
4 other duos there to contest at Tilted Towers.
Έχετε φάει αυτά τα μπισκότα?
Prime opportunity for them to keep boosting that stat metric.
Μαλάκος δεν μπορώ.
Whether or not they're the ones walking away.
Τα είδα μαλάκα μέσα στην κουζίνα και λέω όχι ρε πούστη. Θα γίνω πάλι σύγχοντρος. Let's fucking go baby.
Insane. Now, guess what? Another interview coming your way. Mini Miner, what you got?
I've got 2 incredible players right next to me. We've got Luta, we've got Smite, and oh boy, am I excited yet again, as always. Now, Luta, I'll kick things off with you. You've played on both
Yes,
East and NA East, right? How do the regions differ, and how are you going to use it?
Well, there is a big difference, that's for sure. And NA has a different skill set, but I made sure to come a month early so I could learn the lobbies as much as I could to do as good as I can over these next 2 years.
Σαζάμ, θα πάρουμε green screen, να ξέρεις.
Had your best FNCS performance after 3 seasons. Had a third, and in that season you were uncontested. How are you going to approach the challenge of being contested today?
Well, when you're uncon, you obviously have the advantage of leaving with fully stacked loot, and you can fully focus on Surge. But when you're fighting a team off
Ανά 100 G, 483 θερμίδες.
It's also an advantage at the same time.
Yeah,
so we'll see what happens.
2 ways to look at it. Now, just quickly, we'll ask you guys, what do you think the score is going to be off spawn? The all-important question.
Okay, realistically, I want a 12-0, nice and clean, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's unrealistic.
Σκουπά Ινδός είναι bro, Ινδός.
Like 8-4,
Σίγουρα.
3, something like that.
Okay, Smite, just quickly.
I'm thinking a full 12-0 right here.
12-0. They both think they're going to win off spawn. Unbelievable. Best of luck to you both, though.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner.
Μιλάνε πολύ τα παιδιά.
We've had a chance to hear from some of the players, talk about the game. I want to just take a quick moment here to introduce you to our casters for the event. It is Monster D-Face and Jacob PR.
That's right. Thank you so much, Zeke. We do have the pleasure, the honor of calling all the action this weekend, and my gosh, the energy is already...
Who the fuck is that guy?
I really feel it.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And for myself, man, watching you cast the World Cup, now being here with you, this is a dream come true. And then getting to cast this global competition... And then getting to cast this global competition.
Κάτσε ρε μαλάκα.
Right, and that is what we have in store for.
Όσοι άντυξαν είπε θα κάνει κάτι μεγάλο ρε φίλε.
Nothing's changed, bro. Nothing's changed, man. All of you who get to tune.
Cringe.
Real interview pieces where we get to read the players, read the room. Yep. There's a lot of contested, there's a lot of fights that are going to play out.
Yeah, and like I'm saying, and it said it kind of before earlier today, speaking in the back, that these players, they're really good friends. They like to sit in the same Discord, they talk, they play Fortnite together all the time. But when that battle bus starts, Monster, they're no longer friends. They're looking at each other like they're...
Πού πρέπει να έχεις νικήσει για να πας εκεί, μαγκές, για να πας εκεί πέρα, πρέπει να έχεις πάρει κανένα FNCS εδώ πέρα, στην Ευρώπη.
That's us. We're going to be calling all types of action this weekend. Zeke, thanks for checking in with us.
Hey, thank you so much. My goodness, we are not that far from kicking off the competition. I just want to get your guys' kind of quick thoughts here as we prepare. What are expectations coming into just the first 6 games of the FNCS Invitational?
I straight up expect the crowd to be loud. We already heard when some of those interviewee names are called, the crowd was going crazy. When the action really starts to kick off, I want these players to fuel themselves with the energy from the crowd.
Δίνει λίγο vibes.
Real solid, clean game.
World Cup, να ξέρετε, δίνει λίγο vibes World Cup.
It's not a good game number
Το μπουρδέλο.
and game number 2 as experience.
Exactly, and I think that this
Εγώ είμαι next level και εμείς.
really
Εγώ είμαι next level.
experience for a lot of the duos competing here today. But I'm super excited to see what happens with some of our
Θα
international
ήθελα να ήμουν εκεί, θα ήθελα να ήμουν εκεί, να παίρνω συνεντεύξεις. Όχι να παίζω.
Runa and Peppa, for example, they've got all of Lustrous Lagoon to themselves, and with that much available loot and resources, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to kind of kick it up higher in the leaderboards than what some people might be expecting.
Κάνουμε κάποια ανακοίνωση στο τέλος, ναι, ανακοίνωση σίγουρα, μαγκές.
This is their first time in a setting like this.
Θα ανακοινώσουν άμα...
Like all of you here in person. So make sure you guys are just screaming your heads off. It is almost that time to start the show. So for now, let's go on over to Adam and Kelly.
Ναι, θα κάνουν announce λογικά τι θα είναι το επόμενο season.
This is it. Audience, North Carolina, are you ready for this?
Αυτό και εμείς. Ήμουνα πάρα πολύ κοντά με Κωστή Καρύδη.
So excited, Kelly. We're so close now to the beginning of FNCS Invitational.
Invitational.
And I cannot wait for what we are about to show everyone. But guys, we know what you're here for. You're here for the games. You're here for the players. So in just 5 seconds, I'm going to need your help for the countdown, everyone. All right? Join me. 10, 9, 10.
Πάμε! Hype ρε, hype! Ναι ρε μαλάκα, let's fucking go baby! Let's fucking go baby! Ποιος πιστεύει θα το πάρει? Δεν ξέρω chat. Αλήθεια μάγκες! Μακάρι το Ξέρετε πως θα πάρει hype το Fortnite? Όταν το Fortnite τελειώσει με τα family friendly για τις μαλακίες και θα μπορεί να παίζει στοίχημα. Δεν σας κάνω πλάκα, δεν σας κάνω πλάκα. Και θα πάρουνε και θα φανατιστούν κάποιοι κτλ. Άμα μπορείς να το παίξεις στοίχημα, το Fortnite όπως το CSGO, όπως το LOL, όπως το οποιοδήποτε άλλο άθλημα που είναι e-sports, σας το ορκίζομαι θα έπαιρνε τρελό hype. Δεν λέω ούτε μία μαλακία. Ούτε μία μαλακία. Θα έπαιρνε απίστευτο hype αν μπορείς να το παίξεις στοίχημα.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
Έγινε subscribe, έγινε.
Is he cracked? I think we got 2-2.
By the way, μάγκες, όποιος θέλει, ξαναλέω, να πατήσει κανένα donate το οτιδήποτε, μπορείτε να πατάτε member πράσινα και θαυμαστικό donate. Καλύτερα να κάνετε PayPal donate, by the way. Όποιος, λέμε τώρα, άμα θέλει κάποιος. Πάμε. Άμα βγει το Force στο σύστημα e-sport, μαλάκα τσίλι θα σε πληρώνω να μου δίνεις δελτία να βγάζω πλάκα, θα γίνεις δάσκαλος Μακαδέλη. Μαλάκα θα είναι ακραίο ρε, θα είναι ακραίο, θα βγάλουμε τρελά λεφτά. Θα βγάλουμε τρελά λεφτά.
And in those 2 days, you guys will witness 12 incredible games of Fortnite.
Smokey, νομίζω ναι. Νομίζω ναι.
Representing 7 regions will not just be duking it out for the $1 million prize pool. They won't just be fighting for the pride and prestige. They're going to be fighting for that trophy right there.
Can we get an ooh?
Αγχώθηκε κυρία.
I'm getting goosebumps here, Kelly. We've set the scene here for you.
Να ξέρετε μάγκες, είναι 1 εκατομμύριο prize pool. Οκ, είναι 1 εκατομμύριο, οπότε 500.000, όχι, άκυρο. 1 εκατομμύριο γενικά split νομίζω. Και το Swarovski tournament. Και το Swarovski tournament. Tournament λέω. Τι λέω ρε μαλάκα. Τι λέω ρε μας. Και το Swarovski trophy τέλος πάντων. Τσίλι, ποιος πιστεύει θα το σηκώσει? Πιστεύω θα το σηκώσει. Δύσκολα μου βάζετε ρε μαλάκες, δεν έχω δει το map. Αν είχα δει το map που θα πέφτανε οι άλλοι, θα σας έλεγα. Ω μαλάκα. Μαλάκα, αν έπαιζε ο τύπου, ξέρεις πόσο ωραίο θα ήτανε, πόσο hype θα είχε. Ή τουλάχιστον τον καλούσανε ρε μαλάκα. Τον Ninja, τον Diffu. Ρε, το Fortnite είναι βλάκες. Είναι βλάκες. Αν είχανε τον Diffu, τον Ninja, τον οποιοδήποτε creator, ο οποίος παίζει Fortnite, να παρουσιάζει το Fortnite αυτό, θα είχαν τρελό hype ρε. Τώρα τι μου το παρουσιάζει ο μαλάκας ο οποιοσδήποτε ρε φίλε. Ακόμα και εγώ να πήγαινε θα είχε hype ρε μαλάκα. Το καταλαβαίνω. Αυτό εννοώ. Κατάλαβες εννοώ. Αυτές τώρα Ninja και Diffu. Ninja και Diffu. Απλά αυτό. Cypher PK, Ninja και Diffu. Και ο Νίκε. Ο Νίκε φέρνει. Ό,τι καλύτερο. Ο Dr. Lupo δεν ξέρω τι κάνει. Και ο Moogra ρε μαλάκες που τώρα το έχει παρατήσει. Τσάτ, ποιος είναι αυτός εδώ πέρα με το Μούλες ρε φίλε, πώς το λένε?
Now they are here in Raleigh to do it again.
If you say Poland, I say Cammy and Seti. The absolutely dominating duo. They are
Κάμι και Σέντι, δυνατό, δυνατό. Κάμι και Σέντι, πολύ δυνατό, τσάτ. Μπασέλ το λένε, οκ.
For Aqua and Reason, a duo World Cup teaming up with an iconic and highly competitive German juggernaut. This can only go well.
Μου δίνει World Cup vibes στο μπουρδέλο, μου δίνει World Cup vibes στο μπουρδέλο. Οκ, nice to watch μέχρι στιγμής.
I cannot believe with just 10 players coming out, the Raleigh...
Αντί να μιλάς σε χοντρούλες, ρε φίλε. Να ήταν εκεί πέρα ο Ninja και ο Cypher PGA, ξέρω εγώ. Και ο Tifu. Θα είχε τουλάχιστον 40.000 παραπάνω views το Fortnite.
What are thoughts?
We're stacked. We are stacked.
Α, μπράβο, και ο Κούρατς ήταν καλός. Πολύ cringe αυτή. Ο VP δεν έπαιζε, ρε φίλε, εντάξει, μπορώ να πω, οκ. Αυτή δεν ξέρω ποια είναι. Ο τυπάς εκείνος ο χοντρούλης πρέπει να έχει απολυθεί. Δεν ξέρω.
FNCS wins in season 1 and season 2 of this chapter, followed by a third place as well.
But you can't forget about Pink and Anas either. This European powerhouse, I think, is going to be absolutely one to keep an eye out.
Σίγουρα τράψει, σίγουρα. Τώρα μαλάκα βλέπουμε ένα game το οποίο έχει αναπτυχθεί εδώ και 4-5 χρόνια, ρε φίλε.
With clicks and dukes.
Of course, he's got the pink hair too, so he's easy.
Και όταν αρχίσει το πρώτο game, πιστεύω τώρα έχει αρχίσει ήδη. Όχι, σε λίγο, σε λίγο.
The next 10.
Σε λίγο αρχίζει, μαγκές. Sabbats! Let's go, baby! Big man Sabbats!
Norwegian teammate, this is not a drill, everyone. Let's go!
Δες πως είναι ο Άιντρο, ρε! Δεν μιλάει ο Άιντρο!
Clicks and Duke climbing their way up the ranks, fourth in the most recent NA East FNCS. They won the first Elite Cup of the region and then ready to take on the international stage.
Full χαρούμενος.
This is cold and scented. These guys are like bread and butter, best together when placing in end games, finishing both second and fifth in the most recent two.
Last man standing ο Sabbats, αλλά θα ισχύει. Ο Sabbats παίζει ακόμα ενώ έχουν παρατήσει Mongrel, Benji, Mitro κλπ. CRR. Κινέζοι. Μαλάκες, φανταστείτε να νικήσουν οι Κινέζοι. Ακραίο. Είναι ακραίο, μαλάκα, πέρα πλάκα. Νοαρέλ εδώ, παίζει. Α, παίζει Νοαρέλ και Bad Sniper, μαλάκα. Δυνατό. Αλλά δεν θα το πάνε καλά.
Give it up for Threats and Alice. The combination of Asia and NA East is going to be super exciting to see as this duo will take on the competition.
Alice και Threats.
The WKers have arrived, Malabuka.
Σταμάτε, ρε μαλάκα Μπέρστα. Σταμάτε. Σαν τον Καραντίμ μοιάζει αυτός, ρε. Ο Καραντίμ είναι. Τι κάνει ο Καραντίμ εκεί, ρε μαλάκι. Ποιος τον πήρε από εκεί, ρε.
Long-standing duo featuring a former trio FNCS champion. They're ready to prove their worth to the world of
Τσίκο αντρικός, Trulex. Εντάξει.
Let's welcome Bailey and Alex. Third, second, first is
Ωκεανή αυτή. Good night, God bless. Στην Ωκεάνια μπορεί να ήταν και όντως ο Καραντίμ να έπαιζε εκεί πέρα.
Give it up for Pablo Wingu and Swag. Now this is what you get when you mix raw talent with maturity and experience.
Πώς πήραν invite αυτή, ρε μαλάκα. Ο Swag και ο Pablo Wingu. Μαλάκα, πώς πήραν invite το Pablo Wingu και Swag. Τι είχαν νικήσει αυτοί. Μαλάκα, θα τρελαθώ τώρα, περιμένετε σάτ. Power Rankings EU.
Alright, Clicks, my friends, out here in front of a live audience, you've experienced World Cup before. How great is you back here in front of all these amazing people?
You know, after 2 years, it's finally a pleasure to, be at another LAN event, seeing the crowd, different atmosphere, so hopefully we do good.
Absolutely, and Duke as well, I'm going to ask you, quite new to in-person events, but being here, this experience so far, being around the players, the audience, how are you feeling going into this?
I'm feeling great. It's like
The experience is insane. I'm loving
ξέρω
it.
που είναι.
You're absolutely loving it. Are you guys loving it too? Alright, Clicks and
Ο Clicks full χαρούμενος εκεί πέρα, δυνατός, αραστός, πολύ χαλαρά.
From one Savage to another, I am joined by Mr. Savage and iDrop here. Now, iDrop, I know that you guys are going to be contesting.
Μαλάκα, ο Σάμπατς τι έγινε, ο XQC.
Fighting or splitting?
100% fighting. I've had it Uncon for 12 months on the best region, so we're definitely fighting.
I love it. Mr. Savage, I heard that it's your birthday today.
Ο iDrop ωραίος. Μ' αρέσει ο iDrop. Δυνατός.
On three, can we give Mr. Savage a big happy birthday? 1, 2, 3. All right, guys, good luck in game number 1, and let's head on to the next 10 players.
Σάμπατς depressed kid. Του μοιάζει, ναι, του μοιάζει λίγο, μοιάζει λίγο. Για να δούμε chat. Πολύ ωραία τα έχουν κάνει όμως, μαλάκες τώρα μπλάκα, πολύ ωραίο στήσιμο. Μαλάκα, ο κλόουν πως είναι έτσι. Αχ, αυτός έχει follow τώρα και παίζει ο Πάσαρδος. Και δεν παίζω εγώ, παίζει ο κλόουν. Fuck! Απλά ακούρευτος. Το στήσιμο είναι πιο ωραίο από World Cup, ξεκάθαρα. NA West αυτοί οι μαλάκες. Ο Μπελούσι και ο Χάιτζο, τι κάνει?
Vico and Marine, everyone, with a combination of a young and talented player and an even more experienced.
Ο Βίκο μαλάκα, αυτός ο Βίκο μαλάκες αλήθεια μπρο. Τα πιο γρήγορα δάχτυλα στο EU παίζει να έχει. Χείρα πήρε μαλάκα. Who the fuck is that guy? Steph, άστο μπρο.
Let's hear it for Wax and Robot, a very talented, promising, up-and-coming young duo. These guys have been performing so solid.
Wax και Ρομπά. Ρομπακαμπέ.
Pros and Rifty, one of the newer yet well-performing duos in this lobby.
Μαλάκα, τους περισσότερους τους έχω κάνει πουτάνα σε solo κάθκα παι μαλάκα. Αυτό το σέρκο ρίφτη το έχω το γαμίσει του άσχημου. Δεν αυτό το κάνει μαλάκα. Αχ, παλικάρια μου, παίξτε εσείς, εντάξει, να παίξω εγώ, παίξτε εσείς. Μαλάκα, αυτό το έχω κάνει πουτάνα σε solo κάθκα. Έλα Κωστή. Κάτσε ρε μαλάκα, κάτσε ρε μαλάκα Hellfire, πώς είσαι... Τι είναι αυτό ρε μαλάκα, σε τη γάτα μου είναι Hellfire. Πω μαλάκα είναι... Μαλάκα μερικοί είναι αλήθεια έτσι, πώς θα πω. Είναι... Όχι Fortnite θα πω, είναι gamers, αυτοί με τα memes που κάνουν τέλος πάντων, ξέρεις πιο χοντρούλιδες φάσεις.
7 regions being represented on this stage right now. Clown and Refsguard, the first duo to walk out though. I mean, some of the more notable players in the EU.
They're definitely a fun duo to follow along with, although it's
Oh,
only
μαλάκα, κάναμε τώρα.
FNCS to actually compete
πάρα πολύ
together.
νομίζω.
I think that it's interesting to note that they both,
Όπα ρε μαλάκες.
as individuals, respectively, had top 10 finishes in past FNCS finals, so they definitely
Το ωραίο πολύ της ρόντου, Μπαζίλιο, πού είσαι ρε μαλάκα.
But what I want to see them do as a duo, more specifically, is kind of take that to the next level. You've made top 10 before, but let's see you actually win it all.
Έλα Φέι, τι κάνουμε αδερφέ.
Έχει
έρθει σήμερα μέσα σε Σάμπατς.
That's right,
Ναι,
man.
έχει έρθει
Well,
σήμερα μέσα σε Σάμπατς.
we got another 10 for you, so Raleigh, make some noise!
Για να δούμε, για να δούμε chat, για να δούμε chat. Ναι, τα ανέβασε γκόμενά του. Α, καλά, μαλάκα, εντάξει. Εντάξει. Yes, εντάξει. Συλλοτήσεων μπήκε, όχι ακόμα, όχι ακόμα. Τώρα μπαίνουνε. Ωραίος ο Φάτς. Έχει πλάκα. Brasiliano. Νάτος, ο Βραζίλια, vamos solo, vamos solo. Το King θέλω, το μικρό. Ο Μπέμπης μαλάκα, δες πως είναι ο Μπέμπης ρε. Ωραία, πούστη. Brazilian για αυτός. Κικός, εδώ πέρα δεν είμαστε stream. Αχ, τι ωραία παιδιά είναι αυτά. Family friendly και τα λοιπά. Εδώ είναι stream. Εδώ και πολλά χρόνια. Άμα δεν σ' αρέσει. Σύλληπος ήταν εκεί. Μαλάκα, αν ήμουν εκεί πέρα μπρο, άστο. Αν ήμουν εκεί θα σας έβγαζα από το live έτσι ρε. Θα παίρνα την κάμερα αυτή που έχω εδώ πέρα. Θα τραβούσα. Μαλάκα, θα σε εδώ το κινεζάκια ρε. Τι ωραία που ήταν αυτή. Μαλάκα, ο Τζου with the... όχι, ο Γιούστρι. Γιούστρι with the... Μαλάκα, είναι καλός ο Γιούστρι. Ωραίος. Εμφανίσιμος Γιούστρι. Δεν μιλάω για τον Τζου, εντάξει. Τζόι και Ζάντι, Ρουμάνος. Να, εδώ πέρα θα μπορούσε να είναι Ζάντι, X, Ρο. Παρί Σεζερμέν παρακαλώ. Παρί Σεζερμέν, δείτε εδώ. Λες και είναι ο Νεϊμάρ και ο Εμπαπέ. Μπαστορωμένος ο Ζάντι. Ο Μπούκα δεν πήγε ακόμα μαλάκες. Ούτε ο Τέισον.
I have a special interview with Swearin, and Swearin just being here in front of all these people with this big, beautiful stage. What are you feeling?
I feel really great. Like, this is so cool. I mean, Raleigh showed up, Fortnite community showed up, players showed up. Like, everyone's excited. I don't know. I'm hyped for this. Like, it's so awesome.
I'm super hyped as well, and I know that you recently ran a tournament where it was just all Goo Guns. Obviously, thankfully, we're not going to be seeing any Goo Guns today. But what do you hope to see?
I didn't run that. That was Beach Cobbler. I played in it. Did really bad. I'm really excited to see people just like push for high ground and like just do like really exciting plays and stuff. I'm excited to see people like 1v2 clutch up and then just like all those classic like Fortnite LAN moments. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be so.
Έχουν καλές Station, ναι, Rotation, δεν έχουν πάρει. Station, ο Μπούγκα.
10 more players to introduce. So let's head on over to Jacob and MDF.
Εγώ μάγκες... King! Εγώ μάγκες θα έπαιζα. Αν υπήρχε στοίχημα, θα έπαιζα. King! Το 5. Tayson το 5. Και Μπούγκα το 5. Μπούγκα βασικά top 3. Μπούγκα top 3. Μαλάκα, ο King έχει τον τρίπρε. Ω, και Thomas HD με τρίπερν. Τι κάνω Κανάδο. Τι κάνω Κανάδα ρε μαλάκες.
Great performances throughout their careers. They are here to continue that trend. NAE, show them some love.
Hand and Vortex, everyone, an incredible duo coming out hot with tons.
Μαλάκες, ο Vortex ήταν Κινέζος. What?
And they're looking to add one more.
Ο Vortex ήταν Κινέζος, δεν το περίμενα.
A duo that needs no introduction. Tayson and Chapix combine 6 FNCS titles.
Λες και έκανα Tayson το είδατε chat, Cristiano Ronaldo. Let's fucking go, the GOAT.
Let's give it up for Moz and previous champions of OCE's
Ο Bulbasaur
as well.
και ο
Listen,
Luther.
these guys have got it all.
Μπούγκα! Αυτός είναι όντως ο GOAT. Αυτός είναι όντως ο GOAT. Ο αληθινός GOAT και ο second GOAT.
Let's
Βίτι, άσε αδερφέ. Άσε bro.
look at this insane.
Αν το ξανασηκώσει ο Μπούγκα μαλάκι θα είναι ακραίο ρε φίλε. Θα είναι πολύ ακραίο. Από την κουτάνα μου.
Invitational stage. I'm gonna pass out. Vivian, I'm gonna pass out.
Please do not pass out, Zeke. Listen, 50 of the duos now set on stage, and one of them is standing out to me. I know it's standing out to another part of the crowd right up there.
Αν το σηκώσει πάλι ο Μπούγκα μαλάκες, έχει uncontested τέτοιο. Έχει uncontested...
He stole the hearts of
λέγεται,
all the fans, and I'm hoping that he kind of redoes that performance here at the Invitational.
And his flexibility
Πώς λέγεται ρε
as a
μαλάκες,
player, I think is
uncontested.
going to pair so nicely with Ed. Despite the fact this is their first time competing together for
Songers.
the FNCS Invitational, I think that it's
Το
awesome.
Songers είναι uncontested.
At the solos for World Cup, but he also had a duos placement there as well. So it's a
Και Songers uncontested σημαίνει εύκολο search.
That's right. I just want to throw some
Από
stats
όπου
at you guys at
μπορούν να
home.
κάνουν rotate παντού και να βρουν search.
How insane
Plus,
this is.
άπειρας πλάσεις.
15 FNCSs. 105 FNCSs.
Μίτσος, σε αυτό το stream έχουν 100.000 άτομα κοντά.
47
Οκ.
FNCS champions on that stage.
21 ο Mongrel, 15.000 ο Amar, 90.000 ο Fortnite.
On that stage. And guess what?
Οκ.
We're ready to kick off the competition.
Οκ.
Adam, let's do this.
Yes, indeed. Can we get a huge round of applause for Thomas HD and Trippin? Thomas, it's
Φρόστι, αυτό φοβάμαι αδερφέ. Μήπως το σηκώσει κανένας Κινεζάκος που είναι οι GOATs στα παιχνίδια τα eSports. Όλοι οι Κινέζοι είναι καλύτεροι παίχτες ρε.
Long time since like the last LAN event, and I can't wait to compete. Hopefully.
Καλά, εννοείται Smokey θα μπορούσε και καλύτερα. Εννοείται θα μπορούσε και καλύτερα. Θα μπορούσε πολύ καλύτερα το Fortnite γενικά. Άμα ήταν πιο hype, αν το είχαν κάνει λίγο παραπάνω, ξέρεις. Κατάλαβες.
All right, give him a big round of applause, please, folks! Best of luck, fellas. But we also, whilst up here as well, must chat to the reigning NAE champions as well. Give it up for Commandment and Avery!
Όλοι Apex Pro, γάμισέτα ρε. Όλοι Apex Pro, δεν υπάρχει άτομο το οποίο δεν παίζει Apex Pro. Apex Pro, G Pro Wireless, το άλλο το Cape Town, το Final Mouse, αυτά δεν παίζει κανείς κάτι άλλο. G Pro Wireless και τέτοιο, και το Super Light.
You guys are unbelievable! We've also got as well, to talk about obviously last season's win. 1 point separated you guys from first and second place, which is Booga and Miro. How will you guys retain that fight this weekend? What do you have to do right?
We're just gonna try to play our game, be consistent, and hopefully.
Άμα ανακοινώσει να πρέπει ένα skirmish tournament ή κι άλλο live event, έλα είμαστε όλοι κομπλέ. Πιστεύω είναι όντως κομπλέ ρε bro. Αντικειμενικά είναι πολύ κομπλέ. Άμα κάνουν κανένα announce έτσι, κανένα... Πρέπει να κάνουν announce τι FNCS θα είναι επόμενο season σίγουρα. Επόμενος χρόνος βασικά, τι season.
We have to highlight a few more duels for you. I wanted to start pretty easy here, right? Janice and Vidil. I mean, EU fans, you guys already know what these guys are capable of.
Μόνο day 1 είναι day 1 και day 2 μάγκες.
You know, these stats don't look that crazy, Vivian.
Day 1 και day 2.
Are you sure, Zeke? Because I don't think we're looking at the same stats if you don't think those look crazy. This is from the Elite Finals EU Week 6. Total point 310, 25 eliminated. That's just over the course.
Φαντάσου Mongrel X Benji.
Listen, if they're putting on performance like
τώρα δεν θα πηγαίνανε καλά, bro. Να ξέρεις, δεν θα πηγαίνανε τόσο καλά.
And it's so exciting to finally get a chance to
Αλλά θα ήταν πολύ ωραίο ο Mongrel να παρουσιάζει, ρε φίλε.
Because we are looking as well at
the και solo όχι, μάγκες, είναι duos.
champions from Chapter 3 Season 3. That's Giannis and Vidil.
Δείτε με τι ποντίκι πέσει ο τέτοιος, ρε.
They don't want to mess around.
Ο Βαντέρα, δείτε με τι ποντίκι πέσει.
What was the first thing that Vidil
Το βλέπετε.
said? You want to contest us? That's fine. 3 points for us.
The confidence. Listen, I love.
Μάγκες είναι το ποντίκι.
Also, you know, shout out to Trippin, right? Because like his interview went, yeah, I'm playing with Thomas. We're gonna do. Can't go bad. That is a lot of trust, and you do it right there. Love that.
You love to see it. Talking about Vidil and Janice, they are currently uncontested at Greasy Grove. what does this mean for this duo? Having a POI
Αυτοκινέζικο, μα λέγα αυτό το ποντίκι μέσα στο παίζει να είναι.
and even your own said,
Πόσα γράμμα ήταν αυτό, πρέπει να πολύ βάρη αυτό το ποντίκι.
This is how it goes, okay? You pretty much get to play all 12 games, right? But because you aren't contested,
Γι' αυτό λέει και θα παίζει Hisense, ρε φίλε.
so you have to go forcefully find some of these fights, and it can be very, very hard when the pressure's on, the nerves are kicking in, the audience.
Ρε μαλάκα, γιατί με κάνεις έτσι, ρε bro.
You know, you're thinking about it. Man, do I really want to go take
Τώρα, στο επόμενο Σάββατο θα έχουμε τέτοια, bro.
Storm Surge? So
Κούρεμα μπομπάστα. Bomba.
It's the
La bomba.
audience aspect that I'm really curious to see how it impacts a lot of these duos.
Δεν ξέρω πότε θα το κάνουμε, αλλά...
Because it's one thing to play from the comfort of your home. It's another in
By the way, chat, αυτό είναι day 1 και αύριο θα είναι το day 2. Λογικά αύριο θα ανακοινώσουν και τα tournaments για αυτά. Λογικά.
I wouldn't be surprised for some of these players to really have to hone in on a lot of that mental discipline to not let themselves get distracted by any of the flashing lights or the noise. Just stick to what.
Νικόλα, τα είδα, bro.
That's right. Let's talk about another
duo.
Duke. We actually got to hear from them via Adam. I mean, look. I mean, yeah, their crowd's already going absolutely. Clicks fans rise up. What do you expect from this duo?
Listen, I'm excited, right? Because Clicks has been improving from season to season, day to day as an IGL, teaming up. Very, very good mechanically. You know, I saw him in the practice room, always grinding the creative, always willing to take on pretty much anybody in that room who wanted to give a shot at seeing if they could take him down.
Clicks has managed to simultaneously totter between this pro player aspect as well as the heavy side. I think that it is not very easy to maintain both of those lifestyles, and not only that, but when you have somebody as experienced as Duke right next to you, I can understand where the trust comes from this duo, and knowing that they're against Pinkett and Nas, potentially at Fort Jonesy, I do believe we heard them mentioning though a possibility of just.
Ο Clicks ποτέ δεν θα πάει καλά σε Invitational, γενικά δεν θα πάει καλά ποτέ σε ένα πολύ μεγάλο τουρνουά, ρε φίλε. Τώρα προσπάθησε να κάνει μια έτσι καλή εντύπωση με το FNC που πήγε από το παίξει, αλλά δεν έχει και άλλο καλό performance, αντικειμενικά.
That's right. I have to highlight this duo, man. Your FNCS Asia champions who are competing on this stage. They are Zagu and Meram. Remember, these are FNCS champions. They literally just won the FNCS that passed, and now we see them compete. When we look at the stats, man, I'm pretty worried for everybody else.
Listen, we were just talking about Vidil and Janice, who coming into this event are a lot of people's favorites, right? But right there, they
have
right there. I saw
Φαβορί είναι Tayson, είναι Booga, είναι...
As you can see from the camera shot, I love it. The preparation.
Είναι μπορεί Joy Zandi.
Of spots that can help them out in this competition. Anything to give them the edge.
Δεν ξέρω ποια άλλη είναι μαλάκες. Just how much energy they were actually bringing with them on their.
Πρέπει να δούμε τέτοιο, ρε φίλε. Πρέπει να δούμε το point system.
Their faces do not indicate any sort of nervousness. They could very
well be
a big part of the bamboozlement.
Μαλάκες, σαν δεν κρώνω και εγώ εκεί πέρα.
Against Kamaman and Avery, right? I feel like
ο ένας με τις ελιές, μαλάκα, και εγώ θα καραγκιόζεις.
Over at the rave.
Θα ήταν το πιο αστείο ντουο εκεί πέρα, πέρα πλάκα. Κρόνο exchange στο tournament. Ό,τι καλύτερο.
Zagu is landing on the outskirts of that, so I don't even know if they're going to take any of those early fights. But again, as the game develops, if they start to struggle on Storm Surge in the later parts of the game, they might want to start.
Ο Κρόνο το winner random, ναι, είναι GOAT το Κρόνο. Ο Κρόνο έχει παράτησε το Fortnite σαν ο GOAT της Ελλάδας, για εμένα.
They're not the only ones that are going to be landing there. There's also going to be Thomas HD and
Ο Pink είναι εκεί, ναι, είναι εκεί. Chat, by the way, όσοι μπαίνετε και είσαστε καινούργοι, θέλω σε αυτό το stream πριν κλείσει να φτάσουμε τα 1000 likes. Οπότε πατήστε όλοι like και subscribe όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει ήδη. Πάμε. Είστε πολύ είχαν κάνει subscribe για να γράφετε κιόλας.
You know, out of Brazil, not a big deal. The fans of them are up here in the audience. It's King and Ed. I mean, if you
donate και ξέρω αυτό θαυμαστικό donate, θαυμαστικό PayPal, you already know what's up. Πάμε. King και King πολύ δυνατός.
The single-handedly craziest mechanical players you will ever see.
Άντε ρε μαλάκα, βάλε μας να παίξουν ρε μαλάκα.
Just stopping power, which he also has by himself. He is a one-man army.
Yeah. Listen, of course, King representing.
Σκέφτου να πάρετε κανένα win σε τέτοιο LAN, εσύ με Χρόνο. Ο Χρόνο δεν θα αφήσει τίποτα στο setup. Όχι ρε, εντάξει.
Amazing opportunity there. You can see him drip out in the jersey, showing it off here at the Invitational. And what I love most about this is that, you know, again, we're here in person, right? So we can go.
Με τις πέρλες του ο King.
King and Ed.
Ο King θα πάει καλά, πιστεύω ότι θα πάει πολύ καλά.
Day and night, in and out. And listen, they were dominating players from every single region.
But the sheer presence that you
Τσάτ,
have
καλύτερα είναι
as an
έτσι.
international player. And I'm speaking
Καλύτερα
about
έτσι
here because
ή καλύτερα να βάλω
he actually
force.
has audience
Πώς
members
θέλετε.
with signs of his name at an NA-based venue. That alone speaks volumes for the kind of impact that he has had on the Fortnite scene.
Έτσι, okay.
These guys are uncontested. We already know what this means for everybody else. It means they're going to get a free pass into the
Σαν τον Ρεσέβα χοντρός είναι... Α, εσύ έβαλε γρήγη.
What the heck is everybody else going to look to do to try and stop?
Μπήκανε στον μπας νομίζω, μάγκες already.
12 games of pure aggression
Μπήκανε.
from King, and that's what it means. Just straight up.
Ναι, μπήκανε στον μπας, έχουμε πρώτο game νομίζω, chat. Έχουμε πρώτο game. Be continue, καμπετζής, με τους 19 μήνες. Let's fucking go, baby. Καμπετζάρας Παναθηναϊκός, let's fucking go. My friend told me that this is all and I'm surprised. But it's all. Well, it isn't really. It's my friends, my cousin's friend.
Right. We want to come on over back to NA.
Λίγο τράβης ρε μαλάκα.
About fams and
Τι λέει αυτός ο μαλάκας ρε.
An iconic duo, to say the least.
They're pretty good.
They're pretty good. That's pretty right.
Αυτοί
μαλάκες που κάνουν σχολιασμό τους στον Μπούτσο με την μπάρτα τους. Λέω χοντρός και παμένα νύχια ρε.
From Tilted Towers, I can tell you right now, watch some of the elite guys.
Σκάστε βρε μαλάκες, εγώ τα
They
βάζω.
do not like to leave Tilted Towers without at least trying to find a fight. And I think that's going to play into the part, right? Some of the other players laying at Tilted Towers might...
Δείξε μας ρε μαλάκα το game, δείξε μας το game ρε γάμο την πουτάνα μου.
No, I'm pretty sure they're going to be aggressive.
And we've already touched on a little bit with this duo earlier today, but...
Ωραίος ποντίκι έχω κι εγώ, πάρ' την πουτσα μου ρε.
Because on top of that stat that I gave you guys earlier, we're out of 36 FNCS finals games for Chapter 3. They only went 2 without...
Άμα το πάρει ο Μπούγκα 50 ευρώ donate, άμα το πάρει ο Μπούγκα 200 ευρώ donate, γιατί είναι impossible.
Every single round. That is insane.
Σου που είσαι ρε παύς. Τσίλι τον Σνάκη τον ξέρεις, ναι τον ξέρουμε τον iPhone.
Some of the best players from all representing 7
Αλλά θέλω κάτι να πιω πάλι τώρα.
The world. It's absolutely ridiculous. I wanted to really quickly touch. I know both of you guys have come from competitive player backgrounds. You know what this feels like to be on a stage like this, to be in front of a crowd like this. What are some of these players feeling right now?
Οι περισσότεροι παίζουν με keyboard 90 μήνες. Όμως ο GOAT,
a little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Δεν παίζει με γαμημένο.
Really good for some of them. But I'm telling you, some of them are probably just really good.
Έγινε donation.
Because being at these events,
Γιατί τώρα μου το πετάξεις.
different atmosphere. We talked about it time and time again.
Ο GOAT δεν παίζει με στραβό keyboard.
You will have all these lights. Maybe the desk is a little bit of a height difference. The chair is a little bit different than what you're used to.
Μπορείς να μην διαγράψεις το σημερινό και το αυριανό stream. Ναι, Ριός. Τα streams θα παραμείνουν για πολύ λίγο live, κανονικά εννοώ στο YouTube, σαν βίντεο και μετά θα πάνε κάτω στα members. Θα μπορούν να τα βλέπουν μόνο οι members. Να ξέρεις. Αλλά αν πάμε 1500 likes, θα το αφήσω on το γαμημένο stream. Και αύριο και σήμερα. Μια κάμερα που έχουν για να τους δείχνει πάνω από το monitor τους. Τσίλι πες, είμαι ρέκλες, πέφτουνε καρέκλες. Τώρα δεν με πιάνει, bro, με πιάνει όταν παίζω Fortnite και Τουρνουα, όταν τρελαίνομαι. Τσάτ να βάλω μια άλλη κάμερα που είναι τούμπανη. Θα παίξεις το νέο God of War. Για να παίξω το νέο God of War πρέπει να αγοράσω 700 ευρώ PS4 που δεν έχω 700 ευρώ αυτή τη στιγμή. Αυτή τη στιγμή έχω 700 αρχίδια.
We've got 2 days of Fortnite action. I'm excited. We're going to be breaking everything down tomorrow and today, of course. But how excited are you?
Look, I'm incredibly excited, right? There's so many storylines yet to be built, right? We have Malibuca,
Από πού πήρε δάνειο το Fortnite για το Μύριο? Αδερφέ, Μπέντι, το Fortnite έχει πολλά παραπάνω λεφτά από όσο νομίζεις, αδερφέ, χωρίς μαλακίες. Το τρόφι τους Βαρόφσκι παίζει να κοστίζει όσο κοστίζει... Τι να πω τώρα, το μουνί μου.
Joe and Ziandi, which are no longer contested because now Baka and On1 have moved up north to Mr. Savage and his duo's
dropped.
I'm super excited as well, but things can change, of course. We know how these drops are maybe going to form. We see some people changing up their idea of how they play. So be on the lookout for some changes. Be on the lookout for some of these players and teams that are thinking.
Δεν θα μπορούσα να σας κοιτάω ρε μαλάκες. Θα κοιτάω στα πλάγια.
Plan D, plan Z, maybe.
Θα βάλω άλλη μια κάμερα chat και θέλω να μου πείτε αν σας αρέσει αυτή η κάμερα, οκ?
Right? We might be able to see the
okay,
drop, see what these duos have planned ahead of time, but who knows? Maybe
they
have a not so great game 1 and then they have to change things up, or maybe even after halftime, right? 3 games down, you're like, okay, we're not doing too good. We got to change something out. But I'm excited to see who's going to be able to show that they've been practicing. They have been in the player. Even in creative, you know, doing 1s, 2v2s, and I mean, there's so much to see. I really can't wait.
So much to see, so much to do, and I can feel the energy in the arena right now. But Zeke, please take it away. We're too hyped.
Bro, I'm right there with you, man. I just cannot wait to see all of the action unfold before our very eyes. We're almost there. Just a couple little things before we start the battle bus on its journey. I wanted to highlight another duo, Cammy and Seti, right? For you longtime EU fans as well, you know these guys recently just won a DreamHack. They came in first and second place in a solos competition. They were the best 2 players at the tournament.
You know, and the thing that I love about Cammy and Seti is that individually, they kind of remind me of myself, right? That really slow, methodical game play style. They're not going to go for anything too flashy, anything too risky. They're just going to play their game out and play that top 10, top 5 consistent every single game because they are laying at that mid-map spot uncontested.
Yeah, the infamous Cammy split, as everybody in the EU and just about the world has basically come to know. Exactly, but I am curious to see how their surge management actually unfolds throughout the entirety of the game. They really had too many issues with it, but it is important to note that for this duo specifically, they are fighting early. And, well, fortunately, having an uncontested drop spot can definitely feed into that. So naturally, you want to wonder where their points are going to come from or where their surge management is going to come from. And I think that that is something that they're largely have to control throughout their mid-game.
Εδώ, 2 τσίλιδες. Let's fucking go, baby.
They're landing there in the center of the map. There are a lot of teams landing around them, especially
δεξιά ή αυτήν.
Όχι. Also center map, you know, Cold and Sentinel
δεξιά ή αυτήν.
tested there at that loot lake kind of area. So if any of those teams kind of want to disengage from some of those early spawn,
δεξιά, αριστερά.
they could easily run over to
αριστερά, αριστερά. Αυτή στη μέση. δεξιά.
Force a fight. And that's really disadvantageous for it.
And I think what you're getting at is
δεξιά, αριστερά, εντάξει, μαγκές.
Moment to moment say, we had a game plan, we did not find the chest, we did not find the thing, we got tagged, someone has pushed on our like location, we need to change up something. What does that look like, man, right? Like, if this was EU FNCS, I'd be like, oh yeah, no problem, I got all the notes for you, but...
Γενικά, μάγκες, αυτή η κάμερα που έχω η άλλη, θα ήταν και γαμό, άμα μπορούσαμε να την έχω πιο, ξέρεις, κάπου πιο κέντρο. Είναι πάνω στο γαμμένο το... αυτή τη μαλακιά του
great. I mean, listen, you
have
a great point there, right? Like, how many notes on a lot of these teams because they're just around for the entire world, right? And that's why international events are held at such a high praise because they're just straight up hard. The competition from all around the world, it's harder to play against people that you don't normally play against.
And the competitive lobby metas that you'll often see break out throughout the course of each of these 12 games. I think that is going to be a really good teams to hone in on. We know that these players have been cramming by we know that they're going to be doing plenty more of it after these 6 games that played tonight. But as far as Cammy and Seti are concerned, just touching back on them, I like the fact you brought up the early game engagements because honestly, their all-time record, by the way, first 3 zones, they have a less than 5% of elim scoring throughout those first 3 zones. So they don't like the early game engagements.
That is absolutely crazy indeed. You know, a duo I feel like could be a dark horse in the competition that I really want to see kind of win it all. It's Acorn and Edgy. Edgy over in NA has come second place. So close, so many times.
20 ευρώ donate και μπαίνω Discord. Θαυμαστικό PayPal παρακαλώ. Μόνο PayPal donates, please. Ή member, δεν έχω θέμα, ό,τι θέλετε. Άντε μισή ώρα γάμισα τα μπρο, δεν ξέρω τι θα κάνω, δεν μπορώ να πατήσω ένα κουμπί και να αρχίσει, αλήθεια. Μακάρι να γίνει εκεί κανένας... Κάτσε ρε μάλακα, τι λες ρε μάλακα όνομα.
Edgy loves it, man. You know, we're laughing at him getting, you know, second place.
Τα πόσα likes κάνεις OnlyFans. Δεν έχει likes, δεν γίνεται αυτό δωρεάν. Δεν γίνεται αυτό δωρεάν. OnlyFans.
And look, they were being really confident coming into this event. Unfortunately, they are
15,000 ευρώ donate.
I really think
ξεκινάμε από τώρα.
They were uncontested. They could probably run away with this event. We'll have to see what happens. I still think it's possible. I think it's a little bit less likely. But I was watching Acorn, you know, yesterday, even into the later night, 10, 11 o'clock. He was still VOD reviewing all the way up until then. So I love to see the practice coming out of this duo.
But it's the fact that there's
Συλλογές πιστεύεις θα κατακτήσει το World Cup στο Κατάρ.
literally none of them are willing to
Ελπίζω
from this spawn.
να δούμε Πορτογαλία-Αργεντινή τελικό. Θα είναι το πιο, πιστεύω, peak game της ιστορίας.
There might have to be a ton of resources expended.
Yeah, we cannot forget. Here they are, Queasy Vino. We talked
Ναι,
about
και
it
εμείς.
at the beginning
Στείλε, bro.
of the show, and like a circle, we find ourselves back at the beginning. I mean, what more could we possibly say about this duo? They've basically been winning everything as of late. Queasy is looking in absolute top form. Vino has been crushing it. He's ready to go.
You want to know something? So,
Queasy και Venom.
Professional player.
Ο Queasy είναι σαν τον Shrek.
Very heavy when it comes to the VOD reviews. I pretty much have just done it for the past 5 years. Very intense. I love it. It's awesome. I have never watched a VOD review and been like, wow, I am impressed.
Speed Goat, ο Speed Magus έχει ξεφύγει, ρε. Ο Speed έχει ξεφύγει για το πόσο άρρωστα καλός σε αυτό που κάνει είναι. Δεν μπορώ να εξηγήσω. Είναι απίστευτα άρρωστο το growth του και το πόσο αρρωστημένα καλά το κάνει.
I'm watching Vino. Individually, like I said, I've never been impressed. I was impressed. He seems so clean.
Άντε ρε μαλακα, να μπουνε ρε μαλακα game. Στο μπούτσο. Και λέει κρασάρι ρε και δεν μπορούν να μπουνε game. Και το Fortnite τώρα προσπαθεί να το φτιάξει.
The reason why he's often regarded as one of the best fraggers in Fortnite competitive history right now, and not only that, but he's got a perfect match that. Queasy is notorious for being an absolute genius for his IGLing, and I love about Queasy is that his stats also speak for themselves because you don't go.
Ο Bro έπιασε 170k συνεχόμενους viewers σήμερα. Δεν είναι καν ακραίο αυτό, να ξέρεις. Έχει πιάσει με τον Kai 250,000 viewers. Overreaction tactics is a big financial move. Δεν είναι τόσο. Δεν είναι overreact ρε μαλάκα. Ο Speed έχει και το δικό του τρόπο στο overreact. Δεν είναι ένα οποιοδήποτε overreact. Γενικά ο overreact, το Speed, ο Speed γενικά είναι different. Δεν είναι κάτι που έχουμε δει. Γι' αυτό γίνεται τόσο διάσημο. Είναι crazy streamer. Φίλοι, πόσα ευρώ θέλεις, Μπιστίνιο? Θαυμαστικό PayPal, αδερφέ. 10 ευρώ για να παίξω στέκημα μετά πλάκα. Στείλε όσο θες αδερφέ, θαυμαστικό PayPal όμως.
And then bring their loot and ammo back and builds, and then I'm gonna be up on high ground, okay? I'll see you in 30 seconds. That's not a joke.
I'm laughing because, you know, 1v2 is right. They seem
ρε αδερφέ, βάφεις τα νύχια σου που τα βάφεις τα νύχια σου ρε φίλε, οκ, τα βάφεις τα νύχια σου. Μαλάκα, γιατί τα βάφεις σε μπλε χρώμα ρε φίλε και φοράει πράσινα. Δεν σου πάνε ρε μαλάκα.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fans, we're ready. The battle bus is all ready. The players are on board. So let's do this. It's game number 1. Here we go. It is time. Is one just big.
Μόβ είναι ακόμα χειρότερο. Μόβ είναι. Έχω αχρωματοψία τότε ρε. Γκέρι εμένα μάγκες, πάμε. Πάμε. Hype θα τζακ, hype. Θαυμαστικό hype όλοι. By the way, chat, το σημερινό goal του stream στα likes είναι 1500. Όσο δεν κάνει, πατήστε ένα like. Πάμε. Άμα πετύχεις ποιος θα κερδίσει το match, 1000. Πιστεύω game 1, Booga.
What's in store for us. It's going to be an incredible amount of action as we know there are so many contested draw spots.
Yeah, and already looking at the drop path, one of the biggest ones is going to be over towards Rave Cave where you have Commandment and
Avery και πώς θα έχει Commandment. Ο Thomas και ο Trippern.
Not going to be a hot fight right out of the gates against Thomas, HD, and Trippern because right now they're just getting that early game done and ready.
That's right. And it is going to be
Οι άλλοι πέφτουν στο spot μου ρε και δεν τρέπονται. Τι κάνουνε ρε μαλάκα. Νοαρέλη, πώς υπέφτουνε tilted ρε.
Up at Chrome Jam Junction, we already know there's several players on top of each other. Tilted Towers, remember, 5 duos contesting this area.
Ναι, Smokey, σήμερα ας πούμε έχει πολύ ενδιαφέρον, επειδή είναι παγκόσμιο, καταλάβες.
Acorn, Edgy, Babs, and Snacky just to the south.
That's such a
Για να δούμε, για να δούμε.
Might as well call that Legends Land. Let me tell you, but Steve, Snacky over on the side. You're talking about Bad Sniper as well.
Aqua Chapik Station, Malibuka Merstach. Βάλε αυτό το game, βάλ' το! Μαλάκα, πώς υπεύθυνε εκεί!
Malabuka, of course, representing for Russia. Merstash for Latvia. We got Aqua here and Rizan, our high ground kings. One of the most respected set of duos right here. If they really cut loose, they make endgame.
Μαγκές, πιστεύετε το σπλιτάρουνε ναι ή όχι?
That big high ground play. And look at how they are respecting the area. Everyone making sure they are solidifying their foundation right before they really decide to make.
Σαν το σπλιτάρουνε ναι ή όχι, γιατί μου φαίνεται λίγο πούστικο. Όλοι πέσανε. Ο καθένας δηλαδή στην άκρη εκεί το ένα τ' άλλο.
Now what's crazy about this, I got to sit down with Muzz and Looter. They are feeling exceptionally confident in beating Larson and Smite, but you have to put yourself into this kind of position right now. There's pressure all around you.
Μπανούι για 5 λεπτά.
Larson and Smite have the advantage right now. Just take a look at the focus right here, right? This little bit of high ground, they have them almost trapped down below.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, Larson is a little bit separated from Smite. That is a little bit towards low ground. You know as well as I do. All it takes is one
Merging και Vico.
separation to kind of
6 chilies plus.
as Brian and Vico over
Δυνατό.
towards Reality Tree. Another contested drop. But you can see this is only game
Πολύ ίδιος είναι τη φάση, ούτε ένας δεν πεθάνει, ισχύει. Μάζ παίρνει το πρώτο kill του Τουρνουα.
Larson and the quick finish for Looter. OCE gets to claim the first on the show today. It's Smite now left with the pressure.
Εντάξει, αντικειμενικά ο χοντρομπαλάς ο Μάζ, ο Μπούλμπασαρ είναι πάρα πολύ καλός fighter. Πάρα πολύ καλός fighter, ο Μπούλμπασαρ.
The past experience that Looter and Muzz are some of the fastest and deadliest when it comes down to these engagements, and they're hip to hip right now.
Yeah, Smite right now, he has to figure out a way to just really stay alive, and it looks like Muzz and Looter, they're trying to decide right now, Monster, do you continue to try to fight against Smite as he's looking to try to get that reboot card onto Larson as the third-party shots are beginning to come in from the distance. And that's the thing, you know as well as I do, any drop that's contested and you have that early game fight, and especially it builds just like this, there are so many teams that are...
Δεν νομίζω να είναι να τον αφήσουν να ζήσει, αλήθεια.
Smite has been known to walk away with at least one elim in every single major game. This time might actually break his streak that he's been on, but Muzz and Looter, take a look at the respect here to play cautious, take their time, and not overcommit even in...
Oh, παίζουνε fight! Τέισον! Πάρ' το Μαλεμπούκα!
Tayson, Japix taking on this big duo toe-to-toe. It's Merstash and Malabuka, who have
Merstash στο high ground.
78% win ratio.
12 chaks plus έχει ο Merstash, ρε.
They're not looking good. The third party in the distance. Aqua's up on high ground. They're positioning for the fight.
Yeah, Rizan A and Aqua, they have that high ground. Just
Α, καλά, δείτε τι κάνει ο Aqua και ο Rizan A, ρε.
eating at a buffet right now when it comes to Storm Surge, but in the feed, Mr. Savage is down on one in Baka from NA West. They're trying to take
Δείξε Savage, ρε.
But all three teams are here, but you gotta keep notice.
Ο Savage πέθανε από τον FN όσοι.
And Merstash, you see Aqua and Reason just trying to keep their distance.
Crazy how they fight back. They are not just allowing this team to third party them. Reason gets super.
Reason in
It
XP.
looks like the battles in the distance get to conclude, but here and now this fight rages on here.
Ο Μαλεμπούκα θα πατήσει W.
Such an advantageous position.
Δεν τον είδε.
All those shots, the entire teams have turned.
And it does look like the NA West, Baka and On1 have solidified. Chrome Jam jumps into their self. Down goes Mr. Savage. Down goes iDrop. NA West makes some noise.
That's right. And now
Μαλάκα Savage dead από NA West players.
Another team that was contested in the early kind of situation.
Not looking good for Europe, Mages.
They're vibing out. Look at the Storm Surge tags here as they start to fight back the teams that are out on the outer edges here. What a great spot to be, especially with the zone housed right on top of them. They have so much going for them now that they don't have to worry about that. Whoa, a big fight though. On one gets back. That's the replay there. I love that we got to catch
The fucking goat, Booga.
The strategy coming out from On1 and Baka, they switched up their drop spots this weekend. It's not
Αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπουμε τον GOAT του Fortnite.
They're just adapting on the fly. As you see Booga, Mero, we already talked about that uncontested.
Alive, 95 alive, Mages. 95 άτομα alive.
Zone is kind of a above them, and they're
Έχουν πεθάνει μόνο 2 teams.
no time trying to figure out what that game plan is. They're going to try to get to zone and then worry about surge when all those other teams that are south and east of them have to go past them.
And the Middle Eastern, one of the few representatives of the Middle East community here, and Andalex, what a monumental task to step up here and for the first time ever compete with a duo. So we love to see what we have going on.
Μοίρα τα χέρια με το κοντρόλερ στο πουλί του. Γάμισε τα ρε. Και εγώ έτσι παίζω όμως, νομίζω κοντρόλερ. Έτσι. Μπρο, ποιοι είστε στα κοντρόλερ. Ποιοι είστε κοντρόλερ παίχτες και παίζετε έτσι εδώ πέρα πάνω. Στο τέτοιο, στο τραπέζι. Ποιος το κάνει αυτό ρε μαλάκα. Εγώ παίζω έτσι ας πούμε, είμαι στην οθόνη έτσι. Αν παίξω Fortnite. Μπρο, όποιος παίζει έτσι είναι άρρωστος. Όποιος παίζει εδώ είναι fucking gamer, you already know what's up.
Greasy Grove, uncontested, and everybody knows what they can do uncontested.
Janus is the only European player to have ever picked up an FNCS in solos, trios, and duos. 3 different game modes, such a decorated.
Κάτω από το τραπέζι είναι οι top παίχτες, that's it.
As we jump over to Anas and Pink.
Ο Μιάου παίζει έτσι, όχι, ο Μιάου παίζει κάτω από το τραπέζι για αυτός. Ήθελα και καλά να κάνει πως παίζει όρθιος για να είναι πλάτη του ίσια, αλλά ξέρει και ο ίδιος ότι αν θέλει να τρεχαντάρει ο Μιάου πρέπει να παίξει έτσι εδώ. Στο λέει controller παίχτης, έτσι, controller παίχτης 2017. Πριν το 2017 δεν είχα αγγίξει keyboard. Δεν είχα αγγίξει keyboard.
Super exciting, very quick. As Merstash, Malabuka, that fight done and over with. They know it's about the resource, about matting up and setting yourself up for later on.
And I love that you say that because what they have that the other teams don't, tons of accessibility to the metal. You see how their metal resource is really starting to cap out there. Tayson and Chapix though, they're going to give up the drop. They say, hey, enough is enough. We've, you know, kind of...
Chapix Station, πάρα πολύ καλό look, μαλάκες. Και κανείς δεν πέθανε από το contest. Μου φαίνεται λίγο πουστριλίκι. Νομίζω πως παίρνουνε search και φεύγουνε. Ποιο μάτς είναι αυτό, το Game 1, το Game 1, είναι το πρώτο μάτς.
Just kind of looting up the Greasy Grove, whatever Janus and Vidil left behind, and there's actually a lot of
Αλμπαζαγκού, ποιοι είναι αυτοί ρε μαλάκα. Κινέζοι μες στο zone, δες τι κάνουνε ρε. Οι άλλοι νομίζουν να παίζουν Ασία.
This is our current reigning champions of the Japanese region, representing for Japan of the Asian region here. Now we jump over to Ed and King. One of the most explosive duos. We talked about Ed's history, how much he's really risen to the challenge, improving season after season.
Δεν τρώνε damage από το zone αυτοί οι κινέζικα heals.
They have such a fun history here. They have engaged against one another multiple times in FNCS in seasons past. Now they get to play together.
Ο Κανάδα και ο Μακούντ. Για να δούμε. Ο Κανάδα μέσα στο... Εντωμεταξύ ο Κανάδα έχει πάει μπαν από το Twitch. Δεν ξέρω πώς τον δείχνει το Twitch αυτή τη στιγμή. Ένα game ίσον μία ώρα σχεδόν, όχι μπρο, απλά το ένα game είναι... Πώς το λένε ρε μαλάκα. Ξεκίνησε τώρα ρε και καλά κάναν τα announcements στο ένα τ' άλλο, κατάλαβες.
Bevies and Vortex are know a little bit better. They're going to land right behind Chapix. They find Tayson out by himself. A great shot.
Είναι το μεταπλέγα Mega Ranger, όχι ρε, Prime. Σε θέμα fighting close range είναι το Prime. Το Ranger απλά κόβει γάματα damage από μακριά. Ας είναι και σαν το παλιό, θυμάστε εκείνο το παλιό το shotgun που παρούσε στο World Cup. Ήταν σαν να μην πω τι.
Are really considering peeking out. Now, one thing we spoke about with the professional players is that one thing you don't do is open those big boxes and
το combat, μπράβο ρε μαλάκες, το combat. Απλά με μια σφαίρα. Prime Hammer, ναι, Prime Hammer, ξεκάθαρα. Prime Hammer.
Not quite there, Tokata, but close enough. I got you, Monster. We're going to be taking a look at North Shine.
Αλλά καλό είναι ένας από τον duo να παίζει και το άλλο το shotgun.
I find it interesting how they were playing split up here. Queasy was on the low ground, taking shots from opposing duos. Up above on the balloon was able to get free tags on the opposing duos that were looking at Queasy and having.
Μάγκες, στόχος του stream 1500 likes, μην ξεχνάμε. Όσοι μπαίνουμε και είμαστε καινούργοι, πατάμε τον μπουρδέλο like. 1500 like και μένει on αυτό το γαμημένο video stream κτλ. Νου κάμερα, ο κλείσαρος.
Did you see the 18 splashes on him? These guys are ready for that end game. If you have that much heals, that's going to allow you, if you are down on Surge, to kind of handle it with Fabs and Stacky. FNCS.
Storm Surge, μαλάκα, 94 άτομα, chat. 94 άτομα live.
Trying to get themselves back up, but it does look like the fight, maybe the dust have settled, and this is the aftermath that you see. Yeah, Fabs does.
Τι χάλισα και λαγάς με τον δίπαλο. Σε κάθε stream donate το Monster, μαλάκα. Κάτι έχει πάθει. Shout out στο Monster G για το donation. Αλλά κάνει θαυμαστικό PayPal, Monster, τι μου κάνεις στο YouTube και τέτοια. Θαυμαστικό PayPal, you know me.
The rewards they needed those tags, but that's not going to be enough. There's a little bit more in front of them. A team that's well below the surge right now are full.
Μαλάκα, δεν στους middle list, ρε. Μαλάκες, ποιος θυμάται τον Falcon Spy που εγώ και ο Κρόνο και ο Αγγελής τους κυνηγήσαμε από το Shark μέχρι το...
Μιξάλης Άγελαδας donated 2 ευρώ και 49 λεπτά through super chat. Τι κάνεις τσιλιμπάρι?
Μέχρι το... πώς το λέγανε ρε? Που τους είχαμε εξυνηγήσει ρε μαλάκα. Πώς λέγονταν αυτό το τέτοιο ρε? Δεν θυμάμαι.
Win ratio when taking on these early game fights in these early zones. It's looking very good for them. But the Surge, no one can beat the Surge. That is going to be inevitable damage in the coming seconds.
Όχι το Sleepy ρε μαλάκες, το άλλο ρε. Το Sweaty, μπράβο, το Sweaty. Μέχρι το Sweaty.
Get as much health as possible. Meanwhile, in the distance, Threats and Alice are starting to put shots in. So this is not a fight that not, you know, being...
Ναι, πες αν μπορείς αδερφέ.
He's gonna fall first. Epic Whales by himself. Shots come in. Noah Riley wastes no time.
Epic Whale.
Hunting now. Reeks on the run. Shots from the side. Who will steal away this elimination here? Someone has to get it in.
Epic Whale out μαλάκες και Booga dead. Από Macwood.
Quickly and just like that, EU comes out on top.
Oh my god, but the action is just all over. Basil, Chase, they're out as well.
Βασίλ dead από Άννας, έτσι, τσιμπόκι.
Moments ago, that Booga went down. The elimination feed is just...
Λέτε EU on top.
Pars and Rays go down as well.
Λέτε EU on top, chat.
Is getting active very fast, but that's because of the Storm Surge. But this is something I feel like all of us preface just a little bit. Handling that Storm Surge is going to be so important throughout these 12 games.
Πιστεύω πιο πολλοί Ευρωπαίοι παίχτες θα κάνουν pop-up σε αυτό το τουρνουά.
Asia's champions are finding some too, but KBR and Z representing for Brazil are here and they need more tags. They're just 8 above. Well played for them.
Οι Βραζιλιάνοι μαλάκα, είδατε ότι στο CSGO γίνεται της πουτάνας στον Κάγελο από Βραζιλιάνους πέρασε τα λοιπά. No, really winning είναι impossible νομίζω. Jason dead από Βαντέλ και Τζάνις.
From teammates to enemies, Janis takes down Tayson in the zone just like that. It is over.
Μαλάκες, μπας και δούμε κανένα νέο όνομα στο leaderboard. Κάτσε τώρα να βάλουμε τον πέρα τα πόντια μας να αλλάξουμε.
Talk to me about how they managed to surge over Mr. Savage and iDrop, and now they're picking it up.
Just honestly talk.
Σε αυτό το λένε έχουν όλοι zero ping, κάπου στα 10 με 15-20 θα έχουν ρε φίλε max. Αλλά πιστεύω... Βασικά όλοι έχουν το ίδιο ping, τώρα αν έχουν 0 ή όχι δεν ξέρω. Εγώ πιστεύω κάπου στα 20 θα έχουν. Αυτό ρε μαλάκα Greg, θα ήμουν εκεί πέρα ρε φίλε γάμο την πουτάνα μου. Με πήραν για έλεγχο αυτό που λες.
It's been just a few seasons and he's already making a name for himself.
That's right, and way to do it on the international stage.
Βάλτε την άλλη κάμερα.
Now we jump on over to the show in Trulix here. What a great spot to be in. My God.
Τρούλεξ και Τσίκο μαλάκα,
Okay. Meanwhile, Vadil and Janice look like they have finally made it from outside the storm.
Μαλάκα, ο Τσίκο ήταν η keyboard and mouse τόσο καιρό. Γιατί νόμιζα ήταν controller, ρε. Ο Τσίκο. What? Καμία πρόβλεψη. Overall νικητής, είπαμε ποιος θα μπορεί να είναι, ρε φίλε. Τώρα για νικητής αυτού του match δεν ξέρω, ρε μαλάκα. Αλήθεια. Βλέπετε, τα φαβορί έχουν πεθάνει. Left Gamer με το μονόμπαλο. Ευχαριστούμε, αδερφέ.
And already, if you look at their loot right now, that 5-team contestation coming out of Tilted Towers, honestly, didn't do too much. 256 above the damage threshold as well. Shots continue to fire off onto Ju. He goes down. Elimination's going to be cleaned up to Acorn. They get 2 to their total. And his teammate, U3 goes down as well. That's going to be Vadil, no Riley.
Εκείνος ο FS1 θα το κερδίσει, φαντάσου μαλάκα.
There's a problem here. We have Bakken on one sitting on the walls of NA East champion.
Αυτοί δεν έχουνε σερτ, έχουνε σερτ βασικά.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Μαλάκα, αυτός ο όνει από πού είναι, Middle East.
Left Gamer donated €1 through Super Chat.
First tags there are going to go to the side of the NA East boys.
Yeah, I'm going to box. Their game. They are down on Storm Surge in terms of commandment and Avery, 65 above those traded shots. I wish Onwell Bako would have just stayed in the box.
Μαλάκα είναι πάρα πολύ σκατένια. Πάρα πολύ σκατένια.
Storm Surge would have had these guys almost down and out, and they could have easily cleaned those up.
Avery και Commandment.
They just want to go ahead and make it towards their end game, because this is one of the teams. They finished second in the last FNCS of NA West. They know how to fight with the best of them.
This is what it's all about. We show up for big moments like this. Can you step
Κάμε τους γάμισε, πού το βλέπετε αυτό, ρε chat? Να μην βλέπω το Fortnite, ποιο να βλέπω? Να βλέπω coach Boop, ποιο να βλέπω chat? Περιμένετε, μπορώ να δω το δικό μου.
Macwin and Kanata starting to look down as well. They're off to a hot start. That is one of the teams to look out for. Meanwhile, a single Elam already for Clicks on the other side. So they've survived the drop. A huge shot. Clicks finds a one. They're on to Andalek.
Clicks!
Clicks and Duke managed to get 2 more eliminations.
Μαλάκες λέτε κάνει πόπο από Clicks, φίλε.
Give him credit though. He said it himself. He has that World Cup experience teamed with an FNCS champion in Duke. His first time in an in-person event, and he's already loving the environment. Even though he didn't take that off-spawn fight, it was so that he can make it toward this end game and continue to do things like that.
Νομίζω ότι άμα μπεις Fortnite, λέτε να μπούμε Fortnite και να βλέπουμε εμείς στο game chat. Δεν θα μπορεί, ok, δεν μπαίνω replays, δεν μπαίνω replays, fuck it. Να βλέπουμε και τις φάτσες στο chat. Όχι από replays για να βλέπουμε και τις φάτσες στο chat. Άντε θα χάσουμε ολόκληρο show.
Janice was down inside of the storm. Vadil really couldn't go and save him. He has no HP.
Αυτό από εδώ.
Merce Dash and Malibuka.
Malibuka Merstach below. What? W key.
Really fought it off spawn. They got some tags and left. 31 below. The pressure is on. They're so close to zone, but they can't necessarily travel to zone because they have to worry about Storm Surge. That's actually doing a ton of damage.
31 below. Not looking good, Jacob. Tags are coming in. Clock is ticking. They do have heals. They can survive for a little bit more, but you hear the shots raging everywhere as the lobby turns online. Vadil fires back. He catches Macwood.
Vadil σκοτώνει Macwood.
That must have been incredible.
Ο Vadil σολάρι, Μαλάκα, έχει τρελαθεί ο Vadil. Ο άλλος σολάρι, ρε, ο Vadil.
Is known as one of the greatest box fighters. Literally made his name known for taking on fights and destroying players across Europe. Let's take
ο Vadil, για να τα λέμε εμείς σωστά, έγινε διάσημος από εκείνο το γαμίσι που έριξε στον Mongrel, στο FNCS, στο chapter του Stark Season. Ποιος θυμάται γαμίσι σε Mongrel από Vadil. Τον έκανε μαλάκες σε FNCS. Final νομίζω ήτανε, σε FNCS Final. Τον έκανε ρε, τον είχε κάνει edit course. Όποιος το θυμάται μαλάκες, να ξέρετε. Στο Stark, μπράβο μαλάκες, εκεί στο Stark, τον είχε κάνει πουτάνα. Από εκεί έγινε διάσημος ο Vadil χωρίς μαλακίες. Full box εκεί πέρα, σπουτάνα στο κάγκελο μάλλον. Έλα, νεφρός. Και ο Βίνο και Quizy πολύ δυνατοί, μαγκές. Μην τους ξεχνάμε, Βίνο Quizy πάρα πολύ δυνατοί παίχτες.
An in-person event that they have ever experienced here, and they get to play it out now.
And this is where you talk about some of the players that had rotation. It is going to be so important. You see where the zone pulls. There's different elevations that these players are going to have to traverse. Have any sort of rotation, you're going to have to figure out how to recycle it. Otherwise,
τα λεφτά μου σε Μπαντεάλ κλαν. Φανταστείτε τώρα να υπήρχε στοίχημα να μπορείς να παίξεις Μπαντεάλ το 5. Θα ήταν απόδοση 10 απόδοση θα είχε σίγουρα. 10 απόδοση. Να το πατήσω εκεί πέρα στη στοίχημα, στο μπούτσο είναι.
He has a launch pad as well. He can easily try to find his way through, but there's so many players stacked all around him. They don't want to make it easy. He's not only looking for the perfect rotation, he's looking for some players to put some shots on, but a high ground goes over to Peppo.
Peppo στο high ground. Περιμένετε.
One of them being Seti and Cammy.
Ένα replay. Μαλάκα, απλά imagine οι Κινέζοι να νικήσουν το game. Το πρώτο game έτσι και χαλαρά. Σέτι και Κάμι στο high ground. Εκπροσωπούν την Become Legends. Μαλάκα, αυτές οι Κινέζοι πως παίζουν ρε μαλάκα, οι καλύτεροι παίχτες. Quizy Vino.
But no, he gets dropped. Acorn finds another one from the outside of zone.
7 elims for Mareem.
Acorn κλατσάρει top 4.
For Asia here looking great. Meanwhile, Yumi and Cool are getting one step closer now to taking this fight. A huge shot.
Paris Saint-Germain.
He's going to feel that one as he
Πάνω στους Κινέζους! Κινέζοι! Κινέζοι out! 1-2 από την Paris Saint-Germain! Kylian Mbappé! Kylian Mbappé, Acorn και Πολωνοί στο high ground.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
Is he cracked?
Μα Mbappé!
We got 2-2.
Μαλάκα, ο Acorn τι κάνει ακόμα έξω το zone, bro. Top 2, κλατσάει top 2 ρε, ο Acorn. Ναι. Σε τι κάνει, πρώτο game win! Μαλάκα, Πολωνία σηκώνει πρώτο game, μαλάκες. Acorn δεύτερος. Κινέζοι τρίτη. Θέλω να δω λίγο το leaderboard, μαλάκες. Λίγο το leaderboard θέλω να δω. Shout out στην Πολωνία, μάγκες. Fortnite Tracker, Events, Invitationals, Day 1.
Wait for Acorn to truly step up to the table there and close this one out. And he said it, put me in the best lobbies.
Το έχουμε δει ακόμα.
Put up the numbers.
Έλα, δείξε μας λίγο το leaderboard.
A little bit of success, even though he didn't get the victory royale, staying alive as long as he did, getting extra eliminations, and getting that top placement.
Δεν μας δείχνει leaderboard, μάγκες.
Let's go ahead and throw it over to an interview with the winners.
Okay, you guys? I am with our game 1 winners. Give it up for Cami and Seth.
Οι Ιάπωνες είναι ρε, ρε μαλάκες. Τώρα πλάκα μου κάνετε ρε μαλάκα. Ασιάτες θα λέω ρε μαλάκες, Ασιάτες θα λέω, sorry που λέω Κινέζοι. Θα λέω Ασιάτες. Μπούγκα, ο Μπούγκα μέσα είναι και τελευταίος μπρο, δεν ξέρω.
It's amazing. I love the atmosphere here. It's really nice having a crowd again.
Excellent. And also, obviously, high ground reigns supreme. Once you had the high ground there, able to maintain, do you think that was the difference?
Ισχύει, ο Κάμι μαλάκα.
Above the rest of the teams?
Like, we knew that high team doesn't have much, so we just took it.
You took it. Going into the next game,
πολύ αγχωμένος ο Κάμι, όχι ο Κάμι όταν παίζει, όταν μιλάει.
It feels good. It feels
Όταν μιλάει, αγχώνεται.
I'm not like denying the competition.
Ο Σέτι είναι superstar.
It feels really nice playing here, and yeah, we're just going confident into game 2. Still have to be consistent to the end of the tournament, and that's it.
Excellent stuff. Once more time, guys, give it up. Your game 1 winners, Cami and City. Good stuff. Let's head back over to our man Zeke on the desk.
Δεν ξέρω αγγλικά ο αδερφός.
So much. Game number 1 is taken by EU.
This is going to be a tough one for everybody else. EU, let's represent,
Δεν στη λέει ο Λέτσον ρε μαλάκα.
In game number 1.
Λίγο πιο χαμηλά η μουσική, okay, my bad.
For a moment there, we watched Queasy and Vino go for height in 6th moving, right? But it's not them who end in height, it's Cammy and Seti.
Μαλάκα να το ματιάσουνε πάλι
Big development. Can't believe Cammy and Seti are the ones that actually end up on the high ground. I love the fact you mentioned that there were a little bit of flip-flopping going on the high ground.
Νικόλα, εννοείται ρε μαλάκα, αλλά ακόμα και τώρα βλέπουμε μια πρόοδο από το αγαπητό μας FN μέχρι στιγμής. Θα περιμένουμε και τα announcement που θα κάνει και καλώς. Ο Σέτι έμαθε να μιλάει από τον Τζίλι, αυτό τον έμαθα να μιλάει το τσιμπουκί. Το Σέτι έχω DMs νομίζω, bro. Θα σας πω αμέσως να έχω DMs. Όχι, είχαμε μιλήσει στην... Να ξέρετε, μάγκες παλιά, εγώ τους μεγάλωσα αυτούς. Να ξέρετε, ο Σέτι αυτή τη στιγμή που νικάει το οτιδήποτε τουρνουά κτλ. Εγώ τον μεγάλωσα. Ήμουνα μαζί για όποιον θυμάται στη Spectrum. Spectrum Chili's, Spectrum Seti. Εγώ είμαι η αιτία που αυτή τη στιγμή ο Seti είναι εκεί που είναι. Πάμε να φέρω κάτι να πιω με τις μαλακίες που λέω.
But this time, instead of DreamHack, it's FNC's Invitational, right? I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts. We saw a lot of like self-regional eliminations, right? EU eliminating EU, NA eliminating NA. It was kind of crazy. I'm surprised there wasn't more, I guess, intermingling.
Big battles going on here, and it's really close towards the top of this leaderboard. Of course, Cammy and Seti finding themselves at the top. They're getting that victory royale, securing 44 points, the early lead after game number 1. But NA West also representing here, going down in that third place position, getting 42 points on the back of so many eliminations.
But it was actually the 4th place position. Noah Riley, Bat Sniper, they're walking away with 8 elims. That is a good chunk of points that they were able to compensate for, despite not being able to close things out. And I think ultimately we saw in the first 3 zones a little bit more EU heavy as far as the elim fee was concerned. But by the time we hit that mid game, it seemed as though all of NA and some of the international regions just really started to hit their stride because everything just started lighting up.
Λοιπόν, μαγκές, by the way, λογικά από επόμενη εβδομάδα έχουμε βιντεάκι πάλι με Step Sister. Να ξέρετε, από επόμενη εβδομάδα νέο βιντεάκι στο κανάλι Chili's.
But real quick, we have a mini miner standing by. What you got for us?
Thank you so much, Zeke. Now, we want to be taking a deep dive
into those
that have been deep diving into the dead side of Zone. As we reveal this massive screen right behind me, we're going to be talking, of course, about Commandment and Avery, our reigning NA East FNCS champions. We can see them on the screen right there, the little white arrows, and they've made a really, really interesting rotate this game. We can see the path that they are going to take, using all the way on that dead side of Zone. Now, you're wondering what is the benefit? Now, you can see on the map, loads of those little arrows are on this side of Zone, right? And this is
ο Yumi και ο Kel δεύτερη, η Κινέζη τρίτη, τέταρτη Νοαρέλη, πέμπτη Acorn, έκτος Quizzy Vino, Κλίξ έβδομος, όγδος Ζάντι Τζοε, ένατος Τρούλεξ Τσίκο και δέκατος ο Πέπο. Σάββατς προτελευταίος, Epic Whale προτελευταίος, Μπούγκα 43 θέση και Tayson 37. Πρέπει να δούμε μεγάλη αλλαγή από το gameplay τους. Εντάξει, ακόμα πρώτο game είναι, να πούμε την αλήθεια. Δεν σημαίνει τίποτα αυτό. Περιμένουμε.
Done, and you can see that in the last game. They were struggling for tags. Of course, we saw King and Ed doing the exact same thing, but they were able to find as many eliminations and as many tags as they possibly could, which kept them afloat. Unfortunately for Commandment and Avery, though, it didn't quite work out. I've got so many questions to ask, and who better to ask them themselves? Kelly, over to you.
Thank you so much.
I
have Commandment and Avery. And Avery, I gotta ask you, man, how do you feel about game number 1?
Surge was pretty rough. We had to run through Haller's shield pretty early, so we died on half zone. But we still managed to get 8 points for first game, just testing the grounds.
Well, good luck in that next game, guys. I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot better. I'm going to be joining over here Acorn and Edgy, guys. That 2nd place finish. What was going through your mind once you had that solo run?
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
Yeah, what was going through your mind?
Is he cracked?
I think
Εντάξει, για να πάρουν συνέντευξη το κάνουν αυτό, ρε φίλο, οπότε...
I was confident and it went my way.
I love it. Congratulations, guys. You have a great start to the competition. Let's have
Πόσα games είναι day 1 6 games, day 2 άλλα 6 games. Το ωραίο είναι να είναι το day 2 double the points. Είναι crazy.
This looks a little deceiving, right? For a moment, we celebrated Cammy and Seti. We think, okay, they got the victory royale, big deal. However, Acorn there, it's okay. They didn't get the victory royale, but that's not what.
Ναι, φίλε, μετά το tournament το είχε όμως άμεσα. Ξέρω εγώ, ρε μάνα, ξέρω για ποιο λόγο το κάνω αυτό.
Best player in the world. Love that confidence coming out of the teammate. But again, you know, one of those solo clutches that we kind of saw was from Cool and Yumi. I think it was Cool specifically getting into that endgame, securing that 3rd place position. And we could saw it at one point in time. He was like in that 1v2 situation in that box fight, and he comes out on top and just transitions that all the way towards that 3rd place position.
You don't become FNCS champions without having this kind of collective.
SB, σκουπά δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση, bro. Family friendly σήμερα. Δεν σε βρίσκω πολύ άσχημα. Και πιστεύω θα το πάρουν, δεν ξέρω, bro. Είναι δύσκολα τα πράγματα. Γενικά, σε φάση... Ποιος θα το πάρει, δεν ξέρω, bro. Το Fortnite είναι το πιο unpredictable game που μπορεί να υπάρχει, ρε φίλε. Μπορεί ο τελευταίος να βγει πρώτος.
The individual performances coming out, and that's what matters so much on these stages. You know, we saw last season on the NA East region, Commandment is the one that won it with his solo clutch. So every single solo performance matters tenfold.
That's right. I wanted
Έτσι όπως πάμε κατά τις 2 θα τελειώσει.
And again, don't freak out. This is just game number 1. This is our feeler game, right? From here, we make adjustments and we make the changes we need to succeed. Cammy and Seti, they did win game number 1. But
νομίζω μέχρι τις 12 θα παίζεις, μάγκες. Όχι 12, μέχρι τις 1 μάλλον.
Start to go top to bottom. You know, we did watch Queasy and Vino. They did try and take height. But I'm curious as to like what you feel.
Αυτό ρε μαλάκα, τσίφτη, πες τα γαμώ το σπίτι μου ρε μαλάκα.
The high take looked.
Μάκες τώρα θα θέλετε να τα βλέπετε, ξέρω εγώ, LP Chillis εκεί πέρα στο number 1. Like, ένα βίντεο να έπαιζα, LP Chillis X Chrono Joy, number 1 for sure. Free money.
Back up and Queasy and Viner back on height. So, you know, they had the strategies there. Ultimately, Cammy and Seti just found the best of them, though.
That's right. Really quickly, let's go over to our friends Kelly and Adam, who are standing by. On
the sniping.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Guys, are we having a good time?
Ο Σέντι βαρέθηκε ρε, κοιμάται.
Alright, we're looking good. Game 1 is
40
done.
κιλό Μαγγελή. Α, ναι, ο Αγγελής ρε.
Because our battle bus is out of gas and we power it with hype. So in the count of 3, I'm going to need you to get as loud as you can possibly get.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Let us in! Come on!
Get louder! We keep going!
Keep going! Keep going!
It's almost there!
As loud as you can! Come on! Keep going! Fantastic! You look beautiful out there. It's time for game number 2.
Now that's how you kick off the battle bus, Jacob. Whoa, the crowd is really coming together.
Game 2, πάμε, Game 2. Σκάστε ρε και Game 2, πάμε, έλα.
Solo, cool, and Yumi from NA West, but you gotta give it up to EU.
Μαλάκα, μόλις ακούω Yumi τρελαίνομαι ρε, γιατί είναι το support το Yumi και με τιλτάρει ρε μαλάκα. Το γάμος και το Yumi.
We came to play, we came to take over.
So much representation from all of the players showing up in that last game there. NA West, NA East, Asia, EU, of course. You saw what they were able to do there. And again, that is what makes this all worth it. That is why we tune in for these moments.
Yeah, but that was just game number 1. Sure. I'm pretty sure with game number 2.
Ποιος είναι αυτός ο Ράντο μας, αυτό το πέρα ποιος είναι ρε μάλακα.
The players have figured out how the lobby is going to be. And one of the things I've noticed after that first game,
σαν τι είναι αυτό ρε μάλακα.
Stingy with Storm surge damage.
That's right, but listen, the show must go on. Let's just go ahead and keep things rolling.
What the boots in the chat.
Thank you guys so much. We're trying to get our players back on that battle bus so we can start game number 2. Now that we have a moment here to just breathe.
Ο Γρήπας, του μοιάζει. Μαλάκα, Χρήστο, του μοιάζει. Ω, μαλάκα, ρεύομαι κιόλας τώρα γάματα. Ω, μαλάκα. Coca-Cola Zero και μετά ήπια πριν μια σόδα με 0% θερμίδες και θέλω Coca-Cola Zero, ό,τι καλύτερο υπάρχει. Λοιπόν, chat, by the way, θέλουμε να φτάσουμε 1000 γαμημένα likes. Πάμε! Όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει like, τώρα να κάνετε like. Πάμε! 1000 likes, let's go, let's go, let's go! Όχι ξαναδοδεκά. Το λήξαμε το μπουρδελό. Αν ξαναπληρώσει, πάμε. Αν δεν ξαναπληρώσει, πάρ' το. Πάρ' το, ρε. Το τρόπο. Πάρ' το. Τον πάτο. Πήγε κανείς Έλληνας, εγώ ήταν να πάω ρε αδερφέ, αλλά δεν πήγα ρε φίλε.
It might have been Cammy and Seti that actually closed out the lobby, but it was Muzz and Looter who got the action going for us because we did see a decent amount of hesitation. It's kind of expected, I think. Game number 1 here at the FNCS Invitational. Nobody wants to be the first one out, but unfortunately for Smite and Larson, that was the case because Looter and Muzz actually winning out the.
Γιατί το YouTube πλέον τίποτα, όχι αδερφέ, απλά το YouTube είναι το platform το οποίο ξεκίνησα το οτιδήποτε έκανα στη ζωή, σε θέμα τέλος πάντων streaming και τα λοιπά, οπότε λογικά YouTube θα συνεχίσω, δεν βλέπω
And Muzz and Looter was like, you know, I think this might actually, you know, play into their favor being contested off spawn because you
καλά και μία άστα, bro.
Έχεις αρρωστήσεις. Way harder than OCE, thinks they have a lot more talent over here, and then Storm Surge was one of the things that he was most worried about. So the fact that they ended up being contested, and that game is a great.
Γιατί δεν πήγες, αδερφέ, δυσκολεύτηκα εκεί πέρα με τα αεροπορικά.
They don't even have to worry about their biggest worry coming into the Invitational.
Σκούπα, γάμισε τα μπρο, μας βλέπω μέχρι τις... Αν τώρα είναι 10 και 50 και είμαστε Game 2, 9.30 ξεκίνησε, 2 ώρες κάνουμε stream, πόση ώρα θα κάνουμε, μαλάκα τι κάνουνε Game 2. Θα μας ξεμερώσετε ρε μαλάκες.
Hasn't even naturally been practicing this off-spawn situation up until recently, challenges you and beats you. iDrop said it himself in the pre-game interview. I've been dropping here uncontested for the past year. It's not going to change the outcome, and yet we're witnessing the downfall of iDrop and Mr. Savage.
Yeah, and honestly, shout out to On1 right there because, you know, the discipline, right? Sometimes when you go to clear building,
Έφεσου, μαλάκα, και εμείς έχει μείνει ο μαλάκας, εκεί είναι και controller,
I'll be fine, I don't hear him, I haven't seen him here, but no, he
είναι και
actually
controller.
rebuilds off the wall, the floor, he catches Savage trying to go for a sneaky little shot, and Savage at that point is just kind of caught in this box, and On1 cleans it up after placing that wall to make sure Savage can't get any control over any of those builds, so really well played from On1 for sure.
Σάββατς ξενερωμένος του πούστη,
I think for Mr. Savage and iDrop.
σκέφτεται την αλήθεια του, σκέφτεται ποιος είναι, κόκκινη μύτη έχει παγώσει, iDrop, κόστος μόνο η εμφάνισή του, στεναχωρημένοι, δεν ξέρω πώς θα το πάνε.
Yeah, I mean, iDrop himself said he's been laying here for 12 months, so there is a lot out there on it.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do we get the repeat of this again? Will we watch this happen again? They have to try and take this fight.
You know, I think that, you know, the players, especially up there, they are pretty set on going for the fight.
καλά και εμείς, εντάξει, εσύ είσαι next level.
Game one jitters out of the way. If you get eliminated early in a game, you kind of can just sit there, right? You can mentally reset, you know, obviously...
Δεν στο Dayson, ρε, δολοφονικό βλέμμα ο Dayson.
But, you know, you can full reset, maybe come up with a new strategy with your duo.
Μα λέγα τον είδατε τι βλέμμα είχε. Δολοφονίας.
Game to talk strategy and kind of, you know, mention what went wrong, you think.
Ο Σέντι χορεύει.
By any means, because we are literally only one game through. We still have 5 left to go. There is ample opportunity here, not just for the players to have a chance to, I think, placement points on the leaderboard, but also it's just the simple fact that they can make the tiny adjustments that they need to. As far as iDrop and Mr. Savage are concerned, I think they're a lot more wary of the fact that On1 and Baka, they're definitely willing to take a super early engagement. About the fact that it's the first duos I think are going to continue trying to look to establish their surge.
Μαλάκα τον λένε μπάγκα και όχι μπούγκα.
They're more aware, right? Because, you know, again, On1 just recently decided to land here. Like, for Mr. Savage and iDrop, we had no idea. There's no information because this duo hasn't really landed here before. But now, game one, the information is starting to reveal itself. On1 is obviously, you know, leaking some of those things just naturally as he plays through the games, and we know that Savage and iDrop are very well experienced. So they
Μαλάκα, ακόμα να πούνε game 2 ρε, μαλάκα καθυστερημένοι.
Kind of like the one beats all, right? There is going to be this back and forth to continue.
Αυτά κάνει το Φόρνε και μας πρίζει το μπούτσο. Μέχρι και αυτός δεν του έχουν πρίσει το μπούτσο, ρε, δες το εδώ.
How many duels could just say, okay,
κάνει έτσι, ναι, μου πρίσε το μπούτσο. Μάλιστα το game 2 ρε, μαλάκα.
So that doesn't happen again, right? Fortnite is primarily a game of what you call RNG, right? You learn what's there, where are the chests, where's the guns, where's the builds.
Θα τελειώσουμε 3 ώρα, μαλάκες.
Trying to limit as much of that as possible, right? They want to find that spot. Hey, I know there's a gun here every time. I know if I hit this building as I open this door, pick up this thing, I'll have 10 builds. That's a wall I can use to defend myself if I'm jumped, right? So I'm excited to see how in game 2, a lot of these duos look to say, what do we got to do differently?
Well, for Beppo and Runa, I was actually very happy to see that they were the ones that initially started off at that Lustrous Lagoon, and again, that was an uncontested draw spot for them. You're talking about loot, you're talking about resources, Zeke, and there is ample of it at Lustrous Lagoon. A lot of these players have even been talking about the fact that it's kind of crazy that they have gone this entire time leading up to the event without anyone wanting to establish an immediate contest at that POI. So I like the fact that they were able to hang in that top 10 leaderboard as well, really representing their
τόσο μεγάλα queue times θα έχουμε.
The fact is, there was a lot of traffic coming their way due to the way that the zones ended up pulling towards that north side. So the fact that they were able to not only stay in that surge management position despite being uncontested, but they also just made do with what they were given there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see that they actually also took the high ground from none other than Queasy and Vito in the end game. Ultimately, yeah, they did end up losing it, but I want to see more of that, right? Just because you lost at just this one game, you may have a very good strategy that takes out, you know, something that Queasy and Vino aren't used to, and that's kind of that multi-regional invitational that is just so good, and all the strategies start to come out and catch players by surprise.
You'll love to see it. This is just kind of our insights here from the desk, but we also have Mini Miner standing by to get his thoughts on that game.
Absolutely, Zeke. It's not just me, it's Takata alongside me as well. Now, we've been watching all of this action unfold behind the scenes. We've been able to see some extra POVs, Takata. It's been intense, right? We've seen some crazy plays.
Look, players from all around the world, it's what I love to see these players shine, right? Zagu and Mirim, they were fragging out, Mini. They got, what, almost 8 eliminations in that match? Even players from the West Coast, Cool and Yumi, they were also popping off in that late game. And what's going on?
Στο επόμενο game να πάω να φέρω τη Step Sister.
Right? We never seen them up there, right?
Αν είναι να κάνει να περιμένουμε τόση ώρα.
That you love to see in game 1 of
like this. And this is what the invitation is all about, right? We have so many different players from so many different regions, bring different strategies, but it can all change. As we talked about earlier, things can change so quickly. Kami and Seti on the high ground. What's going on? This is crazy. But of course, Cool and Yumi as well, you mentioned it, right? I had a few questions to ask about their surge. I actually spoke to them in person in the player area, and they said, we have all the answers for you, man. Don't worry, don't be concerned. And I was like, mate, you carry on. You do it, mate, if that's what they're going to do.
Αλλά κάνει ακόμα δεύτερο game.
I mean, they proved it, right? The way they played that late game.
Πρέπει να φέρουμε τη Step Sister, μαλακές.
But I mean, Seti Kami.
Ναι, αλλά με facecam.
I think that was more like a situational thing, right?
Έχουμε βάλει ένα στόχο στο επόμενο βίντεο και όταν χτυπηθεί ο στόχος ή χτυπηθεί το donation goal, θα εμφανιστεί η κυρία.
We know they like the consistency, so I wouldn't, be surprised if they switch it up a bit, but I'm excited to see what they continue to do.
I am very excited as well. I'm sure as are the devs. Let's throw it back to them to see what they think.
You know, you got a good laugh out of our boy Vivid here. I'm down. I'm not opposed. Yeah, you chuckled. That was pretty good. Another duo I did want to take a moment to highlight on screen right now, Zagu and Mirim, coming out of Japan. These guys were just looking so good. 7 eliminations there in that game with a 41 total point. Now, this is just out of game 1. And I mean, consider, we kind of talked about it. They're contesting Commandment and Avery over in Rave Cave. And they were allowed to leave Rave Cave.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's pretty much what we can expect. But something that I did not expect, and my eyebrows, they went up, right? I raised them. That stat sheet right there. They did 2,200 plus damage.
Άμα είναι να μην βλέπουμε το τσιλιμπάρι το μονομορφάτερα θα τι αντιφέρεις. Όχι, θα αντιφέρω μαγισέ, θα με βλέπετε εμένα. Η Step Sister θα κάθεται εδώ. Που δεν φαίνεται.
Look at that.
Absolutely crispy and
Κάναμε το
cooking
πέρα την
inside.
facecam, έτσι,
like a
μπαπ.
full-on barbecue right now with Zagu and Mirim. The way that they were just lighting it up inside of that low ground.
Πήγα, έφαγα, έχασα, έπαιξε ένα game και σαν να ήρθα. Και εγώ στο επόμενο game που είναι να αρχίσουν πάλι έτσι, θα πάω να κάνω μπάνιο, να φέρω τη Step Sister και μετά να έρθω να κάνουμε team party.
That energy kind of be reflected in their gameplay.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you mentioned energy. I've been seeing them walk around the player lounge, everything like that.
Sniping cringe, αδερφέ, δεν ξέρω τι λες.
They're so happy to be here, and they seem confident as well.
Σύλλητο tour που είχες κάνει τα 100 ευρώ είναι ακόμα 9.800 likes στο μπούτσο. Δείξεις τι να κάνω ρε μαλάκα που είναι 9.800 likes. Όχι, 10.000.
When you have performances
Λήξιους,
like that,
σου έχω μια πολύ καλή ιδέα.
they're so confident because again, I think a lot of duos may not have necessarily been
Μαλάκα, τι ωραίο ρεύσιμο έκανα.
witnessing right now in game 1.
Σου έχω μια ιδέα, να κάνεις ένα 200 account.
At the very least, I do expect a little bit of a bite back from NA East, West and EU.
Καλά ρε, είναι σοβαροί ρε μαλάκα που δεν έχουν κάνει game 2 ακόμα.
Try to go for height, right? For in this instance, Zagu and Mirim, they were just in that mid ground. They didn't even care about high ground. They're like, no, you guys battled out. We want more eliminations. We'll stay right here. Do you guys think that maybe more duos will look to just say like, look, our kind of strategy to win is that high ground. We got to go for it.
Yeah, I mean 100%. We saw a lot of teams.
Γίνεται ρε μαλάκα, τι κάνουνε ρε μαλάκα.
Unfortunately not making it.
Έχουμε δει 45 φορές τα leaderboards ρε μαλάκα.
Reason. Jason and Chabix also went down. Another one, Alex and Bailey. We talked about them from OCE. They love to play the high ground, and they just all 3 of them went down a little bit early, so it could change big time. We also saw Kanata went down a little bit early. Macwood loves to play.
Μαλάκα πιστεύω πως δεν τους βάζει τώρα game ρε.
The only thing that he strives for, but being left as a solo, he couldn't really do that this game.
But just look at some of these names that are located on the second page already for the leaderboard. You got Thomas HD, a Trippard, Pink and a Nas. Again, I think Vico and Benign have been really exciting to kind of follow along with, especially since they're relatively newly formed here for the FNCS Invitational. I don't think that is an easy feat by any means.
Τι κάνουνε ρε μαλάκα, τι κάνουνε ρε μαλάκα.
100%. And listen, I can't believe it actually, because Clicks and Duke were actually popping off towards that end game, right? And you know, the crowd was going crazy. We on the desk were like, wow, they're really showing up right now. And you know, on that leaderboard, it's really showing as well, finding those eliminations on big name teams as well. They're coming into the Invitational with the experience, and it's showing.
How many of these duos are thinking to themselves, game 2, I'm ready. I have that strategy locked in. I think I know what I need to do to get going, because I want to make the crowd here in the Raleigh Convention Center just lose their mind when we're taking shots. Because man, there was and I was just on my feet screaming with the crowd.
Ultimately, it's going to be based on an individual level. I think, you know, how good are you, and how good is your mental at taking something that could be negative and turning it into something positive? Because, you know, not everything went right for any duo of that game, so they have to think about those things and like, okay, what can we do? What have we scrimmed before that has kind of helped us throughout these situations? Just make those changes come into game number 2. But there's also duos, plenty of them, especially the top 10 on the leaderboard, who, you know, found things that worked for them. So keep doing those things, but again, not everything went perfect, so keep that in mind.
But nerves aside, as the games go on, it's going to start feeling more and more natural, I think, for a lot of these players. You're going
100%.
to start being able to focus in a lot more on the actual gameplay itself, and I think that's where the audience just becomes a little bit of background noise until it comes down to those final moments. But something that I'm really curious to see is whether or not these players are actually going to showcase some of their flexibility or adaptability, because Mustache Malabuka, I think they're a great example of a duo where they can go a game or 2 or 3 without really being able to catch anything, and then they just turn up.
That's right. We've heard from us. We've heard from Mini Miner and Tokata. Let's throw it on over to Casters to hear their thoughts on game number 1.
Thank you so much for that quick, of course.
Κάτι έχει συμβεί, chat. Κάτι, ακούστε με.
I mean, Jacob, let's talk about what we know.
Με ακούτε? Κάτι έχει συμβεί και δεν μπορούν να μπουν game 2. Το πουλί μου, ρε μαλάκες. Δεν γίνεται το κάνω αυτό το πράγμα, μαλάκα. Πόσο ένα game παίξες, ένα game.
NA in general is just kind of showing up. Obviously, EU won the game, but I think we need to start giving NA more credit.
Yeah, definitely have to show up and then wait for them to win those early engagements. I mean, listen, we got to sit in the player lounge quite literally.
Καλησπέρα, Silent Brother, κάνουμε αδερφέ. What's up, what's up? Μαλάκα, κάτι γίνεται, chat. Πιστεύω πως για κάποιο λόγο δεν μπαίνει το game τώρα, ρε. Και δεν τους βάζει επόμενο. Δεν γίνεται να έχουμε τόση πολλή ώρα στα τέτοια. Τόση πολλή ώρα. Στις αλλαγές των games. Δεν είναι impossible, θα τελειώσουμε στις 5 η ώρα.
I mean, it all just starts to make sense.
You know what I'm loving out of all that, though? You talked about the 2 partners, right?
Όχι, έχουν ξεκούραση 30 λεπτά.
Sparring against Reed and
Αν έχουν ξεκούραση 30 λεπτά, αδερφέ μου, για Game 2, θα τελειώσουμε όντως σε 2 ώρες.
I talked about a lot of these guys being friends, but when they're on the battlefield, they're enemies. That is just inner region training, and that's something I love to see.
That's right, and of course, the upsets, right? We saw a couple edge battles there. Bugha and Miro taken out so early. This is one of the things we didn't really get to talk about. You would think that a team like Bugha and Miro, who have drilled and trained their draw spot so perfectly, they almost have it conditioned. This should be another walk in the park situation for them. What do you think went wrong as they were rotating out? Because it seems like they face planted into Macwood and Kanata. That was the big resistance, and they were just taken out.
You know, without seeing too much of their POV, I can only go off a few educated guesses here, and just judging by 95 players being alive when
πρέπει να είσαι στο LoL ένα δεκαπεντάλεπτο rest. Αδερφέ, το LoL διαρκεί 45 μισή ώρα, μπορεί και μία ώρα game, ρε φίλε. Μη μου συγκρίνεις το LoL, σε παρακαλώ, ρε φίλε. Το Fortnite διαρκεί max 25 λεπτά. Το LoL μπορεί να διαρκέσει από μισή ώρα έως και 2 και 1 και 1,5 ώρα αν το χολντάρουμε. Chat, περιμένω 1000 likes τουλάχιστον, μαλάκες. Νομίζω στα 1000 likes ξεκινάει το Game 2. 1000 likes Game 2. Let's go!
Thank you guys so much for those insights. We actually have a really cool moment here. The casters kind of talked about that Bugha Mira going down earlier. We had a listen-in moment.
Τι είπανε, χέσε. Μαλάκες, όχι, απλά στο επόμενο λογικά θα πάω να φέρω την step sister απλά, ρε.
You should pop cabbage maybe for whites. I need to heal.
Έχουνε comms, έχουνε comms.
Yeah, come. Out there, like right there. Surge, yeah. I want that big ammo crate, but I know.
Όπως θα είναι crazy αυτό, μαλάκες.
I mean, I think you can go for
με
it.
comms.
There's a chest there as well. It's definitely worth it with our loot. It's just glid off the thing. It is, yeah. If we could get surge here, we can get I mean, make sure this isn't baited, bro. It's not. Here, we can get stacked, bro. I'm chilling. If we get surge, we sit in zone, bro. We should look.
Yeah, like where the...
Έχουμε κάνει 1000 votes και έχουμε 1000 likes.
Yeah, we have to go right side. I'm just gonna go up. Nah, we should bump.
Come on, ρε μαλάκες. Πάτησε το μπορτέλο το 1000 like, ρε γάμο το πελά μου.
Even Booga and Miro are like, hey, we need Storm Surge. We need to make sure this is right. It is absolutely affecting many of these players. We will come back and talk about more of this in just a moment. First, I do want to throw it on over to the player area for a little special interview.
We have a very special interview, Zeke. I'm here with one of our alternate players, Frey. Now, Frey, you've been watching in the crowd, right? What's the energy like? How does it feel?
The crowd is amazing. I'm so happy that we have Leanza back. The crowd couldn't be crazier. It's so awesome to be here.
Yeah, we can hear them just there in the background as well. They're getting kind of crazy, right? So, of course, you're a professional player yourself. How would you prepare for an event like this? How do you think the players and what's been sort of going through their minds?
So I think bot reviewing is extremely important. You need to know who's landing around you, what they do, what their tendencies are. And yeah, just bot review, fix your mistakes coming up to the event, and then just play your game.
Of course, you can give a big insight into the game as well. For a lot of these players, you can sort of, give your insight, maybe to talk to them as well. But we'll stop it right there. We'll throw it back to the desk for some more.
Thank you guys so much. Raleigh Convention Center, you guys ready? Because game number 2 is about to make its way here, so let's make some noise. It's game.
Πάμε λίγο θαυμαστικό hype στο chat για game 2. Thank God.
2022 coming at you guys live. Are you two ready?
Yes.
Ναι, είμαστε ready, ρε μαλάκα, πάτα το γάμιδι. Θα το δούμε.
Beyond excited. I think that more than anything else, this game number 2 could really be a little bit of a breakaway moment here for some of these duos. Cammy and Shetty.
Θα κοιμηθούμε, ρε μαλάκα.
Or definitely for another highlight reel instance. And whether it comes from Victory Royale or just from being able to rack up those elims, I think that the Polish powerhouse is certainly still making it known that they are some of the best.
Champions are on the stage, right? Game number 2 is, this is where you got to start picking it up. You got to start developing your strategies around the meta of the lobby. And, who better to do it than the 100 of the best players from around all of the world.
Look at them zeroing in right now, Vivid. They are so amped. They are focused. The tension is real.
The tension is beyond real, and not only that, but I kind of want to touch on Booga and Miro. We saw that little listen-in instance between the two of them, and we're at any room for concern. But Booga and Miro, I think, are an exclusive case because Miro specifically, this guy is a 5-time FNCS champion, and yet out of all the FNCS finals that he has competed in, he has only ever collected 3 victory royales.
Wow.
So it is a primary example of the fact that high ground can win games, but low ground could possibly win championships. And that moment in game number 1, while it wasn't able to go in their favor because they were struggling with surge management along with some of the other duos, again, they're able to make it happen.
All right, we've broken it all down. We had game 1 wrapped up, it's gone. Game 2 is here, it's now, the battle bus is ready, the players are on board. Let's just get this started. Here we have it. Thank you so much, Zeke. We get to start gearing up for this battle bus to take off now.
Yeah, this is finally
Αν έχει μισή ώρα ρέστο κάθε game, θα τις κόψουμε εδώ ρε, μαζί. Παπ, εδώ, παπ.
Have settled because now when push comes to shove, some of these players that might be at the bottom of the leaderboard, Mr. Savage, iDrop that went down early, they might have to start dealing with that storm surge early.
And that's right. We saw what happened in game 1. The real question is, how are you going to adjust coming into game 2? This battle bus is telling me that the Chrome Jam Junction is under fire very quickly. It's so close to the drop spawn. You can see already things kick off. This time, iDrop says, you know what? Let's put that weight, in my experience.
Σάμπα, σκοτώνει τον Blue Baka.
And all of a sudden, it's a
Σάμπα, let's fucking go, baby.
Mr. Savage, first elimination here in game number 2. And that puts
Αυτό μαλάκα George με γάμισε μας, αδερφέ.
You gotta have to watch out because we're here to fight. Might have been a little lucky, but another one. This one, I feel like has to have a little bit more damage because all 3.
Let's go, chat.
They were dealing with storm surge and they were just on the cusp, somewhere even below.
this is not the only contested drop spot. Don't forget, Tilted Towers has so much going down there as well. So between Cloudy Commons and Tilted Towers, these are the two most...
Ο Τσάπης και ο Tayson ξέρουν ότι θέλουν Surge οπωσδήποτε.
Is Acorn and Edgy in the feed find Norryla early, so there are big fights unfolding already, just giving us a little sample of how these drops are playing out.
Yeah, you can kind of see everybody just on their drop spot, the ones that don't necessarily have the POI. It's about looting up, getting as much resources as possible, trying to get as many
Man City Hellfire.
In terms that when you make it towards the end game, that way you don't have to worry about it. But for these
Κάμιλος έδινε νικητές στο πρώτο game.
You have to start thinking about Storm Surge. Your pathing is going to be so important.
Αυτό το game το παίρνει ο Savage, I think. Δεν ξέρουμε, δεν ξέρουμε. Μπορεί να το πάρει back to back ο Σέτη και ο Κάμι. Who knows. Στείλουμε ποιος είσαι ρε. Ρε φίλε, εμένα μου αρέσουν τα φαβορίτα teams. Δηλαδή π.χ. ο Μπούγκα, ο Tayson μ' αρέσει, ο Aqua μ' αρέσει. Πολλοί μ' αρέσουν ρε φίλε. Δεν ξέρω ποιος μπορεί να τον νικήσει. Δύσκολο.
Remember when we talked to Reet and Epic Whale, they said, hey, you know what? I believe in the fighting power of NA on this one. They have full confidence that they can do it.
Πιν και ένας πατάνε W τον Glix και τον Duke, που είναι τρίτη αυτή τη στιγμή.
Finals were Clicks solo points after solo points, but as long as these two guys stay alive, they're going to be contenders for every single tournament they play in. Duke has FNC as
Αν το πάρει ο Booger θα έχει τρελό hype.
one of the best individual players on the planet.
We have a huge opportunity here for Duke and Clicks to continue to put up big numbers. We know they had an excellent kickoff to things here as they continue to find their strides, but things are going to slow down, and you know, you really genuinely expect this to happen, especially at a Fort Jonesy's. This is not a POI big enough for two.
Yep, you see Clicks just trying to gather the information. The longer this fight goes and the higher they build, if it comes to it. Got Jason Basil over on the side. That was the third party.
Pink Anas με Duke και Clicks. Όταν W μάλαγα ο Pink και ο Anas. Σοτάρα από Anas.
Pink and Anas already turning this story on its head here. That's bait there. He sees the shotgun. That moment. Duke does not let it drop.
No macho Anas.
Now mind you, Clicks has some of the greatest track record in history of taking on head-to-head battles like this. This is why he is so recognized as one of the greats of the space in these kind of moments.
This is where these guys...
Όλοι έχουν βρει αυτό το shotgun και όχι το Prime. By the way.
Do come from the low ground. The Peak and Anas, they're just trying to keep...
Είδε εδώ fight μάλαγα. Παρθενιά και χαρά, ό,τι καλύτερο.
3-4 boxes big. They're just trying to keep that advantageous position as long as they can. But this monster, this one's dragging
Jim, μπορεί αδερφέ. Μπορεί. Μπορεί να είναι τόσο consistent.
Well, I hope it continues because the rest of the lobby is just taking their time. 49 duos are still alive here, and this is one of the only ones deciding to go toe-to-toe. Clicks, once again, gets tagged there. And again, let's talk about the bad blood developing between these two. Pink and Clicks were once upon a time almost duos, as Pink was so close to traveling to United States to play alongside him, but now they find each other on the other sides of the monitor here, going head-to-head. Looking at the HP so far, it's looking very
Ο Άννης εντωμεταξύ είναι σαν πατέρας, ρε. Σαν 30 χρονών πατέρας.
This prolonged fight.
Παρθενιά και χαρά, γάμισε τα μπρο. 150! Από Clicks 150 damage σε Anas, white του Anas.
This is where Duke does tend to shine right now. These real scrappy types of engagements. This man does not tend to miss a shot. As now, they're looking. They know the enemies felt that on the other side of the wall, but hey, the longer they stay here, the less the less odds they have to actually survive the long.
Και κάνουνε deep ο Anas και ο Pink.
Is of course making it to end game. Let's jump on over though.
Πού πάρε, Booga και Miro.
Miro and Booga here. Head to head with Z Andy, Joe FN, Bevy in the distance as well. There's so much going on here.
Yeah, for them, you saw that replay of last game during the listening.
10 σπλάς ο Booga, by the way. 2 pads. Όλα μπλε, τα όπλα.
That's not the position you want to be in, but you can see Booga and Miro have a 6.
Θα του φεκά το 8 στα 10 λέω, το 8 στα 10.
Talking about international stage, Alex and
Bailey και Alex, ποιος είναι αυτός?
from the player lounge to the main stage, game 2 now. The fight, the second time, the story won't be the same. It's Yusri who finds the trade there, and now has to protect his teammate. A huge shot onto Bailey. It's not looking good for Oceania's champions here, but Bailey waits for the toe-to-toe. He gets the thirst, he needs the points. That's a kind of play you only see in person. A huge shot. Bailey says, respect me, Yusri, back up.
He has some heals to use, but does he have the time? Not finding a way to stabilize. Bailey's gonna get in, but only a sliver of HP, and that's why he's picking and choosing his fights right now. He's just trolling for piece control first, trying to heal up, getting as much shield as he can.
Bailey και Yusri, για να δούμε. Bailey control παίχτης.
So that knock on the Jew is so important.
And he knows he cannot allow him to get the heal off here. You will not save your teammate if it's up to Bailey. Yusri may have the health advantage, but Yusri has his back against the wall right now. The defensive trade, a huge shot.
Woo!
With his pickaxe out.
Yusri! Με το clutch.
And they are in game 2.
Sends him back to the lobby. But third place, NA West, Cool Yumi getting busy already. Elimination.
Παρί σε Σερμένη κάνει τον Γουξ και τον Καμπάκι. Το μαλάκα τον Καμπακάτι. Ο Εμπαπέ και ο Sergio Ramos. Εμπαπέ και Sergio Ramos να κάνει το fight. By the way, αυτή είναι δεύτερη νομίζω. Νάτος, ο Ρομπα Κεμπάπ.
There's a huge development happening here. Let's watch this back one more time. Here's how it kicks off. Cool finds the huge tag. All of a sudden, the knock is there. And yes, there was a third party in the side. You get the reaction as well. You can see how fans are cheering in support of one another. But back into the action. Hellfire, Falconer.
90 άτομα live by the way, chat. 90 άτομα.
They already took down King, so this has got to be Ed coming out from Brazil. EU. NA West trying to take down the region, trying to boast through their points, because right now the only points they have is that elimination onto King. But with Storm now covering and moving over them,
Τσίλι μου μόνος που θέλω να χώσω μπουνιά στους Ιάπωνες γιατί πιστεύω ότι θα...
Falconer's one of the only competitors, one of the very few left in our
Ρε
scene
μαλάκα
that's been
focus.
here since the World Cup. He plays fifth in
Celeste.
way back when. Wait for him to step up
Celeste, ρε focus.
and take on this first FNCS finals ever together alongside Hellfire there.
Ξύπνα ένα καπαλάκι και τι να κάνω ρε. Να σηκωθώ να χορέψω ρε κυκλοφόρη και τα.
I think On was there by himself. He's just trying to stay alive.
Τι λέει αυτός ο κυκλοφόρη ήταν ρε μαλάκα.
Might know he's there. And this is where Onwin has to be very, very careful. Fighting in the storm with very little HP. Larson knocking on the door, trying to burst his way in. You see the bait and switch come through, trying to make sure
Ξύπνα ένα καπαλάκι.
have enough HP to take.
Λες και πήρα 1000 ευρώ τον later και δεν είπε ευχαριστώ ξέρω εγώ.
But he is on the run.
What a tough story for Onwin and Baka.
Μα μάλιστα βάλει τον Bayern, ναι ρε. Γαμό.
To Mr. Savage out the gate, survives, saves them, but Smite and Larson, who are contested here by Looter and Muzz, are still in the zone, and they meet him, and that's how they get this first heal himself. It's only a matter of time.
Και είμαι ο δικός σου μπρο. Τώρα η πουτσα. Dead. Πω πω ξεφτύλα. Έπιασε Sony, dead.
Wiping up one of the greats from NA West.
They gotta go ahead and travel to zone, but back on board.
Falcon is dead.
Let's just make it Hellfire because Ed was able to take down Falconer in a 1v2 situation. Now he's 1v1 versus EU, Brazil.
Ο Κλίξ θα πήγαινε λογικά νικάει ρε φίλε.
Ed put the pressure onto those covers, but he knows.
Βραζίλια, ο Road to Glory.
He hears the splashes coming out. He knows that's going on to Falconer. The shield keg as well. He's trying to stop as much of the heals from going through, but it does look like Hellfire is going to get 200 yet again.
Listen, Ed recently signed a team Liquid, showing you guys why exactly he deserves to be here. He has had some of the most impressive
Focus, δεν ξέρω αδερφέ. Τσάτ, έχουμε όντως 500 άτομα. Θέλω να γράψετε όλοι από μία τελίτσα όσοι υπάρχετε στο chat. Και αν δεν μπορείτε να γράψετε, σας παρακαλώ γράψτε, γιατί είναι το μόνο μήνυμα που σας ζητάω. Μία τελίτσα. Θέλω να δω αν έχουμε όντως 500 άτομα, μαγείς. Πάμε χάρη. Ναι, εδώ είναι. Όλοι εδώ. Οκ, stop, yeah. Βραζιλιάνο, τους γάμισε.
And if somehow, some way, he found a way to get King's card, but on over to Chonker Speedway. The action will continue.
Εντάξει,
Reason
μαγκές.
and
Εντάξει.
Aqua going up against Hen.
Ευχαριστώ για την τέλεια που γράψατε. Ευχαριστώ,
They
ευχαριστώ.
have a lot of practice going against each other on the EU region, so this is no strange fight to them.
What's scary about this is the fact that they've rotated out of the condo down to the territory.
Aqua πατάει W, μαζί με τον Reason.
With this incredible duo, but it shows you that no one is safe this entire
287 below, bro. Έλα κάντε, τι κάνουμε, φίλε.
with the scraps, with his back against
Chat.
the wall below.
Φτάνουμε 1500 likes.
Absolutely ready to commit.
Κάνω τέλος της δημοσκόπησης εδώ πέρα, τερματισμός δημοσκόπησης.
140.
Και σας ρωτάω. 1500 likes.
This is again what is going to happen at Cloudy Condos. A triple contested spot.
Που σέρε μάλακα ο Voxius.
That's forcing these players to rotate away to find some extra loot and find the damage. And 165 below monster, I would be lying to you if I said I wasn't nervous.
Copenhagen Flames, Pablo and Swag.
Είναι αυτό, ρε καινούριο.
Right now, also below, but hey, a good little tag here of Elim for Swag right now puts him in a nice position. They find a player out in the distance, snacking and fast, have a window open there, focusing on the duel.
Chat, σας έβγαλε ένα Q&A που σας λέω είστε σοβαροί.
Remember, Noah Raleigh was eliminated
Είναι αυτό, ρε.
early to the hands of Edgy while they were landing, and he didn't even get to touch down before he was swatted out the sky.
And game number 1 winners, Cammy and Seti. They haven't even done much. They get the zone for now.
Αρχίδια πόσο τον έχεις σκάσε. Είστε, όχι δεν είμαστε, όχι King, έλα για να τι κάνουμε και ναι σοφάντησα XD.
Now the piece control is trying to come over. They're trying to break into the boxes. It's now or never because damage is being dished. A huge shot from Aqua's on the Bevy.
Γαμάτο.
Back into a defensive position.
Well, here we go. It's now enough in 20 seconds left. But
Πώς το βγάζω όμως
Sword
τώρα.
gets active, and they have to turn off right now. This is game number 2.
Ωραία.
Aqua needs these
Το βάλω, το
points
βάλω.
here. Bevies manages to go ahead and chug splash his way down. He's back up to Vex HP. He's looking pretty solid.
Chat, τον νικάει το fight αυτό ο Aqua.
By any means. Meanwhile, Reason finds a wall. That's an angle, but he doesn't like the defensive edit that responds from Bevy and Vortexer. And now, here it is. Things are going to
Στο zone fight. Αντρικό. Αντρικό στον fight την Bayakua και Reason A. Τον Bevis.
Seti getting one on a Peppo, probably sending him back to the lobby as Scram goes down as well. Acorn found a way to get rebooted, but Deja Vu strikes. He goes down again to Epic Whale, who honestly is having a much better performance this go around.
But back into the action here. Reason now.
Reason dead. Έφαγε σφαλιέρα από Vortex.
Defensive stance here. Down goes Reason. That's a huge shotgun shot from Vortexer from the side. If you blinked, you missed it, and now Aqua has all the pressure on his shoulders. He has to back up. But Vortexer playing smart, respecting the GOAT of EU. Aqua here, our World Cup duo champion, is now left as a solo.
Όπου Aqua είναι solo, μαλάκα, έχει φάει τα πάντα, έχει φάει. 500 above όμως ο Bevis. Aqua τον βαράει ακόμα το Surge. Ναι, ναι, είναι dead. Vortexers, μαλάκα, ξεφτιλίζει Aqua και Reason A.
This is only their second FNCS playing together, and they're looking like they are longtime teammates already. As Joe
Στο τίτλο έχω βάλει 1.000.000 με 4 μηδενικά.
Looking to get some damage as well, even though 79 is above the damage.
Τι λέει ο μαλάκας ρε, πού τα βλέπει τα 4 μηδενικά ρε.
Absolutely nothing.
Δημοσθένεις, ξαναντές τώρα αδερφέ. Σε μπερδεύουν τα μάτια σου νομίζω. Ο Αρτόρ δεν έχει κάνει quitter μαλάκες. Ω μαλάκα, ένα εστί.
Body, he says, you know what? I'm gonna full finish here. I'm back in this game. Artur takes off running for the hills.
That was a much needed battle by Groves, and I like.
Μαλάκα, δεν χρειάζεται καν να έχεις μεπία για αυτό το πράγμα, bro. Πρέπει να έχεις δεξιότητες στον Μπούτσο.
Looking like he's having a little bit of trouble here. 200
Μα Λιμπούκα τι κάνει. Ποιον σκότωσε.
Two eliminations already, so they finished this fight. But you can see the teams on the outskirts of Rocky Reels. They don't want to let this be an easy rotation to one of the deadliest teams in the lobby.
The launch pad's already down. Malibu and Mustache cap off HP and hit it. Off they go. It's Chicho and Trulix who are looking in. These guys have gone head to head so many times in the past, and you know there is
46 above.
bad stories waiting to unfold in front of us. But Chicho and Trulex don't get this.
See you next video. Next video θα είναι πολύ ωραίο chat. Πολύ ωραίο once again. Είμαστε back με ωραία βίντεο μάγκες, να ξέρετε.
He talked about in some of those interviews playing a little bit more passive than what he's used to 2 eliminations. I gotta think they're trying to pick and choose a lot of their battles, but the lobby is putting such a focus onto these two, getting them to expend so many resources. Malabuka has just...
Με τις μέρες πρέπει να είναι ο Δημοσθένης και τα βλέπει όλα διπλά. Ρε με 7 μηδενικά το βλέπω, έχω μοιοπία. Μπρο, δεν έχεις μοιοπία αν το βλέπεις με 7 μηδενικά. Παραισθήσεις έχεις. Δημοσθένης. Αν το βλέπεις με 7 μηδενικά έχεις παραισθήσεις.
The same duo on the edge, but let's jump on over to the west side. Let's get to the opposite side. It's Thomas HD and Tripburn. What a great standing so far here, looking pretty solid. They have Janice and Vidil weakened nearby. Booga and Miro are also making it. Looking like they've adjusted, learned from their last mistakes, but here we go, that familiar story, 3 above.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the circle is, the zone is literally in the center of the zone. So I don't think there's going to be too much of any slow side. Miro taking a couple of shots, but the team that went off spawn trying to have a much better performance. Mr. Savage and Eyedropper under siege. Pressure. Mr. Savage is going to get dropped for now, trying to pass on the resources to Eyedrop because he knows he's going to have to deal with a lot.
Nevertheless, on his back here, Eyedrop has to step up. Savage is down. Can he do it? He's been in so many with Mr. Savage's 3rd appearance now in a big setting like this, but of course, the first return to in-person, they're going to allow Ryan might actually allow him to get
στο Winari, bro, δεν ξέρω.
That is a huge mistake there.
Αντικειμενικά δεν ξέρω.
Mistake, and honestly, these are one of those things that you take a picture, you record this moment right here. Mr. Savage went down. You give a player like that a second chance at life, they will make you regret it. As they're trying to launch that away, trying to find some sort of safety. Sticking box to box, hip to hip, landing on a couple more resources as well. This is a perfect spot to land at for Eyedrop and Mr. Savage. That way.
Δεν έχουν και τίποτα, πρέπει να πάρουν οπωσδήποτε τέτοιο.
It was looking like it was all over for a moment, but there they get a little lucky. Smite and Larson at 4 elims now. It seems like as all the action, as all the cooks jumped into the kitchen, they have managed to walk away with the success.
Ο αδερφός ακόμα με 7 το βλέπει, ρε.
They're looking pretty good.
Τσίλε, αν το βλέπω με 12 τι έχω. Άμα το βλέπεις με 12 μηδενικά, αδερφέ μου, έχεις σίγουρα πρόβλημα. Τώρα το τι πρόβλημα είναι δεν ξέρω, ρε φίλε. Ψυχολογικό, μάτια, στόμα, πόλο, σίγουρα πόλο.
Sitting in a good spot, trying to gather the information, but Vidil and Janice are under pressure. With Vidil down, 56 below the damage threshold. Shots from Thomas HD to take down another EU powerhouse.
And in the distance, Japan is just lurking nearby. Asia has performed so well. Remember, Mareem and Zagu are in 2nd place as the most recent FNCS champions of the EU.
Δεν υπάρχει κανείς Ινδιάνος εκεί. Τι εννοείς ρε μάλαγα Ινδιάνος? Για εξήγησε μου λίγο τι εννοείς Ινδιάνος.
We have expected to come out so far ahead of the competition as they have had one of the more dominating tracks leading into
What do you mean Indiano?
a multiple Elite Cup finals where the competition as we know it is
Νομίζω Winari μπαίνω. Πολύ δύσκολο, bro. Δεν ξέρουμε ακόμα.
That's a great find. Yeah, that's a huge find for them. You get to upgrade some of your inventory, get some more heals. The Chroma Splash probably going to be used a little bit later just to get that rotation to come through. For them, they found a huge amount of resources. That way they could try to make it towards the next end game. But you see Storm Surge just still affecting so many teams.
Tough spot to be in there for Larson as he misses the heal. And Anas and Pink go down on the high ground. It's
ό,τι ξέρετε ξέρω ρε φίλε.
turning this lobby upside down.
Vino quiz εδώ πέρα στο
Queasy and Vino are back at it again though in this end game here, trying to find a position. Now remember, what they did the last time was exactly this happened.
Μπορείτε να μου εξηγήσετε γιατί πονάει τόσο πολύ η πλάτη μου.
We're gonna play for high ground. Vortex says, all right.
Εντάξει είναι ο Καραντίμινο. Ο Beavers ήταν παλιά.
Careful here, Queasy and Vino both know 6th moving zone, which is about to happen here shortly. Yeah, you might have the high ground now, but with the amount of launch pads going around, the amount of threats that are in this lobby, you might have to stagger your teammates 1 forward, 1 back, just to make sure nobody is able to sneak it away.
Oh, it's looking like a tough situation right now for our champions, Mareem and Zagu. Once again, leading into this game, 2nd place.
Γέρα σε στείλει, χάμισε τα bro.
Zone pulls far south as well. Now, they have some mats, but they will absolutely need a refresher right now. Maybe even a gifted launch pad from a team in the distance. All around them are healthy players. on the other side, Vino and Queasy starting to eye up the lobby, size up
Ίσια πλάτη.
the rest of this
Το έχω
game
παίξει.
here. Booga finds Mareem in the feed. There it is. The full finish is going to start to come through. The first elim for Booga and Miro.
This is where I'm looking at the mini-map right now, seeing where it's actually going to go. There's different elevations. I think whoever is able to grab a side of that mountain first will have the best chances to win this game overall, as they're still 500 above the damage threshold. Cammy, as soon as he lands, he's going to get back up to 200 along with Seti as well.
Seti και Κάμι ζωντανή, για να δούμε.
But Seti and Cammy have to defend their lead right now. 3 elims, what a way to do it.
What the fuck, πώς έγινε αυτό ρε μαλάκα.
High ground versus low ground, but it's a 2v2. Scented and Cold versus Vortexers and
Scented και Cold μαλάκα.
Down to the wire monster, and this is going to come down to Scented and Cold when and where they drop down low.
Once again, we are looking at
Δεν το βλέπω να τον Μπούγκα ισχύει μαλάκα.
Cold is going to get big tag there by Vortex on the low ground. 7 elims, no builds. It's looking very, very tough. And it's the same story for Hen as well. It's all or nothing. Can they find something here? But Scented and Cold.
Scented και Cold στο high ground και Hen με Vortex κάτω. Ή U vs NA. Πιστεύω νικάει το NA τώρα. Έχουν χαμηλότερη ζωή οι άλλοι. Μόνο αν το φεϊλάρει πολύ άσχημα ο Cold και ο Scented μπορεί να χάσουν.
In terms of Hen and Vortex, Scented and Cold, we talked about, it's up to them when and where they drop.
Μάλακα, ο Venom γιατί δεν μας έδειξε πως πέθανε. Like, τι δείχνουν. Το high ground πρέπει να δείχνουν ρε μάλακες.
Versus NAEs, this one is just a prolonged long game, but the damage is in from Cold.
And this is what we talked about. That wall, there's nothing you can do. It's all or nothing. Down goes Cole. Sensei's hurt too, but they have the angle. They're going to wait this one out and allow the zone to do the rest. Cole finds the one.
Vortex και Hen νεκροί, Scented και Cold Game 2 winners.
The passion, the emotion coming out of Scented and Cold.
Nice. Λοιπόν, chat, πάμε να κάνουμε όλοι like και subscribe όσοι δεν έχουμε κάνει already. Και ο Τσίλις επιστρέφει έχοντας τη step sister του δίπλα. Οκ. Τώρα καθίστε να δείτε λίγο τις μαλάκες και έρχομαι, μπάτσο mute. Κλείνω κάμερα και έρχομαι.
Right there was perfect because you heard me talking about wanting them to drop down low. I want to see what they're thinking, how they're feeling. Kelly, let us know.
I am joined here by Cold and Scented, and you guys, what an incredible run. You got to tell me though, how did you take height?
So Queasy and Vino just dropped on our sidewalls and we insta-edited and just shot them.
I mean, obviously a great strategy, right? But I mean, that final moment there, how did you know how to take them down? Obviously, you guys were kind of in that high ground, low ground fight. What was the final moment like?
Honestly, Cold called to just drop above him and sit there. I don't know. He did most of it that game. He played really well. He's the GOAT.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. You both are the GOAT now. That is Game 2 VR for you guys. Let's head on back to the desk.
As EU picks up the first game of the FNCS Invitational, NA strikes back and says, nah, not like this. Cold and Scented, really quickly, I do want to touch on this. At the start of the show, we talked about possibly taking your shoes off as a form of being comfortable. Taco, you're right.
It's a legitimate strategy, man. Anybody that has played competitive will tell you the same thing. It matters, but more importantly, what matters even more so is that jump in the leaderboard positionings that we are seeing happen now for Cold and Scented. A 41 placement jump. Granted, have to keep in mind that it's still a little bit of ways to go, but they are now breaking into that top 10.
Gosh, these leaderboards always seem to surprise me because even after this incredible game from Cold and Scented, they're still 34 points behind the leaders in Cami and Seti, who, shout out to them for holding the lead. But this is just so good from Cold and Scented. And this is the moment that we missed right here. This is the one that Cold was talking about. Queasy and Vino actually make a play. And this is actually classic for them. I've seen them do this in Elite Cups where, they try to quickly pinch a duo that is in these builds. And it usually works out very, very well. But Cold and Scented hold on very, very well, as Cold mentioned, making that instant edit, getting the shot in, and ultimately they realize Queasy and Vino were the ones on height, and let's go up and take it. And this right here, it's just all about riding the zone. Now you can see the zone pulling up there, going right through the mountain. Henry Vortex just had no chance after that. Clean win from Scented and Cold, who, as you can see right there, what we're referring to, Scented, no shoes.
It makes all the difference, man.
It does, apparently, as proven by Scented. We do have Adam, who is standing by. He's hanging out with a player. Adam, who?
That's right, I'm hanging out with everyone right now, in particular Smite and Larson, everyone. Smite, that was an incredible display just then. We saw 7 eliminations. You clutched up, you had to. So how imperative is it in this situation, in this environment as well, that you have to try and gain as many points as possible, even when your teammate goes down?
Oh, it's really important. I mean, you need to get as many points as you can. Every point matters. Doesn't matter.
Now, you're being contested as well here, Larson. Muzz and Luta, they're looking like they're fighting each time. Are you guys up for this? How are you managing to deal with that when it comes at you?
We're down to fight every game, and I don't care, bro. I'll fight them every game.
You don't care, bro. They'll fight them every game. Give it up for Smite and Larson, everyone! Thanks, boys. And also over here, I'm delighted to be next to Peterbot and Jamper as well. Jamper! It's been what an experience being here in this situation, this environment. How are you guys dealing with the rest of the regions being here, competing with you in the same lobby?
Our original strategy hasn't been working, so we're gonna have to make changes into the next games. But it's very fun playing here. The crowd is amazing, and I'm happy to be here.
And there's still 10 games left, plenty of time to do that.
Yes.
Okay, you got this. You feeling confident? I'm feeling confident for you. The crowd are feeling confident too. Let's hear it from Peterbot and Jamper as you head back to Zeke and the desk.
Thank you so much for that insight coming out of the players. This is kind of what we've been talking about, right? The question has been, once all of these regions finally meet head-to-head on the island, what will happen? Will strategies hold? And the answer for some is no. Because who knew that having to adapt to a meta that is completely different than your own region that you've been playing for several FNCSs now is going to be very difficult.
But if it's anybody that has a strong head on their shoulders, it's going to be Jamper. He's been around for so long, and I love to hear him listen, we did the same strategy in games 1 and 2. It's not working. So let's just switch it up. And I love the fact that they are just able to kind of, have that mentality, but then also have a backup strategy. That's what's really important.
But that's just part of what it means to be part of the 50 of the best duos competing here for the FNCS Invitational title. But not only that, while they might be working on some changes, Cammy and Seti are a duo where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have been maintaining this first place position throughout the first 2 games, and it's definitely a very strong performance here out of this Polish duo. More importantly, I think that Cammy and Seti have just been able to consistently stay working throughout this mid-low ground element, despite the fact that we've been seeing a lot of high ground takes and a lot of high ground play from the close of the lobby. I think that Seti and Kimmy did a great job just holding on to this underside congestion control.
You know, we talked about it after game 1. It's like, whoa, Kimmy and Seti are on high ground. This right here, this was more so their style, where it's just like, you know, we're paying attention to the higher ground changes that are going on. And then all of a sudden, we load up the leaderboard, and it's like, okay, they had 44 points after game number 1, and now they're at 77. They just got 33 points that game. When did that happen? You know what I mean? Like, they love to play these games where they don't like to show up and show out. They just consistently get those points. A couple elims here and there. They're not popping off the elimination feed, but they're just so consistent. And those are the type of games that are scary because, you know, we saw a great performance out of Cold Incented, but still, even after game number 2, they're still like 30-odd points behind because Cammy and Seti are playing so well.
And it's the competitive experience, I think, that also helps them with understanding, hey, even if I've lost my duo partner in this moment, I can still hold on for moments longer. I think that that was a great display there, that closing kip there for Seti and Cammy. And I think that ultimately, they're going to probably just keep trying to stay consistent here.
Yeah, I mean, one point we tuned in and they were 500 above Surge. I don't know how that's humanly possible, but for Seti and Cammy, it's just another day at the office. Let's talk about Queasy and Vino there. They did get edited on, right? And listen, we have, as the viewing audience, we have the much larger perspective, right? For them, in this opportunity, this was the only chance they had, and we're going to start to kind of figure out what happened.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, throughout these replays right here, we can maybe catch some insight into why they actually ended up dropping down, because it seemed like they were getting refreshes. I know they specifically got one right at the start of, you know, moving zone number 2. So it looked like they were chilling on mats. And again, right here, as you can see, Queasy actually only 2 builds up. So that was the call. Let's go try to get a refresh real quick. Unfortunately, Cold and Scented, they're so good in box fight situations, especially Cold. I mean, you know, Scented picked them up just because he is such that well-rounded mechanical player. And Cold and Scented, you know, one thing that I love about them is they're always on the same page, and it's always incredible to see. And right there was one of those situations, unfortunately, for Queasy and Vino. But I love that out of them, right? Going for those plays is what is going to make the difference on the international stage.
As far as the IGLing is concerned, Queasy seems relatively confident still in that decision. 2 times over now, we've seen this duo go for high ground by the time that first moving zone actually comes into play. And maybe 3rd time's the charm here for this duo.
All in all, though, the high ground strategy is working, right? 2nd place right now, only 4 points behind 1st. So just keep doing their thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like, especially looking at how many eliminations they had, man. 5 eliminations, 5 refreshes, and that wasn't enough to take them through that game. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Cold and Scented back on them, 44 points, 6 elimination, currently sitting in that number 1 spot. Again, 2,800 damage dealt.
That's my favorite stat.
At game 1, we saw it was 2,200, and I thought that is an astronomical number.
Yeah.
Cold and Scented said, hold on, one moment.
So we're going to see, you know, hopefully we keep seeing those stat lines, because as the day progresses, teams are going to get more and more aggressive, which means that this storm threshold is going to progressively go up, which means that teams are going to need to do more and more damage. So hopefully we'll see, you know, maybe we'll break into the 3,000s for an individual team, but yeah, 2,800 damage, that is a lot.
But entering the halftime point, essentially, because heading into game number 3, if there were ever a time to look for a shift in strategy, like what we heard from a couple of duos earlier, I think that Peterbot and Jamber, they had like the right idea. They're like, hey, it's not working out. This is where you would want to make the adjustments, is heading into game 3.
Let's find out. It is time to see who will rise, who will fall, and how they will adjust to these games. This is game number 3 of the FNCS Invitational.
And just like that, we are already gearing up for the next round of action.
Yeah, game number 3 right around the corner, but 2 exciting games. Battle Bus is ready. Not long to wait, because game number 3 starts now.
Now we're moving at my pace. Let's do this. Take a look at your screens. Take a look at these players. Someone here will walk away with it all.
$200,000 for first place. A trophy unlike ever before seen in Fortnite, and a chance to call yourself one of the best in the world of Fortnite, not just your region.
And it looks like we have a very similar bust to the last round. That means these northern contested teams are going to fight first. One of the biggest things we saw from game 2 was that early elimination onto Noah Riley. Edgy quite literally, you know, took him out before he can even touch down. And then, of course, there's this battle here, a battle of who can get the best drop. And what a great way to kick things off. Such a powerful loadout to really start things here.
Yeah, and it does look like Baka and Onwon making yet another adjustment. They win the off-spawn fight in game 1. They lose it in game 2. And this time around, they're not even contesting for a fight, but blinking, you might have missed it. A first elimination is going to be on to Looter. So Smite and Larson are finding ways to get things done again.
And A fires back first onto OCE here. And a great find, a great reward comes out of the very little time Larson and Smite had to loot up there. Take a look at these loadouts. It all comes together for them now. You know, sometimes it's all it takes, right? Sometimes it's all it takes is a little bit of luck. You get the right loot, you're able to take that fight, that fight nice and fast and clean it up.
You can see now the picking and choosing come through. They're going to slow things down, try to loot up as much as possible, making their way in towards one of the only houses towards Grim Gables. And you can kind of see in the distance, Muzz is still floating around, and he's not trying to cause too much commotion and put the focus onto him. He's just trying to wait for Smite and Larson to leave so he can try to get that free reboot onto Looter.
All this pressure onto Muzz's shoulders now as he is trying to wriggle his way through this low ground here. He knows that material is going to be the key to allowing him to do something big here. Achieve the unthinkable, win a 1v2 against Smite and Larson, who built their entire reputation this last chapter off of these early game fights. Smite wants none of that. He walks to the wall. Muzz, you're great, but how good? And no, Smite and Larson come out on top. They clean things up for 2 games in a row now and earn themselves a little bit more.
And as soon as Mr. Savage gives up a little bit of the high ground on when Baka immediately trying to take it over, him and iDrop are separated just a little bit, and that could have been a perfect opportunity for them to strike. But everybody is just biding for time, biding for that perfect moment so that they can pounce. And this one that we talked about, you heard it from Mr. Savage, you heard it from iDrop. I've been landing here for a year straight. No one is going to scare me off.
Well, the real question is iDrop walling out right now? He's getting very close to Onwon and Baka. But no, now he decides, all right, I'll listen to you, Savage. I'll come on down, but you have to meet me down here as well. And they start to retreat here. And this might just end, but no, Baka steps up, but Savage is so quick. What a shot right there. And now he turns the tables around. iDrop looking to meet them down here. A great pre-fire, but not enough to find a tag. And all of a sudden, now they reevaluate.
Yeah, I like the outside of the box thinking coming out for a couple of players in the game already, bringing out their protractors, trying to find that extra angle. And that's the thing, if you have all that confidence in your teammate as a solo, you'll allow them to kind of play with the angles, play with the high ground, and try to see what they can get. And they get 149 damage, disappearing off the back of Onwon. Another shot's gonna be fired. Hey, Rob goes down. It's a 1v1. Mr. Savage versus Onwon.
Savage wants none of it. He wants none of it. He finishes it up. And just like that, 2 games now, he's back in it. Meanwhile, Malabuk and Mustache, one of the greatest duos we expected to show up today, put on such a performance, have been met with so much resistance every single turn. There's a new great team waiting for them. This has been probably their least favorite duo to meet, though.
Yeah,
Chapix and Tayson.
It does look like they're fighting over the vault that is right below him. Doesn't want to let that one go easy. But you got to be careful because there's a 3rd team landing towards Cloudy Condos, another team towards the north in the form of Kanata and Macwood that could be lending that helping hand, trying to get that Storm Surge damage for themselves and make your job that much harder for Malabuk and Mustache. It's all about trying to find the perfect angle, trying to find that information so they can try to catch a player off guard, because we already know they're one of the most aggressive teams in this lobby.
See it. You're waiting, trying to capitalize on any opportunity here. We all know what Tayson is capable of. One of the most winningest players in the European region. He has done it all. He has proven it all. All that's left is for him to show up in person and put the numbers up. But it's no easy task right now. Malabuk and Mustache are so good playing defensively right now. They're doing a great job, but Tayson is slowly, inch by inch, getting closer and closer.
he won't let that piece control go over. Tayson has tried a few times, but you try again. Eventually, you'll find some success. They're able to take it just for a few seconds, but the longer you fight this far out of zone, it's gonna get more and more dangerous because we got a little bit of a north zone going on. These guys are gonna have to end this one sooner than later, even if they both choose to disengage.
Merstash fighting back here, trying to regain the walls here.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Huge tag on Chapik here, nicely done. He's gonna open things up, allow him to get some more territory, and closer he walks, but Tayson fights back. The 4X FNCS champion is all of a sudden now with his back against the wall here. But no, he's hurt. Malabuka says, forget that. It takes him down. And now it's up to Merstash. And no, he finishes it off too. And Chapix is left running. Trapped now inside the box. Oxygen starting to run out. He fights back, but for how much longer? Chapix does so much damage. He loses the wall. And no more shield now, and it's all over. Chapix and Tayson fall.
And for Malabuka and Merstash, that is huge. Because not only does it get you elimination points, it gets you the Storm Surge, so you don't have to worry about it later in the game as Chimp and Scram trying to get things going for them. Chimp, one of the most consistent players in NA East. You got Pamsu and Vatch on the other side, also from NA East, so they have a lot of familiarity in terms of fighting against each other. Scram is going to be the odd man out, and you see him trying to find some separation because him and Chimp are not that close together. And all it takes is for both of them to kind of bum rush into one box and kind of end their run.
Now jumping over to the other side of the map. As we all know, this area, one of the most hotly contested zones right now, Tilted Towers, at every single in-person event, has always been the home of fireworks. And Chicho and Trulix are looking to go ahead and see what they can spark up nearby, but that's not going to be anything. On the other side, NA West, cooling Yumi. One of the few teams on NA West showing up in the top 10 so far.
Yeah, had a fantastic game, number one, third place. Cool, got to be living on a prayer right now because for him, he's 1v2'd. Unfortunately enough, he was unable to get Yumi up in that game. He had to finish it off as a solo. And for this duo, it's kind of slow and steady. They land out here towards the island, a little uncontested. They might have one team just a little bit south. For them, it's about getting the resources, looting up, and then they go on the top of the Mighty Monument to find their surge before they eventually try to rotate out.
Robob and Walks now, stepping up. They're chasing down Peppo here.
Runa's already gone, too.
Of course, Runa, yeah, way off in the distance
No,
here.
he's gone. He's out. He's watching.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be good. Bob. Forced to kind of in a defensive position. Walks trying to alleviate some of that pressure. Peppo doing all he can. One of the best in his region, but while it does look like it's going to be taken, Walks with a huge shot. Runa and Peppo go down in 45th place.
Tough spot to be in for Runa and Peppo. One of the few representatives for the Asia region have now been taken out. Cold and Scented on the other side after a hot win there are now in position up dead center, and it seems like they have done enough. This villain story that we've seen unfold over the weekend, contested in the lead up. Malabuka and Mercer still problems on the horizon. Could it be, of course, Booga and Miro who were looking off and picked them off?
I knew they were going to go on top of the Mighty Monument to try to get the Storm Surge, but great minds think alike. Peterbot and Jamper from NA East beat them to it and took down one of the players from the NA West Championship duo. It's going to leave Cool by himself yet again, but how many 1v2s can you take?
This is Peterbot, though. Put some respect on his name, and he makes it look easy. It's just like that. Jamper and Peterbot earn themselves a huge elimination onto a team inside the top 10. What an Elin.
And for them, you got to think Peterbot and Jamper don't have to worry about Storm Surge in the immediate future, but you know how active this lobby is. They got to start thinking about it later on in the game once they find that rotation.
Well, listen, we have Mini Miner here to update us on more action.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now, this is a prime example as to how to finish a fight quickly, right? We know PH Scene and Ketos are fighting in the middle of the map. They need to finish this fight quickly, and look at that. Pinching from both angles, getting that Storm Surge done early, as well as bolstering their loot. Look out for this team for the rest of the game.
And that is such a huge set of elims there, because that's another team that is huge, like honestly showing up for the Brazilian region. PHN and Ketos, man, wait for them to just really show out. You know, the discussion and lead up to this entire event was things are going to be easier. you know, let's not respect these guys. And now all of a sudden they're saying, hold up. No, hold my water, hold my mini shield. Let me show you what I'm capable of. And I am so impressed by what we have seen so far.
And you're seeing a lot more activity in this game than the previous two because they're starting to fill each other out. They're realizing how hard it is to get Storm Surge later on in the game, so they're trying to get it as early as possible so that when they end up in those close zones, they're boxed up, they can pick and choose when they have to peek instead of Storm Surge saying you have to go or you're going to go back to the lobby.
Vidil, no stranger to victory royales, but falling very much short so far. You saw the standings there, 4 points separating first and second. Still a very much competitive competition, but EU has taken big strides to start leading the pack here. Pamsu and Fatch are solid, but let's get on over to Clix and Duke here. They've had such an uphill battle fighting their way out of the Joneses against Pink and Anas, and we've already seen it has not been easy for them.
35 below the damage threshold. For them, they have to worry about it, yes, but it's such a low number. They're just trying to get ahead of a lot of the rest of the teams, so that way they can easily try to look back. And the shot still coming in from the high ground. There goes Duke trying to poke a couple of shots. He finds some good damage, but takes some as well. Going to be above the damage threshold, so once again, they can find a way to kind of rotate forward. And I want to see them do that now because history says when Clix and Duke fall behind the zone, they somehow find a way to kind of not have those good games.
I think the player base tends to forget, the scene tends to forget. Clix has also competed in the World Cup for solos and duos. This is where it all began for him so many years ago. And just look at the difference now. All grown up here at the international stage, still competing at the highest caliber. Remember Reem and Zagu, similar stories. They've been putting in work for a very long time, but look at this, tough right now. This is the worst we've seen them.
Yeah, we're pretty active in game number 1. Trying to do it again in game number 2. Game number 3, 164 below the damage threshold. The lucky thing for them is not only are they right at the edge of zone, they have rotation right above them, they have elevation right above them, so they're going to be able to kind of lay their eyes on the land and try to find the shots. But Bevy and Vortex are under siege yet again. Luckily for them, they're 153 above the damage threshold, so they can pick and choose. Do we fight this here? Do we kind of wait a little bit longer? And it looks like they're just going to peek, try to get even more surge, and hunt down these teams as Vortex takes a huge amount of damage.
Vortex versus Vortex Surge for a second there. Don't be confused. Two very different duos. Kanata and Macwood, though, are alive right now. We've seen them put up some exceptional performances today so far, especially in that game 1. They were the upset to Booga and Miro. Game 2, not quite where they wanted to be, but this here is a chance at redemption. They find Robab and walk on the edge of zone. Malabuka from the Storm to the new safety of the zone. It's not looking good, though. He has lost his teammate.
Yeah, early games, they were below on damage, not getting too aggressive. And you see the Asian duo taking out Brazil as well. King went down, but that's Jason Basil above Malabuka. Do they know he's weak? That is the biggest thing because if they know he's a solo and they know he has a total 86 HP and shield, you know as well.
Πήρα και άλλη καρέκλα, έδωσα στη Step Sister.
Καλησπέρα.
Anger. Jump into Bad Sniper and Noah Riley right now. They're starting to eye up the competition on the other side of the wall as well. You can see they're just looking, but healthy builds. You know, no one really wants to fully commit a full mag inside. You have to start deciding for yourself. Are they in a world of trouble? Can I actually do it? And Bad Sniper says, instincts speak louder here. He heard Fab's shield get cracked by Storm Surge, and he immediately looked that direction. Bad Sniper and Noah Riley coming out with a vengeance for game number 3. Right around the corner, though, you got to watch out. Cammy and Seti is there, but the back on board this fight where Malabuka is still alive by himself.
Έχασες Μαλιμπούκα σε γραμμή station. Μαλάκα δεν το περίμενα να γίνει τόσο γρήγορα εδώ μεταξύ. Γνώμη για Μαλιμπούκα μπορούν.
He's gonna get let's see it go down. Jason Bass, incredible win rate in these close game battles in the early zones, and look at that. All of a sudden now they add to it. Padding the stats to look nice.
Πώς καλάρε, έπρεπε να μου πεις κάτι.
Επίτες το. They say no, CE boys, you got it. I'm getting out of here. And that is so much respect because they are so far below the surge as well. They could have easily stood there and fight. They need it more than anyone. As do, oh my gosh.
Ο κράτος λύξει μονόδουλος. Τι είναι Step Sister μου, μάγκες. Απλά ήθελα να τους κάνω το τεστ του μωρού μου, ώστε να δω άμα... Δεν ξέρω ρε. Ποιο μου στάρει. Θα το πω στο μάμα, άλλη μια φορά. Εγώ με χτίσει το από μένα, θα το πω στο μάμα. Ρε ζήλι. Άμα ξαναπεί κρίνεις τελείως, ισχύει ρε μαλάκας που. Κάτι βάλεις εντάξει. Όχι ο Σκούπας, ο Σκούπας. Αυτό που είναι με την Νάσια. Είναι εύκολο. Δεν πειράζει.
Yeah, Duke because getting chunked out by the zone. He had two players hot on his heels. It's not the exact position you want to be in, but these guys can show up at any moment in any game. But for them, they're down 3.
And one shot, two elims, a very rare occurrence.
When you're that good, you're that good.
Να αφήσω Τσίλι κάτι κάνουμε με την για την αδελφή σου Τσίλι. Κάτι κάνουμε με την Άσια.
Here they are. They continue to hold their position. They are 100 above the surge. They are just around that top 5 position leading into game 3. What is almost the halfway mark of the competition. And Brazil could not be prouder to have them representing here.
See, jumping on board. Rob Kebab is already down. He is out. Chimp's gonna be able to get 2 more points from the elimination for himself.
Το λες λίγο το match, περιμένουμε τώρα μάγκες να δούμε το late game.
He has no shield. He has no HP to regenerate. Just 50 HP total.
Ναι, συγκεκριμένα είναι 14 όντως και 15 γύρες. Ναι, 14, 15.
Two launch pads because he has a far rotation to go and he's gonna have to probably use both of them with short pads in order to get there.
That's right. He's looking to go ahead and make that move. There's nothing in front of him. Meanwhile, Miro and Bugha, decisions for them as well.
Αυτός είναι multi-millionaire. Κέρδισε 3 million από το Fortnite. Παγκόσμιο πρωταθλητής.
That is the difference in strategy. Miro and Bugha go right. Closest way of least resistance directly to the zone.
Παγκόσμιο πρωταθλητής είναι. Δεν είναι ακραίος. Είναι πολύ ακραίος. Πιο hype ρε μάλακα, like, σύστερες εσύ ρε μάλακα. Fuck me! Ο Aqua, το ξέρεις τον Aqua. Το χοντρό τον Aqua, ο Βόλκα που είναι, δεν βλέπεις Fortnite. Δεν παίζεις Fortnite. What the fuck? Γιατί? Το Fortnite είναι το καλύτερο παιχνίδι. Μου λέγα για να δεν βλέπει Fortnite. Άκου εκεί ρε μάλλον.
Βλέπω Minecraft.
Πλάκια κάναμε εδώ. Συλλήγουμε μια step mom. Step mom? Κάτσε λίγο μάλλον.
Quite literally bounce them back in the game, and man, you don't see this very often where it's your drop where you start off and the zone just lands directly on
Σκάσε βρε μαλακάς κόσμο.
they are being served up.
Εν τω μεταξύ ρε μαλάκες, πολύ λάθος ώρα η συγκεκριμένη ώρα που κάνουν τα FNCs ρε φίλε. 9,5, 20 λεπτά το κάθε game για να μπουνε. Θα τελειώσουμε κοντά στις 2 η ώρα χαλαρά. Καλύτερα FN παρά Minecraft.
Well, here it is. Luckily for them, the threshold is met, and they do not have to fight, but they know what's in front of them now. They have a huge monumental task to step up here. You can see there, that's a wall that cannot be built here. Here it is. So it's all or nothing now, right?
Έχει κάποιους top models.
Region to be one of the most aggressive. Jin is
Γιατί εσύ
literally
πάνω από το
for third for the most FNCS champions individually in his region and globally. So that's a team that has everything to play for right now. But
Hazard, oh, είσαι multi-marketing genius, you know? Tripper και Thomas HD. Ναι, το έμπαινες. Σε αυτόν έμπαινε σίγουρα, μιας και σαν μαϊμού. Έτσι είσαι λίγο πιο δεξιά, φαίνεσαι στην κάμερα. Δεν επίτηδες, το λέει και
who's just down about 50 HP, and with that, you see other teams taking notice, and they're also putting that pressure
Shepard has full trust in his teammates, but their Elam gets sniped up right there. It's Zagu and Mareem who are just coming out.
Σταμάτησε παρακαλώ, θα κουράσουμε λίγο άστηκε εδώ, λοιπόν.
The benefits, taking all the spoils. Edgy and Acorn have high ground right now.
High ground,
in the world, an excellent game.
Εδώ, δικός μου.
Leading into Game 3 in a such dominant position right now.
Άρα πιο καλός από
And that was one of those people last season saying Edgy
Μπούγκα, multi-millionaire.
be the two region champion.
Χωρίς σκηνάκια. Είναι όντως είναι $3 million.
Τι να κάνω εγώ δηλαδή.
Εντάξει είπαμε ρε φίλε, όχι και 30. Quizzy πίνω dead. Άνοιξε λίγο Twitter να δούμε το Tyler. Δεν καταλάβαινα τι λες, πώς το βάλε και... Μύρο και Μπούγκα αυτή τη στιγμή στο game. 11 points, κύριοι. Search, above 400. Smite, Larson, Acorn και Edgy. Όποτε δεν με βολεύει καθόλου αυτή η καρέκλα, είναι τέλεια. Γαμάει αυτή η καρέκλα. Ρε γαμάει αυτή η καρέκλα. Είναι γαμάτη. Θα το πούμε μια καρέκλα.
Not too much to worry about in terms of storm surge, but they have to find that sweet spot in zone. They're going to use the launch pad to get there.
When you see Reason and Aqua looking up, you know there's only one thing.
Είναι και βαριά η πουτάνα ρε. Είναι και βαριά η πουτάνα ρε. Μουσική, ναι, sorry chat, sorry. Sorry chat.
Okay, and Thomas takes scram, and again, Zagu is now by himself. Chrome Splash comes out, he finds his teammate. Does he get the save? Now this is what you want to see! A big save here in the ultimate low could change the entire story.
This could be huge for Asia, this could be huge for Zagu.
Ρε μαλάκες, ρε μαλάκες.
Ακούστε με, ακούστε με.
Να μην νομίζετε κιόλας.
Κάτσα, ρίξε, κάτσα.
Μίλα, μη φοβάσαι, μη φοβάσαι.
Δεν χωρίς κάτσα.
Chip and Scram, Heal is going down, and they are having an opportunity here, but no. Chip does not take advantage. He is now by himself. He has lost his teammate. Can he find a steal of points here? He's looking for it. Zagu jumps below. Chip's time is ended, and he gets caught out, and down he goes.
Αλλά δεν ξέρω ρε φίλε αν το ανοίξω τώρα.
And a win
Yeah, 2v1 situation, EU versus Asia for Zagu. This man has the world on his shoulders, just a sliver of
family business.
a little bit of shield, and it's not going to be enough. Joe and CM.
Και νικητές ο Joy και ο Zandy. Πάρα πολύ hype το Fortnite γενικά. Μαλάκα, από 90.000 άτομα πήγαν 62.000 μαλάκα οι viewers. Από 100 κάτι, λογικά θα είχε 150.000 άτομα πριν. Και τώρα πήγανε στους 62.000 ρε φίλε.
Yeah, incredible indeed, because it's all about consistency, not necessarily getting a victory royale in every single game. If they can
Όσοι ήρθαν ακουστικά ρε nice, τα ακουστικά μου ήρθαν μετά από 45 τηλέφωνα, 45 μηνύματα και 45 βρυσίδια στον Zedrator που μου είχε ληστέψει λογικά το contract με τη Logitech και το πώς θα λένε τα υπόλοιπα προϊόντα που έπρεπε να κάνω giveaway λογικά μαζί με το γαμημένο μποξάκι μου ήρθε. Μου ήρθε ένα footer, αυτό τα ακουστικά, ένα ποντίκι Jeep 502X το καινούργιο που δεν έχει βγει ακόμα νομίζω στην αγορά. Το πρώτο G. Έχω ένα footer εδώ πέρα της Logitech. Έχω ένα footer της Logitech, χαμάει. Τι το ποτέ.
We just sped it up and clearing 90 to the sky limit.
Πολύ βαρετό το LAN επειδή έχει 30 λεπτά Qs ρε μάλλον. Έχει 30 λεπτά Qs. Γαμίστε με. Ωραίο το footer.
So from now on, are you guys going to be going for height every game, or is it mostly circumstantial?
We'll see.
Για φέρε το ποντίκι μια να το δείξεις στα παιδιά.
How are you feeling about the remaining 3 games today?
Feeling good after our game now.
As you should be feeling good. Everyone, one more time, make some noise for these two right here.
Σαν γνώμη που είμαι ο μόνος αυτή τη στιγμή νομίζω στην Ελλάδα. Μπορεί να λέγει μαλακίες, δεν ξέρω. Εγώ έχω αυτό εδώ πέρα το ποντίκι. G502X. Μαλακίες λέω. Μπορεί να ήταν πριν από 2 μήνες γιατί άργησε να μου έρθει κιόλας. Μπορεί να άρχισε να βγαίνει G Pro. Πώς λέγεται.
That's what you want to see on this stage.
502X Plus. Άκυρο, έχει βγει, Ναι, έχει βγει. Έχει βγει. Ο μόνος μαλάκας είμαι. Ο μόνος μαλάκας ήμουνα, είχα το ποντίκι πριν από 3 εβδομάδες που έπρεπε να το έχω. Κανονικά. Ο Ζάντι δεν έπαιζε με ρόφι, ναι. Θα μιλήσω λίγο το Force Streamer να θα ακούμε καλά τώρα. Ας το ανοίξουμε τώρα το ποντικάκι εδώ πέρα. Τι βλέπεις? Ποιο βίντεο έγινε? Ωραία μάλακα, τι κάθε και βλέπει άλλη. Το εξήγηπερ του μανί μου ήταν άστο Όχι ρε, ήταν προηγούμενο καλοκαίρι απλά το μάκρυνα για λόγω του μανί μου και ήταν σαν, ήμουν σαν παπάς. Λοιπόν μαγκές, unboxing τα αρχίδια μου, G Pro. Μισό βάζω τώρα την κάμερα λίγο κάτω, εδώ να βλέπετε. Δώσε λίγο εδώ, πάμε. Το ποντίκι G500 τα αρχίδια. Εδώ G500 2X Plus wireless εντωμεταξύ. Για όσους παίζανε το παλιό το G502 με το καλό 2 το καινούριο. Οκ. Εδώ πέρα. Τα DPI και αυτά είναι light speed, Hero 25K, light for switches, ultra fast, power play. Τα γραμμάρια είναι 106 και τα άλλα στα αρχίδια σας. 106 γραμμάρια, βάρη, βασικά όχι βάρη. Εντάξει, δεν είναι σαν το Super Light, είναι λίγο πιο βάρη. Βλέπετε πόση αγάπη έχω στο Super Light, έτσι. Θα πω και άλλο ποντίκι εδώ. Πώς έχει ακόμα τώρα, εδώ μπήκα, Λευτέρη έχει πάρα πολύ ακόμα, μπρο. Λοιπόν, βλέπουμε εδώ πέρα chat το unboxing της μαλάκη. Πλάκα κάνω. Γαμάει το ποντικάκι όντως. Glades εδώ πέρα από ό,τι βλέπετε. Εδώ. 500 κουμπιά να έχετε να χρησιμοποιείτε. Ένα εδώ, ένα εδώ, ένα εδώ, ένα εδώ, ένα εδώ, ένα εδώ. Έχει τα πλάι που έχει. Εδώ πέρα έχει ένα. Λογικά κάτι κάνει. Ω, αφήνει τη ροδέλα. Μαλάκα θα χαμάσει το πόδι, μπρο. Είδε. Δεν ξέρω αν τη βλέπετε τη ροδέλα, αλλά τρέχει η ροδέλα. Και εδώ πέρα το κάνει έτσι bap και σταματάει και το κάνει κανονικά. Και λογικά αυτό είναι το DPI που αλλάζει, DPI switch. Καλό! Καλό ποντικάκι, διαφημιστικό διάλειμμα, έτσι. Λοιπόν, έρχεται με αυτό εδώ. Τι είναι αυτό, ρε μάλακα? Τι είναι αυτό, ρε μάλαγες? Το βάζω αυτό, στον πάτο μου.
Just kidding, Adam. Surprise for you here. It's actually me, Vivid, on the stage. Shout out to players. Game number 3 is done.
Λοιπόν, αυτό μάγκες που μπαίνει, ρε. Λοιπόν, όποιος μου βρει που μπαίνει αυτό.
Just like Booga and Miro have. As you can see here, some of those early games, the Storm Surge wasn't necessarily looking in their favor. So they're actually gonna go ahead and make sure to prioritize this stage before they're even fully loaded up. Miro right here has a
σίγουρα μπαίνει στον πάτο μου, ρε φίλε, αυτό.
making sure to find those opportunities in that early game.
Και καλωδιάκι, chat. Α, για το πλάι, οκ. Για το πλάι λέει βγαίνει το άλλο. Για αυτό εδώ πέρα. Ω, να τώρα. Και μπαίνει αυτό, ξέρω εγώ. Είναι πιο μικρό. Είναι πιο glide η φάση, οκ. Κομπλέ. Κομπλέ, τσάτ. Χαμάει, ρε. Το πάω λάθος πάλι. Πώς μπαίνει, ρε μάλακα. Γαμίσαμε το ποντίκι, ακόμα το πήραμε. Τι φάση. Αλλά σε εισαγωγικά είναι ένα γαμάτο ποντικάκι τσάτ, όποιος μπορεί να το αγοράσει και θέλει να αγοράσει το G Pro 502 κτλ. Βασικά όποιος είναι φαν του G502 του με τα καλώδια, το G Pro G502X είναι το αυτό που μπορεί να αγοράσει. Από ό,τι βλέπω δεν έχει καθόλου σκόνη το πληκτρολόγιο σου, όχι bro, δεν έχει καθόλου σκόνη. Γενικά καθαρίζεται κάθε μέρα το πληκτρολόγιο μου, αλλά εντάξει, είναι λίγο δύσκολες καταστάσεις αυτή τη στιγμή. Ω!
That's awesome, that's awesome. How are we feeling so far about
PK,
these games? The first 3 underway, done. We have 3 left.
Ακούγονταν τι έλεγε ο PK. Ή τον έχουν mute.
Some crazy changes, right? I mean, we went into it kind of having expectations. We thought, we thought these teams were going to do well. We saw the Queasy and Vino, of course, still doing very, very well. But some of the smaller regions.
Καλά ρε μαλάκα το μεταξύ, το Ford δεν είναι. Είναι και το Boots είναι μαλάκα. Για εμάς στην Ευρώπη, γιατί το έκανε τόσο αργά το τουρνουά. Είναι ακόμα τρίτο game.
In an international competition like this, teams from all over the globe popping off, right? I mean, the leaderboard right now, I saw some predictions.
Όχι, άμα δεν ακουγόταν ο Cypher PK θα είναι μήνυμα μαλάκα. Την κάθε κίνησή σου. Μαλάκα, δες το μικρό, δες το μικρό, δες το μικρό.
It's all good, it's all good.
Welcome. How are you feeling now that everyone can hear you?
I'm feeling great. First Fortnite event
since
World Cup, and you guys blew it out of the water.
Να
ξέρεις, το tour θα τελειώσει 4 ώρες σε εμάς. Το γαμίσατε μάλακες. 4 ώρες σε εμάς.
Well, it's great to see some of these players in the LAN environment, and because there hasn't been one in such a long time, a lot of these players, this is their first ever in-person event. So it's a completely different kind of shock when you're playing in front of a crowd and you hear the cheering and roaring. So some of them are veterans, some of them have LAN experience, and that is going to benefit them, but then the rest are kind of here for the first time.
Yeah. Is there like a duo you feel like you're following? You're like, yo, I'm vibing with this duo, and then maybe one that you're like, yo, these are.
Well, τόσο ψηλός ρε μαλάκα, ναι, είναι πάρα πολύ ψηλός.
Small region pop off on like an international level, so I'm kind of rooting for them.
That's right, dude. Zago and Maron, they are. It's weird too. They're just running around, and it's like wherever we look, they're action. They're just there. Like there's like, hey, there's action over there. I want to be there, finding eliminations. Who are you hoping to see change things up as we kind of move to the later half of the day?
Well, there's off-spawn fights happening right now. Jones is a little bit in tilted towers, and whoever's just on bad end of that, I want to see some adjustments from them and see if they
Ένα
can
challenger, man.
put aside their ego and just make the right play, maybe land somewhere else or change it up. I mean, there's some spots on the map that might still be uncontested, but you know, you're looking for that scrap loot and trying to make it to end game. You might not want to make that change in the middle of the tournament, but it could be beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, you are pretty much known as like one of the guys that can adapt to anything, right? Think back all the days of like, I'm going to build a tower here and I'm going to throw a million traps in here and oh, it's a convenient launch pad. Do you maybe have advice for some of these players? Maybe things you would hope they kind of like consider as we now have that time to kind of collect ourselves?
Okay, so my biggest advice, I mean, as someone who's played some of the pro-ams and in-person events.
Εν τω μεταξύ, μάγκες, όλοι αυτοί εδώ πέρα που είναι εκεί πέρα, πρέπει μαλάκα στο break time να έχουν βαρεθεί το battle. Φίλε, πότε θα έχεις ρεπιλιστέψεις, στο επόμενο βίντεο έχουμε βάλει ένα challenge. Άμα το φτάσουμε το challenge, καλώς. Μπορείς το Σάββατο να βάλουμε ένα άλλο challenge, ώστε, ξέρεις, λογαδούλα. Μόνο έτσι, μόνο με challenge θα πάνε στην κυρία. Δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση αλλιώς. Το έχω πει.
I mean, I've seen some crazy 1v2s, which is, I mean, just think about
this.
Like, we talked about the accolades that these duos have and the amount of FNCS championships. It's insane. I would not want to be playing against these guys. So
δεν έχουμε μπει ακόμα Game 3.
And we've seen a
Όχι,
few
μπήκαμε Game 3. Game 4 είμαστε τώρα chat. Game 2 είδα. Game 3 τώρα, Game 4 τώρα, νομίζω.
It doesn't just happen, right?
Το Αιγύπτιος ανήκει σε Game 4 μας ακόμα, Άλκη, τι ακούω.
Of your equal caliber, just be like, I'll just 1v2 you guys in front of a live audience, kind of casually, no big deal.
Look, it's a feeling that's unique though, especially in an in-person event like this. You hear the crowd cheer when you get that clutch, and it's exciting. But I'm curious, we've seen multiple duos from Brazil right now in the top 5, in the top 10, a duo from Asia tied for first place. We've seen a lot. But I want to know, what do you want to see that has not happened yet? Let me know if there's something that you're looking forward to happening.
Well, I guess one thing that I did want to see was some of these smaller regions pop off, and we're seeing that with Brazil and Japan. And I think like some of the less conventional playstyles and duos that people are on the main stage and doing really well, like that kind of shakes up the scene, and that's what I wanted to see. And we're seeing it live, and then you're also feeling the crowd react, and they're rooting for some of the underdogs as well, which is great to see. So it's been a blast.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, seeing all these players here together with each other as well, getting to interact. How important do you think that is on a player level? How important do you think it is to, like, you know, have some friends, communities, and enjoy?
I mean, it's so important on a player level, but even just from a competitive standpoint, like this is esports, like competing in front of an audience and
having pressure
on you and still performing and still doing well. That is a true testament to what happens. You win online tournaments. That's
Γεια σου, stepsister. Γεια δώστε μου. Καλά είμαι, εσύ πώς είσαι? Καλά είναι, Νάσια μου, ο Τσίλης μου καλά είναι. Μου τον προσέχεις? Τον προσέχεις καλά? Δεν ξέρω, έχω καιρό να μιλήσω με τον Τσίλη, είναι αλήθεια, εσύ θα μου πεις. Τι λέω? Γιατί με έχει φάει σχολή ρε φίλε, γι' αυτό. Κάτι σπουδάζω κι εγώ τώρα, άστιλα. Ναι. Να είναι καλά ο Τσίλης που με φροντίζει, με στέλνει κανένα φράγκο. Εντάξει τώρα, από παλιά του. Εντάξει τώρα. Κάτι φωτογραφίες, κάτι περίεργα τέτοια. Και δικές μου και διάφορες, και της Νάσιας. Όλα τα καλά. Είναι αδελφός μου ο Τσίλης, όλα πρέπει να τα έχει. Εσύ για πες τα νέα σου. Χαίρομαι, έχω μάθει το προσέχεις πολύ καλά από τη μέση και κάτω. Δεν το πεις τίποτα.
As to why we began rooting for them from the beginning. We have never seen such a gathering like this before.
And now their second. This is their second finals appearance. That one championship, that was their first time playing together. They have 100% win rate.
Absolutely incredible. You guys get to see some of those highlights.
Ναι, όμως κάτι πρέπει να γίνει. Δεν πρέπει να τους πεις λίγο για αυτούς τους μαλάκες να κάνουν τίποτα. Πες του να μην μιλάει τώρα που μιλάω. Πες του να μην μιλάει όταν μιλάω.
Και σε βίντεο αν φτάσουμε αυτό το άλλο που είπαμε. Τι λέει ο Σκου ρε μάνα.
Άκου τι θα τον πεις, όταν μιλάει ο Σκου δεν θα μιλάς.
That's right. That's a quick temperature check from us. Let's keep this thing. Thank you guys so much. Fantastic insight, just all the way around. As you can see, we've got a lot of players here.
Ναι, ναι, φύγε, καλύτερα θα πάει πέσω stream, καλύτερα θα πάει.
Go back to the player lounge, talk amongst themselves, potential coaches there, whatever they need to do to kind of recollect and prepare for the last 3 games. Earlier, we had a really cool moment. We got to listen on between Booga and his duo and hear what was going on. Well, guess what? We collected a few of those for you guys you might have missed during the game.
Τώρα, ας πούμε, δεν έπρεπε να έχει κλειστεί την κάμερα και να είσαι αγκαλίτσα εκεί πέρα πίσω. Πες μου λίγο, αλήθεια.
Αυτό του λέω.
Γιατί δεν το κάνει, τι θα γίνει.
Φλόρες,
Μαλάκες τι λένε. Γράψτε ένα σωστά τι λένε. Κάνε μου μια μετάφραση ρε μαλάκες.
Από πότε έχει να σε βγάλει βόλτα, πες μου να φάτε έξω, για πες.
Θα σου πω, από την προηγούμενη εβδομάδα που πήγαμε κάπου που δεν μ' άρεσε καν.
Α, σε βγάζει δηλαδή σε φτωχομάγαζα, ωραίος ρε.
Όχι, πλήρωσε και πολλά και ήταν κεφάλια.
Οκ, εντάξει. Τουλάχιστον έχει μείνει έτσι πως τον θυμάμαι. Με πλήρωνε και εμένα τα πάντα.
Εσύ τι το έκανες για να σε πληρώνω αυτά που είπαμε.
Απ' τη μέση και κάτω κι εγώ. Περίεργα πράγματα.
Καλύτερο.
Έλα ρε μαλάκες,
Φίλε, έχεις να μιλήσεις μετά. Έχεις να μου πεις πράγματα που δεν ήξερε για σένα.
Σκου, τι λες στην κυρία. Τι λέει αυτή για να πεις στη μαμά. Μη σου γραμμίσω τη μαμά, για πες.
If you're looking to get into competitive,
σου έχει πει για τη μάνα μου.
any space, comms are
Όχι, όχι, μην γελάς, γιατί η μάνα μου σου έχει πει ότι έχει παιχτεί κάτι μεταξύ τους.
Μεταξύ τους.
Ναι, ναι, ναι. Στο έχει πει ή όχι, στο έχει κρύψει κι αυτό.
Λέει ότι σε προσέχει από τη μέση και κάτω. Ο Σκου με προσέχει από τη μέση και κάτω ή εγώ τον προσέχω από τη μέση και κάτω.
Πες ότι είναι βλακίες, βλακίες.
Η κατασκοπή μου.
Λοιπόν, θέλω στο επόμενο challenge, στο επόμενο Σάββατο να του βάψει τα μαλλιά ροζ. Σε παρακαλώ, αλήθεια. Πώς τον άντεξες αξίριστο. Σαν καρτούν ήταν αξίριστος. Πώς τον έβλεπες.
One of the first international events we've had in years, right? The first we've had in years. The way they're performing, coming from the Rave Cave, there's another 2 duos surrounding them, so they don't necessarily have a free loop path that's on con. They have to be cautious. They've done that every single game and got into the late game, got in their eliminations. They are playing so well.
Yeah, you know what? Vivid earlier on the show, he said he wasn't usually impressed by a duo when he's VOD reviewing. Vivid,
Ρε μαλάκες, γιατί τα λέτε ρε, είστε μπάσταρδοι.
Are they putting on an impressive show right now? These guys, when I first looked at them, right, I was looking at them landing.
Είστε μπάσταρδοι ρε. Δεν ξαναλέω τίποτα ρε. Εδώ τα λέω με τη γυναίκα μου και εσείς όλοι λέτε μαλακίες. Δεν τρέπεστε.
Αν αρέσει αυτή και επίσης τώρα θα πρέπει να είναι στα αγκαλιά. Τσίμη τράπα κλάψει σε αγωνία μπρος και κάνει όπα.
And remember, this is like in that last game, we saw Meram go down, right? And in that game, specifically, Zach in an alternate universe, there's a universe where Meram was revived.
Γάμισε τα, δεν εντάξει. Τι να πω, δουλεύω για σένα ρε μαλάκα και με βρίζεις.
Look, I don't want to say just one duo. I want to shout out both Zeke, KBR, and Batchathene and Teams.
Έτσι ακριβώς πονούσε όταν έμπαινα. Το θυμάμαι ακριβώς τις ίδιες κραυγές έβγαζε.
Λοιπόν, όποιος τάξει θέλω να πάει να το γράψω αυτό τώρα.
επόμενο να σου δώσουν το μαλλί ροζ.
Όχι, στο επόμενο τώρα το τελευταίο που είπε θέλω να
Τη λέει τη γυναίκα του την ασίστα σου.
Just to the left of that sort of mid-map area, they're doing a really good job getting the surge. Of course, we had a few questions about that. Maybe there could be third parties coming in.
Τι γελάς μόνο ρε μαλάκα.
But they're on
answering all of the questions. And oh boy, are they fighting with some prowess. They're fighting with some aggression. And it's good to see.
Yeah, Storm Surge, we saw it very prevalent in game 1, right? A lot of these teams coming out and saying, this is a massive issue, and already within 2 games, we're seeing some of this being corrected. What might be a couple of the changes? Like, obviously, a lot of people kind of what we've hinted at is just get aggressive, man. They're just saying, like, if you want to fight at my POI, let's do this. Let's go.
Look, speaking about a change, I want to see.
Εντάξει, ξέρουμε πώς θα τον ηρεμήσουμε. Ξέρεις πλέον τα κουμπιά του, οπότε πρέπει να τον παίξεις σωστά, έτσι δεν είναι?
Was the last one standing. Vino got
Τι
knocked
γελάς?
down and then he went for the revive and got taken out as well. So it might have just
Ναι, αυτό σου λέω, ότι ξέρουμε πολύ καλά τα κουμπιά του. Αδελφός. Άμα γαμίσουμε εμείς αυτόνα για πες.
How can we solve the problems that we've had? And it's going to be up to the teams that have used that time most effectively. I think they're going to be able to win.
And I hope some of them have even taken this time and said, like, let's just calm our nerves down. As incredible it is to have
Από πριν λίγο, ρε. Ξέδωσα, μην αγχώνεσαι.
Ω, μαλάκα, ήταν πριν από λίγο, ήταν και σε... Όχι, πριν από λίγο. Πριν ξεκινήσει το stream ήταν σε μένα όμως.
Εντάξει ρε φίλε, τι να κάνουμε, τιτανίζουμε τώρα. Η δικιά σου δεν ξέρω ρε φίλε. Η δικιά σου η Μελίνα έχει απομακρυνθεί ρε μαλάκα τσίλε.
Η δικιά σου Μελίνα έχει απομακρυνθεί.
Right, I mean, if you're going to have a bad spot fight or even a bad match, the best time to have that bad match is right before the break, right? Because you have the time to stay calm, stay collected, refresh your mind, get a bit of water, get hydrated, get some food in you, and continue playing. Of course, and things can change so quickly as well. We saw a very, very north zone in that previous game, all the way up to Shiny Sound, and it wasn't necessarily the zone that we would have expected a team that landed all
Έλα πες μου τι, θα μ' αφήσεις, τόσο γρήγορη είσαι.
Things can change, and it's about the teams that are most adaptable to those changes that are going to be able to find the success. I'm impressed so far with all these high ground plays because a lot of these teams, they are high ground teams, particularly on some of the regions that we haven't talked about so much. Those guys, they know how to play height, so...
That's right, man. All these duos are back at it. Just look as we've kind of taken moments to just visit with each duo. You can tell the focus is there. A lot of them are ready to get back at it. What are you guys hoping to see?
Να, είδες που στο είπα, ορίστε.
We've seen a lot of victory royales come from the clouds, right? From up above. I want to see people down in the dirt, fighting back and showing what they're made of, right? Getting those E-limbs on the teams up above and, you know, getting a VR.
Τι έχεις να πεις που γάμαει πολλές μάνες?
Η μάνα του Smoggy, δεν ξέχασα αυτό. Ναι, ξεκάθαρα. Αυτές που έχω πει όμως, εσύ, ξεκάθαρα.
Απορώ πως το πουλί του κρατιέται τόσο να γαμάει μάνες τόσο πολύ, ρε φίλε.
Την είπα του σκου, του υποπόταμου. Την είπα την πουτάνα τη μάνα του σκου.
Να σου πω ρε φίλε, ο κολυμβητής, ο πουτάνας ο γιος, μπαίνει όπως πέφτει πάνω στην πισίνα. Γάμω το μουνί της μάνας του, της πουτάνας, της σκύλας. Γάμω τη ροδίτισσα, την έχουμε στα 4 την πουτάνα, από το στόμα και την έχουμε λιώσει τη σκύλα, την πουτάνα, την πτώμα. Τι είπα ρε? Είπα, ό,τι είπες είπα ρε μαλάκα. Η άλλη δεν κατάλαβα, η άλλη ξανθομάλα γιατί με κάνει έτσι τώρα ντέρτη. Πιστέψει ύστερα εννοώ. Τι να πω ρε φίλε, τώρα με έκανε ντέρτη να αντιπαθώ κάματα, είναι πατσα. Είναι το ξεσκονό πάνω από την κουζίνα μου ρε φίλε, αυτό είναι. Μην ξεχνιόμαστε. Τι άλλο να πω ρε φίλε, εντάξει, την έχουμε ξεφτυλίσει ρε μαλάκα, δεν ξέρω καν πως γυρνάμε και τη βλέπουμε ακόμα. Φτάνει. Την έχουμε ξεσκίσει όπως έχουμε ξεσκίσει και τη μάνα σου ρε φίλε.
Τι είπες, πουταναζιά? Τι είπες ρε μαλάκα?
Μου φύγε ρε, μου φύγε, sorry.
Θα κοιμηθούμε ρε μαλάκες.
Τελειώνει όντως 4 η ώρα
Τι θα κάνουμε ρε μαλάκα?
Πρέπει να πάει τηλεφωνάκι το μήνυμα.
All right, we have got ourselves a game for imminently, but we need the entire world right now to hear us, North Carolina. Let's
Ναι, γιατί το επαναλαμβάνεις, μπορεί να το ξεχάσουν.
Συγγνώμη, το ξεχάσουμε. Έτσι κι αλλιώς είναι κανείς και τα ξεδάκια.
Όπα. Να τα spoils, τα spoils.
Μην κλείσεις. Δεν κλείνω chat. Απλά κουράζει ρε φίλε όταν το Game 4 με το Game 3 έχει μισή ώρα breakers από το Sony. Τζάλης και Παντεράλης στο... Ωραία, μπήκαμε.
Game 4 is underway. The players are already landed off the battle bus. If you were walking around, take a seat because it's time to get into the action.
And it's already looking like Kanata trying to get busy. Taking down Vortexers for the first elimination of the game. Trying to put shots on into the distance. It does look like Cole got a knock on to par. The angles and the pressure is already coming out. These guys have been battling all weekend long.
Τι είπες? Τι είπε? Θα σου γαμίσω, είπε το Τζίλι μου.
Κανόνισε λίγο την πορεία, έτσι, εδώ πέρα είμαστε λίγο έτσι αλλιώς.
Εντάξει, δεν σημαίνει ότι επειδή...
Εδώ πέρα μιλάμε όμορφα,
Έτσι ακριβώς. Με τη μάνα μου, πες το ελεύθερα, δεν χρειάζεται, το έχουμε πει πλέον.
Ο Άλκης μπαίνει και τους γαμάει τη μάνα μου θα που λέει, αλήθεια.
Ναι, δεν ξέρω.
Τι γελάζεις δεν καταλαβαίνεις κάτι.
Πες λίγο τη stepsister να τον βρεις.
Καταλάβει γιατί γελάσεις. Καλά, μα λέγα, δεν το περίμενα. Ας πούμε ως αν δεν ήξερες πόρτα δεν το καταλαβαίνεις.
Αυτό ακριβώς.
Οπότε έχω lower expectations. Αν και ο Σκου είναι υποπόταμος ρε φίλε, ο Ντρομπαλάς που ήταν ένας γιος.
Εντάξει ρε μαλάκα κολυμπητή, δεν γαμάμε κάθε μέρα με τις μάνικες τις μικρές τις δικές σου, sorry.
Με τις μάρκες, τις μικρές.
Με τις μάνικες.
Είναι μάλακα εντάξει, ο καθένας όπως και το γέννησε.
Αυτό ναι, δεν λέω, αρκεί να το κάνεις καλά.
Για ποιο λόγο ήταν τώρα στο σχολείο το μικρή μάνικα?
Εντάξει ρε φίλε, εκεί μπορούσα να πατήσω, ξέρω ότι το πουλάκι σου δεν σηκώνεται εκτός όταν βλέπεις την... Και τη Μελίντα.
Μελίντα τελικά είναι, όχι Μελίνα.
Εκείνη η κολάρα στο...
Τι είπες?
Τι είπα? Κάτι δικά μου τώρα που θυμίζω.
Ναι, αυτά που λες. Φαντάζομαι ότι μπορεί ξανά λίγο, σκουσού.
Αυτά ακριβώς. Δεν έχω ιδέα. Με έναν Κινέζο που είδα, μου άρεσε ο Κινέζος.
Μπορείς να μου εξηγήσεις να λέγα πώς γίνεται στην αρχή να είναι τόσο hype έτσι, τόσο ωραία που θα είναι κάνει, ξέρω εγώ, ένα perfect και να είναι τόσο για τον μπούτσο και να έχουν μισή ώρα breaks, να λέει όλο το hype του δούμε.
Γιατί πλέον έχουν πέσει ρε φίλε, δεν ξέρουν πώς να διοργανώσουν. Βασικά, εντάξει, για πόσα χρόνια που έχουν να κάνουν είναι καλό. Δεν μπορώ να πω.
Καλό είναι μεν ρε φίλε, αλλά δεν αργεί πάρα πολύ ρε μαλάκα με τα games.
Αργεί γάματα ρε φίλε, γάματα.
Λες και βλέπουμε μαλάκα, τι να σου πω ρε φίλε, λες και παίζουμε 50 λεπτά και περιμένουμε μισή ώρα break ρε φίλε.
Εγώ αυτό που έχω να πω ρε φίλε είναι ότι έχει πέσει γάματα, κάτι πρέπει να γίνει. Έχει αλλάξει season ή όχι?
Όχι ακόμα, στο επόμενο.
Πρέπει να γίνει κάτι, πρέπει να ανέβουμε.
Μάιτ και Λάρσον μαλάκα σκοτώνουν τον Μάζ και τον...
Εγώ αυτό που έχω να ρωτήσω, ποιοι στον Butch είναι όλοι αυτοί ρε μα, όλοι καινούργια ονόματα βλέπω.
Σκούμελα takeover please.
Οκ. Τσάτ, γράψτε κάτι, πάμε. Let's go back to business. Έπρεπε να αφήσει ανοιχτό το μικρόφωνο, μπας και δώσει λίγο κόνερ ο μαλάκας. Εντάξει, είπαμε. Ακούμε να πνίγεται οι άλλοι. Τι είναι αυτά τα πράγματα, φλωριές. Τσάτ, πόσο φλόρος είναι ρε φίλε. Δηλαδή τώρα αντί να ακούγεται να πνίγεται. Δηλαδή, έλεος μαλάκας, έλεος. Σας δουλειές κάνατε το τέλει πάντα. Πού είσαι ρε Βασιάλ? Εντάξει, δεν το έχει ξεχάσει ο Τσίλης. Οκ. Νόμιζε το είχε ξεχάσει ρε φίλε έτσι πως είναι.
cemented to the PSG TNA duo.
Now Yumi is very solid. Cool's gonna find Jason if he there. It's up to
Πάνε κοιμήσου ρε μαλάκες εντωμεταξύ. Όντως τι ώρες είναι αυτές που τα βάζουν ρε μαλέ τα ζώα. Οι μπάσταρδοι. Πες μας για τη σχέση με τον Τζίλι. Μάγκη, σχέση με τον Τζίλι αυτή τη στιγμή έχει τεθεί σε ένα διάλειμμα. Έχω μομπακρινθεί πάρα πολύ, είναι η αλήθεια. Με έχει αντικαταστήσει αυτή τη στιγμή ο Darkelf, από ό,τι έχω καταλάβει, να είναι καλά ο Darkelf. Δεν ξέρω αν είναι τόσο καλός όσο εγώ στο κρεβάτι. Μακάρι να κάνει την ίδια δουλειά όσο κάνω εγώ. Εις διπλούν. Δεν ξεχνιέται τον Darkelf. Αυτά. Έχει τεθεί σε διάλειμμα αυτή τη στιγμή η σχέση με τον Τζίλι. Δεν στεναχωριέμαι. Να ορίστε, δες τον Darkelf. Η ίδια αγάπη έχουμε. Όχι, όχι, μετά δεν μπόρεσα να το πουλήσω. Δεν πειράζει. Ήθελα να πάρω iMac ρε μαλάκες. Έχετε καταλάβει τι και πω γίνεται θέλετε να είναι. Έχεις δίκιο φίλε, συγγνώμη, μας συγχωρείς έτσι. Σαν τι γράφεται όμως ρε μαλάκι, δεν γράφεται. Θέλω να δω λίγο το νόμο για... Είσαι μέσα ρε μαλάκα Darkelf. Δεν είναι εδώ ο Darkelf. Εδώ είναι.
Darkelf, μπες στο κόλλο.
Πότε αλλάζει season δεν ξέρω.
That's right, but look at this. Seti and Cammy going to the old trusty right on top of this airplane. This is what you expect. This is a huge double-edged sword here where you expose yourself and you just open up the entire terrain before you. We jump on over to Kitos and PH in here. Looking absolutely phenomenal. They have more eliminations against players inside the top 10 than any other duo, just showing us exactly what they are capable of.
Τι ακόμα υπάρχει αυτό το πράγμα, κοροναϊός.
Μόλις έγινε ο πόλεμος, άσε βασικά το λέω.
Ναι, ισχύει. Ω, ναι. Λα. Ο πόλεμος στο Fortnite, ρε μαλάκα, τώρα που γίνεται.
Είναι μαλάκα μέχρι και εγώ νηστάζα.
Ναι, και εμένα με πιες τώρα, μου το μετέφερες με το χασμουριτό σου.
Ντουοκ.
Άλκη, η μητέρα σου, η Σουλτάνα, η Μαχμούτη πουτάνα η σκύλα, δεν πάει να πει κανένα πιάτο, να μαζέψει κανένα τριαντάφυλλο μαλάκα, γιατί έτσι πως είσαι αυτή τη στιγμή σαν γυφτάκι μαλάκα. Για τον Άλκη λέω ρε. Καλά Άλκη, μη σου λέω τους κοιλιακούς μου τώρα, έτσι. Μη σου λέω στον Τζίλι τους κοιλιακούς μου και πάθετε πλάκα.
Θέλω να παίξω ένα γρήγορο
You can kind of see him crouching down, biding his time, trying to minimize the audio that he does give out. Reuniting with Scram, trying to get that elevation in, but no opportunity is going to be given up.
Την Darius το βγάλουμε το σπίτι του.
Brooklyn Nets ή Los Angeles Clippers.
Εσύ είπες Darkelf, εγώ δεν έχω καμία ιδέα.
67-69 είναι τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή. Τρίτη παράδοση.
Βρες εδώ έναν Darius ρε μαλάκα, τι μου κάνει.
Τσίλι, εγώ θα έλεγα, αλλά δεν έχω καμία ιδέα όντως από NBA γι' αυτά. Nets λέει το chat, Nets. Ωραίο viewing party Τσίλι. Η άλλη καρέκλα μάγκες την έχει assistant, η step sister, συγγνώμη, δίπλα.
Jim still looking around, just saying, hey, Scram, I trust you. Do your thing. Take them toe-to-toe. Keep them busy. Meanwhile, Chim's like, I'll look for tags in the distance, make sure no one sneaks up. The confidence to trust in Scram to play by himself here.
Zagu,
The brother λέει ο άλλος Νιεφ. Ο Μίτσος είναι ο γνωστός, ο Μίτσος ή όχι?
Αν είναι 3-0 και παίξω under 4,5 πρέπει να πούνε μέχρι 5 goals. Ή μέχρι 4.
Τη μάνα σου για Darius, μπάσταρδο δεν πεθαίνεις.
Πες μου ρε μαλακά.
4.
Αν μπει 4 δηλαδή είναι κατονικά ο. Αν πούνε 5 χάνω.
Ναι.
First place, breaking the tie. Now Vino and Queasy, of course, are just behind them, and this is going to become a matter of who can survive the longest and play the best, of course. So this is still a moment.
Αλκιάτη και γαμίσου ρε πουτάνα. Γαμιόλα.
What are you choosing? I like the Chrome Splashes personally.
I'm trusting in their gut. It doesn't matter what I want. They got the launch pad. I want the launch pad too.
Δεν με φτάνουνε τα υπόλοιπα άλλα, μαλάκα.
Θέλω τώρα... Θέλω τώρα 2,74 άτομα να μου πούνε ποιος θα νικήσει στο Κατάρ. Πάω να βάλω παντόφλες και έρχομαι. Να δω full spam στο chat. Πάμε.
Βραζίλ λέτε τσάτ, Εγώ έπαιξα τσάτ τη Βραζιλία να βάλει πάνω από 20 γκολ, να ξέρετε.
Εγώ Αργεντινή θέλω να το σηκώσει.
Εμένα Τσίλι που το βρήκες αυτό, εμένα δεν μου το εμφανίζει ρε.
Τα goals, πας στις ομάδες και θα κάνεις ειδικά για ομάδες.
Αφού μου πήγα ρε μαλάκα και δεν μου εμφανίζει κάτι.
Δεν ξέρω ρε μπρο, εμένα μ' άφησε.
Ειδικά για ομάδες. Ναι και πού πάω, πού, δεν το βρίσκω.
Λέει κάτι για γκολ, ακριβές γκολ, κάτι τέτοιο.
They have a lot more room to cover as well, but luckily for them, they have the chili chug splashes. They have the mighty monument.
Εγώ Αργεντινή, Βραζιλία, ένα από τα δύο.
Εν τω μεταξύ αύριο παίζει ο Ολυμπιακός ΑΕΚ.
Ναι.
Τσάτ σκορ. Δηλαδή να χάσει η ΑΕΚ, ρε φίλε. Νομίζω παίζει μέσα στο σπίτι της ή όχι.
Όχι.
Παίζει εκτός.
Ναι.
Ναι ρε, έχει δύο double chance.
Δεν νομίζω να νικήσει ο Ολυμπιακός Μάγκης αύριο, δεν νομίζω.
Αν παίζουνε στη λεωφόρο, στην Βαραϊσκάκη, δεν ξέρω.
Άμα η ΑΕΚ παίξει όπως έπαιξε με τον ΠΑΟΚ, το παίρνει η ΑΕΚ με τα χίλια. Άμα δεν παίξει, δεν ξέρω, μπορεί να βγει και η ισοπαλία.
Η ΑΕΚ παίζει λίγο γαμιούντας τα τελευταία, η τσάτ ή όχι.
So many teams just barely on the threshold, either above or below, as Runa and Peppo trying to keep things going. They are 200 below the damage threshold, going up against Pete and Anas, who've also had their own struggles when it comes to Storm Surge.
Περιμένετε, αλλά αν χάσει ο Ολυμπιακός, δεν τελείξει το πρωτάθλημα για αυτόνα.
Εγώ και γάμισε τα ρε.
Πρέπει να το πάρουμε και έτσι κιόλας, δηλαδή πρέπει να είναι κάτι πολύ την νίκη, καταλάβατε τι εννοώ.
Όποιος πληρώσει πιο πολλά αύριο αυτός θα κερδίσει βασικά, δεν χρειάζεται να συζητήσουμε.
Κράτος δεν είμαι ομάδα μπρο, είμαι η ομάδα που παίζει στο στοίχημα.
Daily member goal 0 στα 3, μπράβο ρε, μπράβο μάγκες.
0 στα 5 ρε, δεν έχουμε πάρει ούτε ένα member.
Μπράβο μάγκες.
2,5 ευρώ το νέο το οποίο μας έχει κάνει ο Monster.
Man, this is why Chapix is so good. This is what he did in the World Cup. This is what he's doing here now. And
αν χάσει ο Ολυμπιακός κάνει πρωτάθλημα, δεν νομίζω να χάσει το Ολυμπιακός.
Όχι ρε μαλάκα, πήρε το 6 λέει. Το μπαστάρδι.
1-0 Ολυμπιακός. Δεν νομίζω να μπει μόνο ένα γκολ μάγκες, δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση. Σας είπα, άμα η ΑΕΚ παίξει όπως έπαιξε με τον ΠΑΟΚ, το σηκώνει η ΑΕΚ με τα χίλια. Δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση. Στημένο, ξεστημένο, εγώ πιστεύω η ΑΕΚ θα το πάρει.
Εν τω μεταξύ, το πιστεύετε ότι εγώ πίστευα ότι η Ατλέντικο Μαδρίτης μαζί με την Ρεάλ Μαδρίτης ήταν οι ίδιες ομάδες. Άλλη κουβέντα είναι η ομάδα που παίζει στο στοίχημα. Χάμισε τα. Μόλις έπιασα την Ατλέντικο να έχει under 2,5. Περιμένω να τελειώσω και το under 4,5 που παίξει Παϊσαντού με τη Σαόρα η Μαχούν Ραϊμποντού. Να νικήσουμε και η Nets για 30 ευρώ. Πάμε hype.
Άλκη, sorry ρε που δεν ασχολούμαστε τόσο παθιασμένα στο ποδόσφαιρο, δεν θα ξαναγίνει ρε. Sorry ρε.
Άλκη, συγγνώμη ρε, να ξέρεις, απολογούμε.
Άλκη, sorry ρε αδερφέ που στην πούτσα μας το ποδόσφαιρο ξέρω εγώ και απλά θέλουμε να βγάλουμε τα λεφτά που παίζει ο Ολυμπιακός.
Ναι, sorry.
Άμα λέγεται ΑΕΚ ή άμα λέγεται ΑΕΠ, γάμο το μουνίσιο.
Εγώ με μπάμε FC γάμο τη μάνα σας.
Μπάμε FC for the win, my guys. Let's fucking go, baby.
Άρα το βλέπεις ο Quizzy.
Μαλάκα δεν είναι σαν το Shrek.
Τώρα τον είδα ότι δεν φαίνεται και το πρόσωπό του. Αυτό είναι και καλά σαν το World Cup.
World Cup φάση, αλλά το έχουν γαμίσει ρε φίλε. Φάση, αν το κάναμε πιο νωρίς, θα ήταν πολύ ωραίο. Θα μπορούσαμε να δούμε και τα παιδάκια ξέρω εγώ της Ευρώπης. Τώρα μαλάκα όλοι τα παιδάκια της Ευρώπης πάνε για ύπνο ρε.
These are our previous NA East champions, but hold up, Vino. He gets taken out of Queasy. It's up to him, and he falls too. And all of a sudden, Vino and Queasy are
Άλκη, sorry, después πρέπει να σε πει κόκκινα χαλιά ρε μαλάκα. Γιατί δεν πρέπει τον νέο. Γιατί δεν πρέπει τον νέο.
3 χρόνια που τον βλέπεις.
He is so hurt there off to the side, and now he turns and burns.
Θέλω να δεις σε πλάκας ρε μαλάκα. Μόνο εγώ είμαι το stream μου. Μόνο το stream μου είναι. Δεν έχει άλλους Ευρωπαίους streamer.
Yeah, and that's huge. That's huge for the loot for Savage and iDrop because now they can kind of pick and choose.
Ο κύριος νομίζω ότι βλέπω μόνο το stream μου. Πριν είχαν 100.000 άτομα και τώρα το Fortnite έχει 53.
Ω, καλά. Πω, τι λέει
Ο Τέκιο Μπέτος.
Να συντρίσουμε όλοι μαζί τι να κάνουμε.
Ωχ, Θεέ και Κύριε. Ένα σκούπας του χρειάζεται νομίζω τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή, ένα σκούπας.
Και ένα χ γιατί έχουν καλές επιθέσεις και καλοί άμυνες και οι δύο ομάδες και επίσης εγώ αυτό πιστεύω ρε μαλάκα, ότι δεν νομίζω να είναι της CIA, γιατί μετά χάνει ο πρωτάθλημα ο Ολυμπιακός.
Έλα ρε μαλάκα, πού είσαι να πούμε ρε Ντάριους. Πάρ' την πουτσα μου και γούνατε.
Είπαμε τα breaks θα κάνουν λόγω COVID, εντάξει μας γαμίσουν κιόλας, τη μισά ώρα ρε φίλε όμως, εντάξει. Πάρτε ένα δεκάλεπτο, τη μισά ώρα, τι πάω να κάνω, COVID test, μισή ώρα.
Παίζει μπρο.
Να τι άρχισαν, μίλα εσύ Τσίλη.
Έχει άμυνα βούλωσε, το μη σε κάψω. Κάτσε με να μπίνω. Αλλά πότε πέρασε σχεδόν ένας χρόνος από τότε που παίζατε τη ΣΥΤΑ Χριστούγεννα. Τι πες μαλάμι, μανάδι κυρές, άστεφε, έλα πεντάρι. Λίγο άρχισε μαλάκα. Πρώτα θέλει να πέσω. Ας καλά ρε, κάτσε πάνω εδώ πέρα τώρα το πεντάρι που γίναμε στα άλλα. Το πάει κουμπάτι,
Τι έχεις παίξει ρε.
Τους Nets, άντερ 4,5 μια πακιστανική ομάδα και μια φτιάση του άντερ 2,5 το άλλο.
Πώς αφήνουν οι Nets, τι απόδοση αφήνουν οι Nets. Νικάνε
Παίζει να βάλει γκολ, Παϊσαντού.
Παίζουν Utah σήμερα ρε.
Δεν βάλε γκολ, Παϊσαντού μπρο. Παϊσαντού versus Σάουρα.
Απίστευτο ότι τις έπαιξες κιόλας,
Δεν έφαγε γκολ, εντάξει. Παϊσαντού αδερφές, Σάουρα μαντού.
Between Clicks and Duke there, and first place, 47 points separate, 21st. It shows you that's about a 2-game spread. You have to play very, very well, but it also shows you one big win, and you're inside the top 10. Undoubtedly, you are very much right back into this game if you can just get one.
Yeah, mindset and handling this pressure is going to be huge because it's easy. You know, 12 games, being in a stage like this, you go down early, it starts to sink in that doubt. It's easy to believe in that doubt, but right now, you guys are the best on that stage. You need to snap yourself out of it and really pick it back up because this is game 4 out of 12. You have every chance in the world to make it come back.
Joe and Yusra have been contested on the drop to the hands of OCE, Alex and Bailey. We have seen what they have managed to do all day. They are an exceptional duo. And finally now, Yusra and Yusra get to show us what they are made of. They're shooting for high ground. They're going to have to pick a box fight the walls. His, but not quick enough. On the edit there, and instead, he backs off. What do you do in this situation? Do you look around or take a box fight is the question. And Dew says,
Τις steps είστε την πετάξει στο παράθυρο.
Γενικά μιλάμε για full Καλά, μιλάμε για, πώς το λένε, family friendly.
Λοιπόν, μάγκες, τελευταίο game και κλείνει ο Τσίλης.
Δες εδώ τον Darius τι μου κάνει, ρε φίλε.
Has to jump them on up for a fight for top 3.
Μόνο που θυμάμαι χθες ότι είχα 20 ευρώ cash out και δεν το έκανα να τρελαθώ.
Σου ζητάνε μουσική, σε έχουν πρίξει την πουτσα για μουσική, λες και βλέπουμε Fortnite.
5-4-3-2 είναι τώρα θα βάζα μουσική ούτως ή άλλως. 3-2-1 και...
Στις με Κινέζους στα FPS games, δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση.
Εντάξει, μπορείς να το γονίσεις με Ρώσους, ας πούμε, στο τέτοιο.
Ναι, οκ, στο CS. Αλλά Valorant, ναι, δεν υπάρχει. Δεν έχω ιδέα, αλλά ναι, στο Valorant.
Τι ρε, η Αράι ότι είναι κινέζικη. Ξέρω εγώ.
Μάγκες, η Riot τι είναι? Τι είναι αυτό ρε μαλάκα? Πώς έγραψε? Τι είναι αυτό?
Κάνε το πάλι μπουκά, τι είχαμε στη μάνα.
And now, look at this, behind the wall, BL and Edgy from the Storm. BL is still in this. It's Seti who's representing on this long run. Another huge, consistent game for Seti.
Five
duos left, and about maybe 3 of them are full duos right now. And Savage loses another one.
Κολλήλα στην έχει.
Down the NA West team. He takes down Yumi. Huge siphon coming through. Mr. Savage does it again and gets
Κάνει ο Σάββατς, ρε.
Τι κάνει ο Σάββατς, bro.
Μόνος του παίζει πάλι.
Ο Σάββατς είναι από παλιά, ρε φίλε, εντάξει, όχι δεν μπορούμε να πούμε κάτι για το και αυτός είναι gold, ρε φίλε. Πολύ μεγάλο όνομα.
Και είναι ο τελευταίος που έχει μείνει νομίζω από τους παλιούς. Όχι.
Το 2 σετ, πολύ δυνατό το σετ.
Ο Σμόκι λέει ο Lil Nas την έχει τη Riot. Lil Nas X,
Ισχύει αυτό που λέτε, ότι ο
Ναι,
Lil Nas...
16 Σεπτεμβρίου.
And you're seeing the polar opposite of
καλά, Brooklyn Nets 77-77.
But let's go ahead and listen to them as Kelly is going to dig deep to figure out how they did it.
Thank you so much, Jacob.
Παίζει ο Ντουράν.
You guys have made a great change. What exactly have you done differently in Game 4?
2.52 μαλάκα.
Τώρα είναι πολύ καλό να το παίξεις.
So is that going to be
Γιατί
the
32
strategy for the
απόδοση τώρα η
next
Brooklyn
game?
Nets, ποιος βγήκε?
When it's free like that, we're definitely going to be on higher.
I mean, you obviously seem to be feeling great right now. I mean, what's going through your mind?
I don't even know, bro.
That is awesome. Everyone make some noise for Commandment and Avery. Let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly, for checking in with our Victory Royale winners from game number 4, Commandment and Avery. I'm so thankful they kind of had that moment where like, yo, my hands are shaking, right? Like, that's what's going on. This pressure is unlike anything. And the moment that these guys...
Κάτσε να παίξουμε τους Nets.
Because this is what we want to see, right? This game was
Παίζουμε τους Utah Jazz.
It's what you love to see, right? Malubuka popping off like a solo, Mr. Savage popping off like a solo.
Παίζουν αργότερα, ρε. Και παίζουν και hits.
I don't even think they changed up their strategy a lot, but just that little moment of time to reflect and get back into the game, it's changed a lot.
And you saw that right there, the refresh from Commandment, that was so crucial in them holding the high ground out at the end. I had a little look, Commandment had 200 wood when they were on high ground in their second and moving zone. It wasn't going to be enough, that was a crucial refresh from Commandment, and that is what got them the victory, right? They were able to take the high ground and spray down below right at the perfect time as well. Look at the
Εγώ λέω και σιγά σιγά εκεί να το γυρνάς. Να σωθούμε. Μόνο με αυτά ασχολούνται πλέον, δε. Να ξέρεις.
Ωραία, παίξαμε Utah Jazz, Miami Heat, Sixers. Καλά πάει.
Όλο διάβασα μια αυτό. Ψήνεται τσάτα κάνουν κανένα στήσμα και έτσι στοίχημα τέτοιο. Στοιχηματίας. Γιατί έχει τέτοια απόδοση Brooklyn μέσα. Θα πάω κάτι άσχημο τώρα.
Το chat γράφει ή έχει κολλήσει εμένα?
We're leaving off spawn with like 2 minis max, maybe like a
Δεν
big
γράφει κανείς ρε, κοιμήθηκαν όλοι.
we're still doing good. I'm feeling good right now.
Doing fantastic. I mean, clicks as well. Prior to this competition, you almost partnered with.
Ωραία, γράψτε λίγο ένα να δούμε κάτι. Γράψτε ένα.
How's it being testing yourselves against them each POI and each drop?
You know, it sucks. Like what Duke said, we're leaving terrible loot, and we always have to come back. But you know, good luck to them. And you know, it's pretty close right now.
It is only 20 points at the top, I think.
Yeah, it's like 10. We're 10 points between each other.
Okay.
Good luck to them. You know?
Great sportsmanship there. Big up for Clicks and Duke, everyone.
Heading
down this way too. Coming over to Pink.
Nice.
What's up, Pink? How are we? I couldn't miss you with the hair.
Ναι ρε, λογικά εμείς βάζουμε.
How's the competition been thus far as well for you guys?
Anas is playing good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Lots of good. That's good.
Μαλάκα
Anas
να έχω
as well,
πίγκος εδώ.
partnering with Pink in this competition.
Κοιμήθηκαν στο ίδιο,
Just
είναι
ask Pink
κοιμήθηκαν
a question
όντως.
as well.
Γιατί
Paul
πριν σε
Jonesy,
500 άτομα είχα
both
άτομα.
dropping in the same POI.
Δηλαδή γράφω.
How have you managed to manage it thus far?
Πιο πολύ στις 11 η ώρα παίζα τσέπες στο κινητό στην κεφάλα και
Εδώ πρέπει να χανιστάζω εγώ τώρα, καταλάβες.
But you've still got plenty of time to change things up.
Yeah, I think we're gonna keep adapting and
Όπως Φιλαδέλφια παράνε
do what it takes.
I think in this competition you have to adapt, being all the regions combined in one lobby. So big up for Anas and Pink, everybody.
Και Φιλαδέλφια ρε.
Let's head back over to Zeke and the game.
Μαλάκα οι άσπροι είναι οι Nets.
Thank you so much, Adam, and fantastic just to hear from these players. I love this setting, right? We can literally just go, I want to know what those players are thinking. Let's walk up, let's ask a couple questions, and kind of see them. You can even tell, like, they're still pretty focused, right? Like, of course they're going to answer Adam's questions, but there is definitely, like, a level of resolve right there where they're like, look, I just want to get into this next game. I want to get the run back.
Look, I want to speak a little bit on our current first place duo, Seti and Cammy, right? We normally see them XL in day 2, but now they're popping off in day 1, 120 points. They're showing their consistency, but I just really hope that they
Εν τω μεταξύ, μαλάκες, πώς μπροστά πάει η τεχνολογία, ρε φίλε. Πήραμε μια τηλεόραση και μαλάκες δεν λειτουργούσε επειδή το τηλεκοντρόλ το φορτίζεις για να λειτουργεί. Δεν είχε μπαταρία το τηλεκοντρόλ, μαλάκες. Φίλε, από πού το βλέπεις, ρε?
Seti and Cammy, they're well known. They've accomplished so much, and now, if today and tomorrow combined, they can keep it up. They can take home a title, an international title.
Εγώ ξέρεις τι έψησα να πάρω, Κοσμοτέ full pack.
Was surprising, and now seeing them keep up the consistency is not as surprising. We know how strong they are, but you know we're only 4 games in. There's still so much more to be played out.
That's right, man. 2 games left on the day. Remember, this is kind of setting the pace. Because we're back tomorrow for another 6 games. And we're going to walk away winners. But it is that time. We are ready for game number 5 here from Raleigh, North Carolina. This is the FNCS Invitational. Thank you so much. One more time is Defense and Jacob PR calling all the
Και κάνουμε επίθεση εμείς.
Yeah, this is nothing short than entertaining.
Άστοχο shoot, ωραία, χάσαμε την επίθεσή μας. Insane είναι, ρε. Και μας πατάνε δίποτε. Insane. Εγώ τους Clippers ήθελα πίσω σήμερα. Τι 87-86. Ρίξαμε τρίποντο. 86-86. Κάνουν οι Clippers επίθεση. Εγώ από την πέτα βλέπω, ρε, που είναι ακριβώς.
Clippers με Nets.
Απολύσταξαμε τους μπάσταρδους.
Yeah, I want to see Baka and Onwin kind of really either do one of 2 things. Be the aggressors first, or just kind of get what they got out of their loot and try to get out, because right now it just seemingly time again. Mr. Savage and iDrop have that high ground, but waste no time. Muzz and Ludo get busy, putting damage onto Larson before he can even touch the ground. Baka does it! He does it over towards Chrome Jam!
89-86, χάσανε την επίθεση τους οι Clippers. Insane.
Καλατζάκος, ήρεμα, μπρο μου, ήρεμα.
Εγώ, Σκούπα, πες μου ότι είναι ωραίο, ρε. Αξίζει να πάρω full pack, γιατί λογικά θα ξαναρχίσω να ασχολούμαι με μπάλα και αυτά. Ναι, ναι.
Ποδοσφαιριστής και έτσι, ή να κάνεις την
Να
μπάλα.
κάνω την μπάλα, ρε. Τι ποδοσφαιριστής, δεν μπορούμε να αγωνηθούμε.
Νικόλα, δεν έχει τέτοια, μπρο. Δεν να παίζω Αταλάντα. Θα πάω να γαμηθεί Αταλάντα.
Αταλάντα, όχι Αταλάντα. Α, για αυτούς λέει. Νόμιζα για τους Αταλάντα Hawks έλεγε.
Τα τσιμπούκια... Με πήγω και οι Hawks με πήγανε καλά.
Παίζουνε σήμερα με τους Sixers. Ναι.
Κάτα, να παίξουμε... Ω, παίζει και ποιος τώρα παίζει Washington, Wizards με Utah Jazz. Παίζει να παίξουμε Jazz, ρε φίλε. Υπάρχει ένα site της Epic, το Fortnite Watch TV, που εκεί έχουν 163 άτομα.
Εγώ συνδρομή στην Κοσμοτέ, ρε. Δεν μπορώ να βάλω...
Jason Dead, απορρίπτουν και άκουα.
Έχω παίζει ακόμα.
Teams down out of this game so far, but if you look at the leaderboard, Seti and Cammy sitting strong in first, Thomas and Trippin,
Σμώ και εγώ να δεις μαλάκα.
Malibuka and Mustache, knowing that that fight just ended, they can either go right away and try to clean it up, or they can continue
Ωραία, άμα πιάσουμε τους Nets κάτι πάει να γίνει ρε. Μπορείς να βάλεις on TV, τι είναι αυτό ρε.
Εγώ βάλα τρεις τέτοιες ρε, έβαλα τρεις ομάδες, θα τις πιάσω, θα πάω πες άλλους τρεις τώρα.
Εγώ άμα πιάσω τους Nets μου μένουν Utah Jazz, Sixers και Hits.
The second time we get to catch it real early where they have this slight advantage. The last time it was Luder who fell first and then left it all up to Muzz.
Sixers παίζει σήμερα ο Harden. Ο Harden πάλι δεν παίζει σε μαλάκα σήμερα.
Όχι, είναι τραυματίας νομίζω.
Πω μαλάκα. Τι σκατά ρε μαλάκα.
Yeah, that was a huge shot landed by Muzz, but in that 2v1 situation, it's easy to kind of stabilize yourself, heal up, and now Muzz is just trying to get out. He's trying to survive, and it's going to be up to Larson and Smite to kind of let him continue to chase, and right now, they are hot on his heels. They don't want to let these 2 points, they don't want to let that refresh, they don't want to let
Είναι Νίκο, μόλις πάω στο κρεβάτι θα το πατήσω να το δω ρε.
Είναι κάτι με ξεκάλεξε ομάδες που έχουν 10 απόδοση ρε. Είναι ένας...
Give you a show. Hold this pickaxe and down. Muzz, what a way to really assert yourself here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vico and Marine push up on retake and Novice here inside the box. Vico with a quick finish and then steps over to the side. He 2v1s at the reality tree as well. And the punishment there, that's tough, but it happened.
They continue all around. Pink and Anas, they're trying to do it again. It's not clicks, it's not Dukes, it's Peter Bot and Jamper.
Και κάνουμε επίθεση, χάσαμε την επίθεση μας.
They're ready to take it to him, and this is what happens when teams go the last couple of games struggling to score on an uncontested drop. They're trying to get back to
91-88 κάνουν επίθεση Clippers.
And for Peter Bot and Jamper, it does look like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew because Pink and Nas have every single advantageous position right now.
Yeah, but Peter Bot and Jamper already picking up big end games. They know how to navigate these early game situations, and more importantly, Peter Bot is just gross when it comes down to head-to-head. That is not a
Χάσανε επίθεση οι Clippers, ρίχνουν 2 πόντο 93-88.
he does not get the credit he deserves. He has put in so much work for years now on the NA East region, and he always seems to fly under that radar. What more can do? And this is a
Ξαναχάσανε επίθεση, παίρνουμε μπάλα. Ελεύθερη βολή. Πάμε, ελεύθερη βολή. 2 shots.
Yep, and now you can see
Μου φάει δεν παίζει άλλο, είναι ο Γάιρη, κάτι που δεν έχουν κάνει, κάτι
in the distance. That's Peppo and Runa, and another team coming from the Lighthouse. That could be Pamsto and Fatch. Who knows? Either way, we're gonna have a house party in a couple moments.
Let's see at the breakdown though. Looking for the chop here. It's held on by nothing, and now it starts toppling over. But there are players in the distance here, making it tough for them, ruining their plans.
Αμάρτο 10,5 από 20, 25.000 ομόγλων 18.
Here they do get to reset. Blind shots.
1.700 άτομα ο coach Boo πήγε 1.000...
Δεν βάλαμε ούτε και πολύ ρε, να ξέρεις. Δεν βάλαμε ούτε και πολύ ρε.
Δεν έβαλαν τις βολές ρε μαλάκα που κέρδισαν.
Δεν έβαλαν τις βολές.
Chimp, you're talking about one of the most consistent players on the NA East region. He knows exactly what to do in a lot of these different situations. He's just trying to get out. He realized so many teams are here, so many teams are trying to disrupt and kind of put their hand into the mix, and that's not something they want to be a part of, but that piece control and that peaks, the shots on the defensive end are huge for Chimp and Scram because now...
Ας το έχουμε εμείς 93-88 ακόμη, οι Clippers τώρα στην επίθεση. Λογικά τώρα 93-90. Ας το έχω οι Clippers, αλλά πάμε για το rebound εμείς. Πήραμε rebound.
Τώρα μάγκες έχω παίξει ένα σιγουράκι μάτς, ένα σιγουράκι. Και μετά τώρα ας πούμε έπαιξα, έβαλα 5 ευρώ, ένα πολύ άρρωστο, πάρα πολύ άρρωστο. Και ας πούμε παίρνω 5 ευρώ κατά 50.
Really left to defend himself here, and he's doing an excellent job.
96-88, στους 8 πόντους διαφορά. Δεν βλέπω ποιος το βάζει ρε, δεν γράφει παίχτες. Ας το έχω οι Clippers ξανά, τα χάσαν. Εμείς το rebound, έλα. Εμείς το rebound, ναι πάμε. Πάμε ξανά επίθεση, βάζουμε επίθεση εμείς.
Ω, μαλάκης, εγώ θα σας αφήσω σε λίγο, ρε, τι δεν...
To the zone, hunting for Robot. Peppo's like, no, I want this fight. Robot plays the low ground, Runa comes to support, and all of a sudden...
Τρίποντο λένε τα παιδιά, ρε.
Ναι, μπήκε το τρίποντο, είχε ώρα. Τρίποντο ξανά, τώρα, 99, 99-88.
Οκάρι πάλι. Ναι, οκάρι.
Time out Clippers. Στο 3 και 40. Στους 11 πόντους διαφορά.
Όπο μαλάκα, οκάρι μαλάκα.
Πώς μου μισό τσίλι.
Guys, the action is popping off so much so that we missed the fight over here at Chrome Crossroads. Alex and Bailey haven't had the best of starts to the day, but game 5 here, they find these 2 early eliminations. And we know they love to play the higher ground. Just we want to show you guys these reactions. We're so happy to find this while the dances come out. We'll have to see what type of momentum this uses for them.
Εδώ ρε μαλάκες, κάποιοι άλλοι παίζουν σε e-sports. Ποιοι παίζουν σε e-sports ρε μαλάκες.
And now we jump over with
μια φορά τον έχω δει στο TikTok αυτό να δω τον react.
Hands off the desk, relaxing right now, just soaking in what an exceptional day it has been for them. They have played so well, and the zone is now going their way, so for the first time, we have the zone pulling far northwest. This is the backyard of King and Miram. Of course, and Zagu here. Excellent players on top.
This could be actually a recipe for success. The Asian powerhouse Japanese team to kind of take a big game and take up that first place spot right back. They're right now in center zone. They have the highest elevation in the lobby, and a couple teams all around in case Storm Surge does become a problem. As Commandment Avery over still towards Reed Cave. They have Launchpad to use. They have enough rotation. So they're going to be one of the last teams to leave the spot altogether.
And again, just excellent. Commandment Avery.
Η ομάδα του Αντετοκούμπο πώς θα πάνε φέτος, ρε.
This is a perfect recipe to take that momentum and bring it on home. So we're
Κάτι βλέπω στο τέτοιο, στο TikTok 9-0 ότι δεν έχουν χάσει ούτε ένα μάτς, κάτι τέτοιο βλέπω.
And down he goes. Trouble in Chonkers down south. That's that late zone rotate, and that is what happens when the zone pulls forward. You could do your little dead side western rotates, but at the end of the day, there are players waiting there too. It's just textbook reads.
Oh, I saw on the feed there just a few seconds ago.
Τσίλι FIFA συνεχίζει ή όχι?
They were able to get a knock onto, I think it was Miram or Zagu there for a moment. Are they able to kind of run up, clean it up? I think they got the elimination all together.
Now keep in mind, Marine.
Το Μπούτσο ρε, δεν μ' άρεσε καθόλου το
First and second top meeting, and they have fallen to fifth.
Γενικά δεν μ' άρεσε καθόλου, τρομακτικό δεν... Καλά, εσείς και χέστης τώρα...
Όχι ρε, αλλά εντάξει, είχε η jump
Του αδελφέ μου, τι κάνεις, πώς είσαι? Πώς πας σχολή, τι λέει?
Vino and Queasy might know I am the solo. I think I've been outed. Let me defend myself to the west and put all of my focus on Vino and Queasy so they do not sneak up. Excellent plays right there. Just smart play. Asia is capable of. Meanwhile, inside the storm, this is their home territory. Dead center more.
Κούπα, άμα έρθω Αθήνα για 3 μέρες θα με φιλοξενείς ρε φίλε.
They get to hit that rotate.
PH Zen and Kitos from Brazil.
Με τις απολιάτες.
They're a team that can pop off at a moment's notice. They have the most eliminations on players in the top 10 on 6.
Αν βγάζεις με τα λιμέρια σου.
Right when I'm going to read it right there. But the 189 below the damage threshold, that is so concerning for me. But it looks like Midton and Arthur are close in the distance. They might be below as well. This is between two teams, two powerhouses trying to let a big shot. Vincent loses his teammate. 2v1 situation. Arthur and Mixon trying to get into the box.
Ναι, για μας είναι πουτσα, τρελή πουτσα ρε. Αλλά... Αυτό εννοώ ρε, για την Ευρώπη.
on that solo opportunity. He then falls, and now they have a chance to fall down the standings here quite substantially. This is really beginning to open up and become much more interesting.
Και λέει το χάνει στα τελευταία δευτερόλεπτα, ρε.
Marine left by himself as well. So this is the second game now too where the Japan duo is struggling here.
Yeah, and you can see outside of zone, 270 above damage threshold, and this is exactly the plays that you have to make, especially on a team that's looming into the distance. Basil in a 1v2 situation, he tries to peek and take a shot, but two prime shotguns are better than one. They take him down in a blink of an eye. Baka trying to carry that momentum from the early game, but only 62 above the damage threshold. That's something that is looming in the back of their mind, and they haven't even left Chrome Jam Junction all game long.
Is true. They have King and Ed, some of the regional dangerous fighters.
4,5 ώρες live κάνεις,
All
ρε.
Ed can do, he took out two of EU's finest by himself inside the storm while being pressured. Snacky returns a huge favor onto Duke there, so down he goes as Clicks managed to find a trade too. So for them, it's still a tough situation, and even worse story unfolding here as Murstache and Malibuke are being lobby focused by Clicks on the rotate now. So all around, tough spot to be in here.
Εγώ έφαγα suspended του μεταξύ.
Holds on and survives in, so no knock there.
Γιατί είχα γράψει κάτι παλιό ήταν, και τώρα το έφαγα. Στο Ρόμπφι. Και έφαγα suspend και... Δεν πειράζει, έτσι και έτσι δεν ασχολούμαι εγώ στα αρχίδια. Οχ, πώς μετακινείται αυτό, ρε. Α, τι είδα τώρα, νομίζω.
That is just a 500 head play. Look at the play right here.
Τους μπάσταρδους τι κάνουμε, αλλά πώς έξυπνοι είναι.
These crazy strategies play out, and there's a reason they are up at the top.
This is just outside of the box thinking at its finest. That is the freest rotation I think we'll see all weekend long. And they're only 85 below the damage threshold. That's not much at all.
No, they're below. They don't have heals. This is a very tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti as they have a true chance to once again break away with a big lead here. But they are, fighting with one hand tied behind their
Shields get dropped.
Καλά, μαλάκα θα φάω μπαν, ρε. Το γύρισαν οι Clippers, ρε. Οι Clippers 104-105, λέει. Αστεύομαι, ρε. Τίποτα. Αχ, θυμάμαι και εγώ όταν είχα πάει στο World Cup.
He is one of our most leading elimination leaders on the NA East region in general. So for Refsguard to make the rotate out is an excellent decision there, but he is met with Pamsu and Thatch firing directly inside.
Μαλάκα, αυτοί δεν έχουν δάχτυλα. Αυτοί είναι σπασμένα τα δάχτυλα. Το ξέρεις, έτσι. BL Kami είναι ο Kami Fan. Τρελό τσιμπούκι είχε φάει από τον Darker. Ναι. Μου θέλει και γκρότο το μονόπανο. King of Grotto. Ελφίνιο. Και νομίζω τα πέδειξα πολλές φορές ποιος είναι King of Grotto.
But now Joe and Zian, he found two more launch pads. So much room to work with Malibuke and Murstache. Two eliminations. No
Κύριε,
not much, none at all to work
τι υπάρχει στο στοίχημα αυτούς να το παίξεις στο donate? Υπάρχει λογικά στην πέτρα, να ξέρεις. Έχεις ψάξει τα Utah Jazz 8-12. Αυτοί είστε, μαλλιές μου, αυτοί είστε. Μπράβο, ρε, πουτάνες. 14-8, μπράβο, ρε, πουτάνες μου. 14-10, λέει.
Thomas, HD, and Trippin have a chance to catch up. Smite and Larson, Vino and Queasy as well. This is such a competitive FNC.
Θα ξεκινήσουν να είναι πιο μετά οι Sixers και μετά οι Kings. Τι αυτό έχω σούτ, μαλάκα η Jazz. Πω, μαλάκα.
Stacked like pancakes in a Waffle House right now. As Thomas and Trippin 2 eliminations.
Παίζεις κάτι τους Jazz.
And right now, there's so many teams on the outskirts. They can continue to peek and just put so much pressure on the line before they figure out what's next. The choices are definitely there. You see Acorn and Edgy.
Sixers.
They found themselves a nice spot. Lucy and Hydro as well. Not too many teams on this side of the map, and this is what we would call the slower side. You don't have too much to worry about, especially if you're Acorn and Edgy, and you're 600.
Καλά, οι Jazz αρχίσανε και λούζουν όμως. Άρα πολύ.
That allows you that flexibility, that allows you options to pick and choose. Do you want to go ahead and put pressure on another team? Do you want to rotate around the map?
Οι Utah Jazz παίζουν χώρο.
But a team that might not have those same choices as Malabuka and Merstash. They're only 105 above. We talked about the lack of resources that they have. So they're going to have to figure out something here. And you know as well as I do, they're going to have to look for a siphon. They're going to have to look for a refresh. They're going to have to look for a team to catch off guard and really pounce on them.
Let's see if they can do just that. 87 damage. It's good, but it's not good enough. Potentially here, 6 players are the difference between this surge continuing to stay online and turning off. Here it is, 3 seconds before the reveal. They're going to take the fight against Alex and Bailey. Alex and Bailey are multi-ethnic champions of the OCE region. Going to step up to this huge challenge here. Gotta be careful.
Θα μπω ακόμη 1-2 παιχνίδια Lord και πάει έξω.
This is why Merstash and Malabuka are some of the best. The drone shield comes down them, and that'll buy them some time.
And right now, Storm Surge taking out a lot of these teams.
Έχω να πάρω το αμάξι μου πλέον, μαλάκα, και έχω ένα μισή ώρα δρόμο.
And they will go. As Malabuka or Merstash, they know the position that they're in. It's all or nothing because you can't make it too much farther with the resources that you have. Alex goes down. Or takes down Threat. Merstash and Malabuka, they're going to be the ones that get all the loot because of it. As Baka and Almwood trying to stay alive, they're trying to protect what's theirs.
And they do just that. They get a little bit for their efforts, not much, but they're alive, and they've done some damage. They've defended the territory, and everyone backs up. Let's take a wider look here. Fadil has to give up the high ground. Everyone's making a rotate. Thomas, HD, and Tripper still a launch pad in the bag. As they get to have an this is excellent. Such an excellent position to be in. Switches over to hard material, and they fortify up and branch out. What? And a player just to even play for territory to open up the domain right now.
Malabuka and Merstash met their demise. Both King and Hellfire get an elimination each, taking out one of EU's exciting teams is Queasy and Vino. Another exciting team coming in with all the momentum in the world, winning an EU Elite Cup, winning the NA East Elite Cup Finals back-to-back in the same day. If that's not what you call preparation, I don't know what is.
And they're showing us why they're up at the top right now. And they are taking advantage. A north-west zone is excellent for a team like Vino and Queasy. They find Anas down low. That can be their 4th elim. Pink does not stand a chance if they decide to focus together, but it's more important for them to maintain the position right now. And this zone's going far. It's going to cut back towards Acorn and Edgy side. Scented and Cold have more of a dominant rotate here, and this is all shaping out to be a great game.
Look at that mountain.
Πάω να κοιμηθώ, μάγκες. Good night, τσίλι, καλό στριμάκι, ρε. Καλή συνέχεια.
This is literally going to be a roller coaster ride of this endgame. And if you don't have a launch pad, chrome splashes, I wish you best of luck.
Well, we do know if you do Cold and Scented, go ahead and put the chrome splashes to the use here, to the test. And they jump right over that bush and into it. It's going to be a great spot. Meanwhile, everyone else takes to the high ground. Kembo finds an Elim, and Yumi is going to fall there too. He is the victim of the loot that was sniped out by Larson and Smite here.
They called it though. They called it's going to start at the drop spot of Grim Gable. They take out Mud and Looter and they keep things going. Repscar peaks at the right time. Finds the shots on the cool. Another elimination going over. And this could be a moment for him to remember for the rest of his days if he can continue to clutch up big like that as Joe and Z Andy trying to be the first team on the day to win 2 victory royales.
And Smite and Larson are still
Να παίξω αντί να τους τρολάρω τώρα, ρε μαλάκα.
Queasy manages to crank his
Τι
wheel
έπαιξες?
up, and that is what you call a well-executed launch pad play there to keep them on the run here. But there's still more points that they have to close out. Here goes Smite. He's going to go for the back play. Z Andy and Joe get to the front side of zone now. They rotate their way on out as well.
Νικάει.
Back off, way off the height. This is such a tough and just honestly difficult zone to play.
The Epic Games Fortnite roller coaster.
Εντάξει, δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο δεν γίνεται.
Down the mountain, up the mountain. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a loop-de-loop come through as Ref Guard's trying to catch one off guard, but it's he who gets caught off guard by ZN.
And just like that, he is down and out. Trippin and Thomas HD, we get to get a little temperature check with them. They are on the mid-ground, right above Sensen and Cold. Smite loses Larson on the rotate, and he is now left by himself. Just places away from 10th here. Can he hold on? Peppo does enough, but not enough to beat Vortexter. Here's Onwin and Baka. They have made such an excellent use of surviving their drop spot. Joe finds Noah. Down he goes, and Joe's hurt. 20 HP. This is not looking good.
Quick moving, quick thinking, trying to get out, but he gets
out.
Queasy and Vino. Zone after zone after zone. No matter where this roller coaster went, they stayed on top. Baka moves off, but he takes down Bash. Back up against the wall. He gets two. Baka gets two. 7 eliminations for the NA West.
And he has shown you how good he is and why he deserves to be here, even when
Μπρο, μην το κάνεις αυτό τον εαυτό σου, δεν νιστάζεις. Δεν νιστάζεις, μπρο. Απλά μπες λόγο. Μπες λόγο να το πάμε σε δει. Μέχρι τις 4 ώρα και να πάμε για ύπνο. Όπως κάθε φορά. Δόρκα, ξύπνα ρε, θα πάμε σε ρί. Δόρκα, ξύπνα ρε μαλάκα. Πάμε λόγω, υπάρχει το πρωί ρε, υπάρχει το πρωί ράγκα. Είναι κάτι τέτοια μου λέγεις ρε μαλάκα, κοιμόμουνα. Μαλάκα. Όχι, όχι, δεν ήσουν Γερμανία. Όχι, 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 Ελλάδα ήσουν, Ελλάδα. Ελλάδα μαζί με τον Σιλβέστρο.
And all of a sudden now, it is looking so dicey. Queasy is just
waiting for that perfect outcome. They have the high ground. They drop down low. The game is theirs after they take down Peppy. That is game number 5, sealed up by Vino and Queasy. And the biggest game we've seen so far.
30-30 η πρώτη περίοδο στον Utah Jazz, μαλάκα. Το υπολογισμένο για 60 πόντους να χάνει αυτό. Ας το χωρίσω λίγο. Γρήγορα αυτό.
Την κλάσουμε.
Το τελευταίο game ήταν αυτό. Ναι, πρέπει να κάτσεις να... Πρέπει να κάτσεις να το δεις. Πρέπει να κάτσεις να το δεις, όπως και τίποτα. Όχι τίποτα άλλο, απλά για να προλάβω να παίξω ένα game loop. Μα παρέα. Πω, εντάξει, είσαι δεγεμένος. Σε λίγο θα ποντάρεις και ο Σιλβέστρο.
Fantastic work there. Eliminations, an extraordinary end to game number 5.
Yeah. What else is there to say?
What else is there to say? I mean, the competition has been great to you guys today. You've had unbelievable work thus far. Scored a lot of points in this competition. How much are you enjoying your time here as well?
A lot, to be fair. It's amazing. Like the atmosphere and everything is just sick to be here.
Yeah, and we saw as well, Evino, we saw that obviously the storm moved up mountains, down again. How integral is resource material management?
Sorry, μαλάκα τώρα που θα το πω αυτό, αλλά πόσο το δίνει.
It's very important, but it's also great getting refreshes.
Πόσο το δίνει να είναι παρθένη αυτή.
We used our splash as well. We played that game really well.
Now you've got one game left today before we kind of pull the curtain down on day number 1. You seem to be feeling confident. You seem very laid back. Has it been a competition you expected, or has there been other things at work here that you didn't expect?
The Asia team surprised me.
Yeah.
They've been doing really good. Brazil's been doing good. NE's not so good, but I think everyone's doing good, you know. And the competition's been good. No one's really been on high ground. And it's going well for us.
And you guys delivered the goods. One more time, give it up for Queasy and Vino, your game 5 winners! Let's head back to Zeke.
Cool, calm, collected, and memes. That is how I live my life sometimes, occasionally. Queasy and Vino, we've watched them come so close to the top several times now, right? Almost making it, taking high grounds at those pivotal moments.
Ωραία, το κλείνεις και πάμε λόγω.
Perfectly, and now that it does, it's not even just
Είμαι
the
game τώρα.
It's also the 11 eliminations they put on the board.
Τώρα μας ακούνε. Μας ακούνε. Σαν γαμώ τι. Σας γαμάω. Ξέρεις φαντάζομαι.
They are one of the fan favorites coming into this tournament to take it home. The first duo to reach more than double-digit elims. They had 11 total.
Καλά ρε μαλάκα, γιατί βρίζεις τις μάνες στο chat.
You know what? It doesn't happen by accident either. These guys have definitely seen some progression throughout today. We saw it in the previous.
Γιατί ρε παίζει Γιούμι ρε μαλάκα αυτή. Να μου ξέρετε να παίξει Γιούμι να παίρνει ένα Twitch. What the fuck ρε μαλάκα.
Towards those rifts, towards the top left, the very northwest side of the map, and they were aggressive. They were looking for those eliminations instead of sitting on those balloons at their drop spot. They were looking to be aggressive for Surge, and it paid off. We saw them take high in that 50-50 zone. Of course, I think Queasy had about, I don't even know how many mats. He had about 1,000 materials going into that second moving as well, so he's looking great.
Absolutely. We also have Kelly, who is standing by to chat with some more players. Kelly, over to you.
Joining me right now, I am with Thomas and Tripper and the team that is currently in second place on our leaderboard right now. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. We just need to...
Έλα, remake. Πάμε λουλάκι.
Yeah, obviously consistency is the name of the game right now. You guys had a great game 5, but how do you make
Δεν θυμάμαι σε αυτό το account, άμα φάμε remake, το τι θα γίνει. Πόσο ban θα φάω.
I don't know, like, we played mid ground most of the game. I think we should like either like commit it to high ground or low ground to like win the game, but like we're just playing for consistency, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and obviously consistency is working for you guys. You are doing a great job on the leaderboard. Good luck in the game 6. Guys, let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Shout out to Thomas HG and Tripper, and they are currently holding strong in second place. And if you look at that little dash, that means they've not gone anywhere, right? And I do want to highlight them for just a single moment. 2 games back, we watched Malabuka go on an absolute tear. But then Tripper said, nah, son, this is my lobby, take a seat. And that's how they're still holding strong. We have to kind of talk about the top 10 here, right? With only a single game left to go. We're setting ourselves up for tomorrow, right? And Thomas HG and Tripperin, they're looking real good.
I mean, they're looking more than good, Zeke. Queasy and his duo partner, we're in the first place spot, but second place, that's Thomas Tripperin. And they play so well. Just looking at their highlights here, they're setting themselves up for the late game. And just now with the interview with Kelly, you saw they're still always thinking, right? What can change? What can we adapt to? How can we play better? How can we take home that trophy?
Yeah, and these are 2 very, very talented solo players. For those who don't know the region very well, of course, Tripperin and Thomas. Those guys are incredible solo players. We've seen solo clutch after solo clutch from both of them in the Elite Cups, in the Cash Cups leading before that, and they are just a dynamic duo when things go well. Sometimes things can be a little bit difficult for them when they do get split up. You know, they have to rely on the other person. We've seen that a little bit throughout the Elite Cups this season, but they're bringing it all together now, and oh boy, is it looking good.
I also want to talk about Smite and Larson. This is a duo coming from NA East, right? And they have 5 total FNCS Finals appearances together. Now, it's a lot, but it's also the fewest out of any NA East duo competing here today, but that is not showing because
να καρκινιάσω τώρα πολύ ή λίγο.
They're in the top 3 right now in this event.
That's right. Everyone currently is looking right to just try and say, okay, look, the first 6 games, we just want a strong footing as we go into those next 6 games tomorrow. I guarantee you there's strategies, little things that these players are holding on to for those last 6 games. I do want to turn our attention back to the standings. We continue to kind of go top to bottom here, Mini Miner. Obviously, Queasy and Vino, massive, right, to now jump up into first place, up by 5 spots after that game. If it happens again, we could be in trouble.
We could be in trouble, and I think the rest of the lobby could be in trouble as well, because you don't want Queasy and Vino to be playing as good as they are. It all sort of form together for them in that final game that we just saw. So if they're on form, they can definitely make a push for this one.
Yep, that's right. Kelly, you are standing by with some more players. Let's hear it.
That is right. I am joined here by Ed and King, our Brazilian region players right now. You can already hear the audience going crazy for you guys.
Έλα, Γιούμι, φύγαμε, την κλάνουμε. Την κλάνουμε γιατί η Σιβάνα είναι ηλίθια, ρε μαλάκα, με χαριδίας.
Como você está se sentindo que você está sendo representado pelo time Liquid?
Me sinto incrível porque é time que eu sempre quis entrar e eu me sinto muito realizado de estar na Team Liquid.
I'm really excited to be in this team, and I always dreamed of being in it, so I'm really excited about it.
And I'm sure they're proud of you. Thank you so much. And then, of course, King, you've been around since the World Cup days. What is it like to be back here on the stage?
¿Cómo te sientes estar de vuelta acá?
Para português ou espanhol? Ok. A verdade é uma experiência incrível. Eu não tinha faz, sei lá, uns 3 anos quase. E voltar a jogar lá é uma experiência muito boa e vamos tentar dar o melhor.
Αχ, Θεέ μου, τι ομάδα είναι και αυτή, ρε φίλε.
I mean, I know that Argentina and Brazil are proud of you guys right now. Thank you for joining me with a quick interview, and let's head on back to the desk.
I don't know if you guys can pick up the hype coming through these mics from everyone who is repping Brazil, but every time you see King, you guys are allowed to get hyped. That's cool. I see y'all up in that corner. That's right. Ed and King sign. They're holding up the flag. You love to see it. Now, really quickly, as we gear up for game number 6, we come back to the standings, right? Currently, we see Cammy and Seti, they keep kind of ping-ponging, right? They have a really strong game, then they have a game where they funnily throw a shield bubble on a boat. One of the funniest things I think I've ever seen, but then can't transition that because of the shambles positioning. So what has kind of been happening?
I mean, it's Fortnite, right? It's hard to predict what's going to happen next because you have so many opponents changing their playstyle and adapting to the same match you're in. But knowing Cammy and Seti, they know how to deal with it, right? They can adapt stronger than their opponents that they're facing against, and it's all about doing it in the most effective way possible.
Yeah, Storm Surge for this duo at the moment is kind of a little bit of a problem. Of course, so many teams that I noticed they were fighting on the edge of zone. Not many teams are rotating in early on enough, and I think that makes Cammy and Seti run into a few issues, right? Because they're of course landing in a very central position. They rely on a lot of teams rotating into their domain to get their Storm Surge. Of course, we saw it with the boat rotate as well, the boat-tate as well. We could call it that. But yeah, they were looking strong. But of course, when you have that shield bubble, you can't shoot out as well. So they were lacking on the surge tags in that end game, and unfortunately, they didn't quite have the answers. They got a little bit desperate. Things didn't work out too well. Seti, I was hoping that he would solo clutch, but wouldn't quite happen.
That's right, and it's okay, right? It's fine. We're still sitting in top 5.
Εντάξει, φιλέλα.
Okay, we've got one game left to go. With a single game left, what are some adaptations we're hoping to see? Because remember, this is it for the day, and then we have all night to VOD review. We go back to the hotel, we try and get more games in, we talk to our coaches, our duo mates, etc., and come back stronger tomorrow.
Look, you said it yourself, right? It's one game, but it's really 7 games left, right? This is the last game of the day and 6 more to be played out tomorrow. This last match is just about doing it the best you can, and when you're really going to be reviewing, studying, seeing what you can change up is going to be overnight for day 2.
Yeah, this is such an important game for these teams, right? Especially if you're looking for a little bit of a change up. So for these teams that are thinking, you know what, let's try and change things up in day 2, this is the time. This is the time to test things out, because what better practice than the lobbies themselves? I mean, we saw it with Vico and Marine as well, of course, landing at the Tilted Towers area. They've sort of shifted their rotation over towards the reality tree. We saw them fighting out there, of course, Vico doing so well to close out those eliminations on the team that were landing there, and they're switching things up, and they're a prime example of a team that's thinking, you know what, things aren't quite working out at Tilted. As we know, it's a bit busy, so let's switch things up, let's go to the reality tree, and that's ultimately what these teams are hopefully going to be doing tonight.
That's right, a lot of these duos, man, look at them, look at the focus, they're waving to the camera, which we love and appreciate, but they are lasered in, they're thinking to themselves, they understand, right, with one game left, okay, what are the things we need to do to accomplish? What do we need to just kind of say, look, this is it, we left our mark, and we can walk away happy. I think for me, Zago and Mero, I'm like, this team that we saw pop off, they've kind of gone a little bit radio silent. What do we think is happening here?
I mean, we've seen them, they've been having a bit of trouble doing enough damage or even staying close together. I've seen 2 times now, one of them, Miriam was left alone, and the other is Zagu was left alone, having their duo partner get eliminated. So I'm not sure if it's because they're not playing together enough, if rotates have changed from their opponents and it's cutting them off while they're trying to get to zone. There's a lot of possibilities, but they really have to focus on seeing what went wrong after those initial matches and see what they can change going into day 2.
They were trying though, of course. They made a really, really solid rotation up towards that Rifts area. They had just the best position on the map. And as you mentioned, Takata, they were a little bit split, right? They didn't quite execute it to perfection. Of course, Queasy and Veno, they decided, you know what, let's just take them out. We'll take this position, and ultimately that's what won them the game. But it's just a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit dropping potentially with this duo. We saw it early on. The aggression was what made them so impressive. So that set them apart from the rest of the teams here, and that were really in fighting. Maybe now they're thinking, actually, maybe we need to tone it down a little bit, when in fact, keep it up, you know, keep up that aggression, because if you're toning it down, you're not getting the Storm Surge tanks, you're not getting the damage that you need to make it to endgame.
guys, I want to see more of their aggression.
Yeah, and honestly, they're kind of reminding me of a Queasy and a Vino, right? Like, they're doing what Queasy and Vino are doing. You watch on the high ground, you're like, okay, Queasy's up there. If there's one person up there, they're tarping, they're not doing anything, and then suddenly there's someone knocking on your wall like, hi, it's me, Vino. I'm just gonna pick up both of you. Thanks. Like, they are capable of this, so I'm not ready to count them out. I think, like you're saying, there's maybe just a couple things they need to shore up, and then they're gonna get right back to it, right? Is there anybody else you guys are seeing that you're like, maybe I want to see more of this duo, I want to see more of that duo?
Look, I was looking at the birthday boy, right? Mr. Savage, who had an incredible solo clutch in a late game, but directly after got taken off out of the spawn, right? Baka and On1 eliminated both players there, but I kind of saw the flames in his eyes, right? Mr. Savage was getting ready. He was feeling good, and I'm hoping that he can come out on top in one of these next early games and show what he's really made of.
Yeah, he's got that experience, right, of in-person events, and you can sort of see it in the swagger, the way he plays. Like, you know what? I've been here before. I mean, look at quick flex, cool. Yeah, I want to be like him. I don't know what it is. He's just so cool, and it's reflecting his gameplay as well. He is really taking the games to storm. He is really popping off in the end game. He's performing, and he's not showing any signs of nerves. He's really just 2v1ing. We're seeing 2v1s. We're seeing some crazy clutches, and that's what you need. At this level, you need to have those individual pop-offs, because without it, you can't make your way to the top of the level.
And on screen right now, we've got Reet and Epic Whale. In case you didn't know, Epic Whale, a 6-time FNCS champion, paired up with Reet, who's on controller, representing controller gang. We have, this duo has actually been pretty quiet, right? Over in NA West, we've seen, you know, it's a much slower game overall and a slower meta. And now, when we're trying to get way more aggressive, it feels like Reet and Epic Whale maybe need to kick it up too, slow.
I mean, I'm wondering what's happening, because I was watching this duo practice, right? In the player lounge, they were prepping themselves, getting ready for this tournament. And in the scrims, right? In the practice matches, they were 3, 4, even 5.
Αλλά ρε μαλάκα, να σου κάνω μια πορεία τώρα ρε. Γιατί να μην δείξεις το pick που θα πάρεις τώρα του άλλου ρε φίλε, ωραία. Πάει και μου παίρνει Γιούμι. Δεν μου δείχνει το pick και πικάρω πρώτο Σκάισα. Και πάει και μου παίρνει Γιούμι. Τι μου παίρνεις Γιούμι ρε μπάσταρδο. Δείξε μου ότι θα πάρεις Γιούμι, να πάω να πάρω ένα γαμημένο Twitch να τους γαμίσουμε. Τώρα ο κόσμος είναι full χαμπέτο τώρα.
How has it been for you? One of our backup players this weekend. How great has it been to be around the crowd, the players? How much have you enjoyed this?
It's been a pleasure, man. I mean, being here back at another international LAN event, it's amazing. I mean, everyone said it so far. You've heard it on repeat all day, but it's such a great experience and feeling to be here.
What's it been like, the vibe with the players as well? Obviously, you had a chance to kind of spend some time with them. The player lounge is right behind us as well. What's on the DL? What's been the kind of vibes amongst the players from your perspective?
Cold-blooded. Man, these guys are locked in, especially some of these EU players. Headphones on, listening to music. They don't play around.
No, they are focused. What does this mean for the community as well? A competition like this, like FNCS Invitational, it seems massively well received.
46-38, nice.
I mean, we've been waiting for this to happen. I mean,
το καλό έχω ένα χέιμερ, το οποίο είναι φυταρισμένο μάλλον.
Such a great time to experience, like, see all the fans and see the whole community, the whole competitive scene all together in one area. It's awesome.
It's really awesome. And you're awesome too.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. One more time, give it up for Cease, everybody! Let's go back.
Cease, one of just the coolest people I think I've ever met. Got to hang out with him a couple times over Media Day. Legitimately one of the coolest people, so thankful that he could be here. I want to set the stage here for us. Once again, we take a look at the top 10 coming into this game. Now, please don't try to freak out. Your Brazilian team in 10th place. PH did. Kitos right now sitting on a tiebreaker. Vortexers and Bevies.
Look, I want to talk about this duo, Bejatin Kitos. They have 25 FNCS finals appearances. PHZin alone has 4 FNCS championships, and Kitos with 1 for a total of 5 together. This is a duo that dominates their region, and seeing them in top 10 internationally on the stage, it's really something you love to see.
Yeah, they're no slouch as well. I've been doing a little bit of voting, having a look at how they play, and oh boy, are they aggressive. They're very confident in the way they go about things, and of course, in endgame as well, they're looking strong. What they often do is they rotate towards the front side of the first moving zone just to get ahead of all the other players, and that's why we're seeing them really making the most of their materials, right? They don't have to build, they don't have to make those tarps into the front side because they're already there. It just shows that there's different strategies that maybe we haven't seen too much of that are really on show.
That's right, we saw him in 8th place there, Scented and Edgy. Once again, Edgy always hitting that 2nd place. Now, of course, 2nd place is still absolutely incredible but he wants that first place. He wants to do it on a stage like this.
Look, but if he's able to keep getting second places and it's able to get them that trophy, I think it's okay, right? As long as you're able to consistently get those points, make your way up the leaderboard, it's what you want to see.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, here in Raleigh, North Carolina, y'all need to make some noise because this is the last game here of the day. This is game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Let's run it one more time.
Here we go. Game number 6 is just moments away, and we get to close out this crazy day 1.
Yeah, and you're already seeing from game number 1 all the way till here, it is action-packed, and that action continues to improve, and it continues to get better each and every game that we watch.
That's right, and listen, Fortnite is at its best when we get to see everyone go head-to-head from all of our favorite regions, but listen up. There is only one more round in front of us, which means there's no time to lose out now if you want to be set up for day 2.
Yeah, and honestly, if you didn't necessarily have the best day, don't worry, because game number 6 is about to start. And if you are at the bottom half of that leaderboard, it's not always how you finish. Or it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. And a lot of these teams, they can finish strong.
Well, listen up. Let's give it up one more time for Game 6 here for our players as we start to load onto this battle bus. Here we go.
Different bus path this time around. And a good chance for an off-spawn Cloudy Condos. 5 games, we didn't see too much. Or 4 games, we didn't see too much, but in that 5th game, that's when we saw a lot of activity. And it helped a team like Malibuca and Mustache, who wasn't necessarily in the fight. They got the surge, and they got out right away.
That's right. Well, listen up. As things start to get ready here and we settle in, looks like we're going to have to gear up this battle bus one more good time. And it wouldn't be a fun event if we didn't just give you a little bit more airtime for some of our favorite players while we were at it. So give us a moment here. Take a look at the focus of our players. Jacob, we have ourselves still one more game left today.
Yeah, and just take note, that victory royale there from Queasy was his 8th straight finals with a VR. Impressive. That means Queasy and VRs go together in finals like peanut butter and jelly, spaghetti and meatballs. They are a duo, so you better watch out, Vino.
Not only that, Vino was talking about how NA East hasn't shown up. I was looking at that top 10. I saw 3 NA East teams on that top 10 league.
Oh, that's the sky.
They are 3 contested NA East teams showing up. So there really has been some crazy performances and put-ups. But let's go and send on over to the analyst desk. Let's just continue to gear this thing.
Thank you guys so much. Sorry about that. We're making sure all of our players are on that battle bus and ready to go. We cannot miss anyone on this pivotal game here in game number 6, the last one on the day. Now, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the FNCS Invitational. You've missed a lot today. We're happy you're here now. There's a lot to talk about. Starting with Queasy and Vino. These guys have been absolutely running the EU region as of late. And now, after winning that last game, 11 eliminations, they are sitting pretty in first place.
I mean, they were the first duo to break.
Μια φορά που δεν είναι άχρηστη, δεν μπορεί να κάνει τίποτα και πάλι χάνουμε το game.
But now 11 for this duo. I mean, they're playing very
Fuck me.
Vino. Queasy and Vino, incredible. Well, let's talk about Vino, right? Yes. How good is this guy, right? We got 17 eliminations on the day today. That is the most of any individual player, and consistently, FNCS final after FNCS final, this guy is doing the most damage in the lobby. He is an incredible fragger. We can see it. 5,932 damage dealt. That's a lot of damage that he's outputting, and he's really helping. We saw it in that previous game. We saw the refreshes. He's helping them out so much, and when you have a high ground playstyle like they do, he's really putting on a shift.
Yeah, and we've watched a lot of the moments, right, where, again, it's like Vino just says, oh, Queasy, you need me to go eliminate a threat? Yeah, man, I'm down. Like, let me just hop down there, get a bunch of refreshes, and bring all the stuff back, and then we're ready to go again. But I think Vino has actually shown quite a bit of, he's evolved as a player, right? When Vino first hit the scene, he was just this like aggressive player. He's like, I want to W key every single person in my face. But now he understands, like, okay, this may not be the moment, but when that moment arrives, I promise you I will be knocking on your wall.
Look, not only having the strong mechanics, but also that strong mentality, it's what you need to be a top-tier professional player. But I want to see if any of these other duos are going to be able to contest the high ground as much as they have been doing, especially in day 2 with more time to adapt, right? We have duos like Alex and Bailey coming from OCE. I mean, at one point, I believe they had On Height in their name, right? Because of how much they were going for the high ground. So I'd like to see some more teams up there going for the clouds and seeing what they can really do.
But we mentioned it, right? Vino, his progression of play, I think his overall play style has developed so much, but it's also, he's got so much of a smarter player, right? He used to have his name as Tundra IGL. So he's not necessarily taking on the IGL role in this duo, but he has the brain to take it on.
That's right, another duo sitting here in your top 10. It's Thomas HD and it's Tripper and Thomas HD. For those of you that have not followed the EU scene, if there is a sniper in the game, you might as well just rename that sniper to Thomas HD Sniper, because this guy does not miss, and if there's a sniper in his hands, he will find every single angle, even if it's a pixel on the screen, you're gonna take max damage.
And it shows. He has the most damage dealt out of any player here today, and if there were snipers in competitive currently, I'm sure he'd not only have the most damage, but also the most elims with those headshot snipes we'd like to see him get.
Yeah, it's interesting, because of course, Thomas HD is widely regarded as the best sniper, and we got a chance to talk to him. Me and Vivid, we were behind the scenes, and we spoke to him. We were like, Thomas, are you sad about the removal of sniper? You think that it's bad, but he was like, no, I love it. I think it's great. So he's adapting his playstyle. Not only is he incredibly good with snipers, also when they're not in the game, it enables them to get so many more surge tags. Of course, you can overpeak. You don't have to worry about getting that sort of damage to the head, because you can overpeak, and you can see it right now. They're getting the surge tags early on. They're getting the mid-game rotations perfectly on point, and they're playing the mid-ground layers as well. They just bounce off each other so well.
And I'm curious to see what they're thinking about now, right? Being in that top 3 spot with just Queasy and Vino right above them, right? It's all about figuring out what they can do to overcome their opponents, right? The consistency they need tomorrow to get the trophy. What will they change? What can they do? Or maybe they'll just, you know, keep playing the same, hope they make less mistakes, and that's all they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, we know Thomas HD is kind of one of those players that says, like, I have to be the best. And if I'm not the best, I will continue to grind until I am. You pair him up with Tripper, who's just mechanically insane. I mean, we've watched him shut down Malabuka, right? When he's in situations where he's by himself, he still finds points. He finds high placement. So it's cool to see these guys finally come together. They've been doing for like 3 seasons, 4 seasons since the beginning. I don't even know at this point.
I mean, that's another interesting fact to bring up, right? There's a lot of duos here that have been competing together. They're like brothers, right? They're like companions. And then we have other newly formed duos, right? King and Ed, first tournament competing together, and they kind of have that synergy disadvantage, right, that some of these other duos might have.
Yeah, it's definitely true, but it's not showing, of course. We can see them popping off every single time, particularly that Ed 1v2 clutch that we saw earlier on. I know the guys at the back there really, really liked that one. They were cheering a lot for that.
That's right, my friends. We're drawing ever closer. We're just counting heads, making sure everyone's on that bus, because once again, we don't want to leave anyone behind. Everyone is here, ready to go. You can see it on their screens. They're getting prepared. And I just got to say, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with this amazing crowd here at the Raleigh Convention Center. You guys are just losing your minds, and that's what I love to see. That's right, that's right. We have 1 game left to go. And guess what? I'm getting word. It is that time. Game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational starts right now.
Let's do it one more time here in
Raleigh, North Carolina. It is game 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Jacob, we get to close out day 1 soon.
And this is going to be a huge closeout event. 5 games, 5 different Victory Royale teams coming out on top, just going to show that it's honestly anyone's game at this point.
That's right, and we've seen so much new attempts and ways for this to all play out. We gave the players time to go ahead and think about how they want to strategize, but here it is. Let's see if it was all worth it. Game 6 is in front of us. Once again, let's make some noise for our players as they take forward the battle bus.
And that time that you were talking about,
55-55 ρε μαλάκα. Ελεύθερα φίλε.
Taking their position on the map. We've seen wonders over towards Chrome Jam Junction. We've seen so many
αλλά παίζουν εκτός ρε φίλε. Κάτω στην μια διαφορά. 6 πόντων δεν πρέπει να την κρατήσουν. Καλά, δεν ξέρω τι είναι πιο report από ο Βέικαρ που δεν ήξερε να κάνει ulti. Η Yumi που δεν μου έδειξε καν τον pick της. ή μια Σιβάνα η οποία γάμισε τα δεν ήξερε καν να κάνει transform. Okay. Ορίστε, intentional 50, μια κάτι, verbal, έφυγε το πρώτο. Sorry, Γιούμι, λέω λόγω του ότι δεν μου ρίχνες pick το φάσμα. Α, και φύγανε μπροστά οι Wizards τώρα με 4 πόντους διαφορά, Ωραία. Πολύ ωραία να ξεκινάς μετά την περίοδο.
What a way to play some Fortnite today for them. It looked like it was all over when you viewed the paper and you crunched the numbers, but they have really turned all that lemon into lemonade. Yeah, I believe they lost game number 1, but I think that was the game
55-59 φύγανε μπροστά οι Wizards. Και κάνουν άλλο άστοχο στο player, μαλάκα, για όνομα του Θεού της Παναγίας.
And they're rising to the occasion.
Στους 6 πόντους διαφορά θα πάμε.
Right now to close out day number 1 with a top spot.
Καλά για μπαν.
Over towards Reality Tree. Lost Bride pretty early, and that was Retake and Novice who also land over here.
Hey, listen, I'm from the Bronx. I know all about being scrappy. Vigo and Moran are clawing their way out of the mud here, officially breaking back into top 20 with those 2 elims right there. That's a big point swing for them. It's going to mean all the difference. What's wild about these 2-day formats is anything can happen right now. We have seen teams just in this bubble area range jump all the way back up. You have to stay consistent. Larsenis might get defended off of their drop effectively.
Απλά χάνουμε τους Utah, θα χάσουμε τους Utah, ρε. Έτσι χωρίς λόγο.
Versus Bakken on one.
Not that 50-50 we saw before. This one's going to be a little bit prolonged, and I think that kind of sits a little bit better for iDrop and Mr. Savage, simply because iDrop knows this POI like the back of his hand. He knows exactly where he knows every single thing, and he also knows what's happening in order to disengage. It look like the TSM duo Epic Well strikes first, taking down Scented.
Μπορεί μια χαρά μπορώ να νικήσω, το πρώτο game το νίκησα, αλλά με βάζει bot και σου λέω, μου δείχνει άλλη ότι θα πάρει MF support. Δεν λέω κάτι, δεν το κάνω θέμα. Κομπλέ. Και έρχεται να μου παίρνει Γιούμι, ρε. Δεν άξερα, τι να πω. Τέλος πάντων, όμως κανείς. Λοιπόν, έλα, φιλάκια. Τσατσαο. Πήγαινε 4 που θα δεις και το τελευταίο game, αφού ακόμη να ξεκινήσει. Πόντος.
This is going to be an interesting one because sooner or later you cannot continue to go down. The chest is down there, and that's where Basil's at. He's actually just trying to get out. He's trying to escape. You already know that he lost his teammate, trying to do wonders as a solo and finish off the day strong, because that's the thing. FNCS NAE's Chapter 3 Season 3. After day 1, Commandment and Avery were in 9th place. Day number 2, they had the comeback for the Avery to take the top spot, as Peterbot takes the elimination, but flies high through the sky, just a little too high. The shots are coming in. He's finally able to land on his 2 feet and try to stabilize.
That's what Peterbot is known for. On1 and Baka, though, fight back here. The last time they won their drop, they turned that into a monstrous endgame, and now they're clawing back in. Savage already down. iDrop.
Can they do it? Baka
in the mix here. Actually, Savage is on the run right now.
Oh, he's going to be able to get out alive, but do On1 and Baka want to chase him? There's so many other teams in the mix as well, including Brazil's very own King and Ed, who where they're at in the leaderboard right now, they want to start getting aggressive. They want to take the game into their own hands.
Ed and King here, trying to do something big. We haven't quite seen them put up the numbers on show yet. You can see right there, King attempts to hit some shots, but does fall slightly short. And now options in front of him. Does he go for the duo below? But no, instead he's going to go and hunt down the solo. This is by far the better play, but the reboot is starting to come out for Mr. Savage. Will he get iDrop in time? King arrives just there to maybe play spoiler.
But again, this fight over towards Cloudy, it's those same 2 teams, while Malibuca and Mustache are always trying to find an angle so that way they can get the damage they need for Storm Surge and try to get out alive. And I think Ed even found Peppo somewhere, but no, they're actually chasing down Mr. Savage, and they're going to clean that one up. That is huge.
And King get their first 2 eliminations onto Mr. Savage and iDrop here in game number 6. Huge deal for him right there. And lucky for us, we are hot on the replay. Take a look there, out the sky. Ed wastes no time. He says, King, you might have missed some shots before, but I got your back.
That was a huge outside of the box play. They could have easily pushed Mr. Savage, got the elimination, and got 2 points. Done, over with, easy. They allowed Mr. Savage to get the reboot off, got the elimination on iDrop, got the elimination onto Mr. Savage, and got 4 points instead of 2.
That's right, way to play big there, and they need it. Now, back to Larson and Smite. They could have left this battle, but they've won so many times already. They decide, hey, let's stick around, let's fight Mudds and Looter. Ooh, a big 86 on Looter as he tries to go on up. Smite was waiting with the side angle there. Larson now has just enough time to get back with Smite. They're gonna be trading minis here. As you saw, Larson's inventory was definitely short. Here it is, that little exchange, the material count too.
And honestly, if you're Smite and Larson though, winning every single one of these fights except for game number 1, you have no reason to leave. It's up to Muzz and Looter to try to change up their plan while you have a hot Larson and Smite on their heels. And Zagu is going one-on-one with Hellfire. This is for a huge finish for Zagu because right now they skid just a little bit down low on the leaderboard, more than they would like.
And what's crazy about this is how the region plays. This is how Asia gets down. They will W key. They play aggressive, they play fast Fortnite. And although it has been a day of performance and endgames for Zagu and Marine, this is where he does best. Put him in a one-on-one, put him in a head-to-head, and look at how quick he is able to capitalize. No, shots come in from the distance. It's not looking good. He's gonna have to pause down here. He does have some white heals, but that will kill all the momentum, unfortunately. It's Commandment and Avery with a dual angle here.
And you can see where are this strategy, landing over towards Rave Cave. They're trying to go to the slower side of zone. They're trying to go as far north as possible, but they're gonna go east first before they make that happen, trying to clean up a quick elimination, or what they think could be a quick one at that, but the shots continue to come in. Storm doing work as well. It's only a matter of time as Hellfire is gonna be able to clean that one up.
Hellfire slides in and down goes Japan's best there. Zagu and Mareem sent back to the lobby, back to the drawing board to rethink for day number 2 of the FNCS Invitational. That's how quickly things can change.
Yeah, Hen was already down. Now they're just trying to find the second half of that duo. Joe and Zandy, one of 5 teams to get a VR on the day. But Vico somehow took down Avery. They were waiting. They were trying to hunt down the team, and it was them who ended up getting hunted. But Joe and Zandy, they don't want to let this team out of their sight. They have at least 1 elimination against players from 6 different regions. That's the most of any duo, and that goes to show how adaptable they truly are.
That is right. Vortex is a solo. As we touched on, Hen is out the lobby. You can see the look of focus on his face here. He recognizes, oh, big read there. He finds a med kit right in the nick of time. He should get it off with about 2 HP left. That's going to be a huge save for him. Meanwhile, Sensen and Cold now making their move. Like we said before, they have been somewhat contested, right? Their draw spot. Maybe not going head-to-head against Pars and Raze there, but possibly trading out some loot. You can see it kind of coming into effect here as the loadout's very much not quite where you want it to be.
And that's Acorn and Edgy sitting on top of the blimp, being that nuisance as Cold and Sensen. They have to rotate right back in the way they came from. See if we can make it happen. They're actually taking some elevation right now. This could be huge.
Oh. Very interesting for them to go up to high ground here. This is such a risk, right? But of course, you never really know. They want some of that loot. Look at that. They get to the vault. They steal some leftover loot. That's going to be a huge situation here. Meanwhile, Muzz and Looter. You get to see a replay here. Remember, this is up against Smite and Larson, and Muzz turns this around. 3rd place Smite and Larson now effectively dropped.
For them, though, you got to give them credit. 128 points on the day. They've done wonders. And now they get to sit back, relax, collect their thoughts, and plan for day number 2 while everybody else is kind of going through this minefield of chaos, which is game number 6. And like I said, from game number 1, where you have 95 players alive when Storm Surge activated, the lobby is now feeling themselves out. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable to try to attack in these moments. Tripper to Thomas sitting on top of the blimp, just trying to get the Storm Surge, so that way when they do find another rotation, eventually it's going to be their focus, where they don't have to go ahead and hunt the damage. They can go ahead and do exactly what they want when they want.
Let's take a look at Yumi and Cool here on the move. Some of our greats from NA West right now, they have really represented today.
They did.
They have found their moments.
I'm proud.
They've caught their highlights.
Panda's probably proud of the crowd too.
Oh yeah.
Cold and Sentin now changing their rotation yet again. Don't want to go through Acorn and Edgy anymore. They got the heals that they wanted out of the vault, and now they're trying to find another way around. And for them, they need scraps. They are in shambles right now, and there's another team right in front of them. They spotted them out, and that would have been a great sneak attempt coming out from Sentin and Cold, but now they have to think of plan B.
It's crazy. Cole gets caught out by Thomas HD. Thomas HD, Mr. 6,000 damage coming into game 6 here and adding to the chart here. Joe FN's going to be the victim of a few shots there, but not enough for Sentin to claw out of this tough situation he is in. Now, mind you, NA's 3rd place Larson and Smite are down. Cold and Sentin were in 5th coming into this, and it's looking very, very grim now.
Yep, the only other NA East team in there is going to be Acorn and Edgy, who came into this game in 8th place, but in the distance. Sentin sees Fabs and Snack. He sees Joe and Z Andy trying to get his Storm Surge damage up while being in the storm without any heals, but luckily enough, his escape plan, you can already see it. It is going to be that launch pad.
He's playing a very dangerous game here. He's already been tagged for whites there. There it is. He doubles back now, protects himself as well. There's a med kit.
Okay.
He knew that.
Try to get Sentin's card, likely.
There it is. Okay. Time to med off. He will have enough time. Will he play for the reboot is the true question. We'll find out soon. On the other side, Zeet and KBR are still alive right now. 39 above it, pretty solid. Zeddy finds Jamper in the feed. Peterbot goes down too, so that's had to be an Eastern edge zone rotate that just did not go their way.
Yeah, and that south side of the zone right now is just going to become so congested. You're going to have to figure out another way to try to rotate around as Chicho's trying to find some damage. Barely gets above the damage threshold. Gets a knock on the Rapid in the distance as well. And you see some other shots coming through. They know that that player is under pressure. Now the lobby is now taking hands to try to take him out all together. Bevies is now joining the fray along with Vortexers as well. Andalix has his back up against the wall. He's trying to survive. And Alex and Bailey are also rotating in. It's going to be such a hard way for him to try to survive.
This is such a tough spot to be in right now as it's all going down. Our 10th plate PH Zen looks like he falls in the feed there too. It's looking extremely desperate now for Brazil right now in this last game. Here's Booga on the other side of Anas and Pink's wall. They're gonna heal up. Eyes on Mira and Booga, but no, they want to get out of here. This is a little too dicey for them now. Lopad's gonna get them right to the safe zone. Pretty decent. It's a great spot to be in right now. They're okay on the surge, but they could use a refresher here. Plenty of options up to be served as well. Hellfire looks like he found Avery. Hellfire was a solo in the zone way north as Commandment and Avery were pointing inwards. And look, Avery fully finished there. The surge possibly finishing the deal.
Yeah, that's not good. You can kind of see why they rotated out of Rave Cave, trying to third party some of those fights, but they ended up getting snuck on, which probably turned their entire story around as Booga and Miro trying to get in towards the zone. Focus of the lobby begins. Can Booga try to survive? 43 HP and a dream. Miro's there to try to alleviate some of the pressure, and it does look like it's going to stop.
That was tough. Very, very close right there. Usually when that happens, it's all over, but luckily the teams decided, nah, it's the last game. I can't burn all my resources if I cannot pick up the loot, so everyone slows down. For Taste and Chapix, they are very much comfortable right now. No pressure on them, but there's a lot of players in this vicinity here. Movement, little scarce.
Now the Macwood over there, Pars and Rays surviving as well. Cammy and Zeddy trying to take that top spot back. You hear the analysts, they're having great games, and then they're kind of having a little slip-ups here and there. But luckily for them, this is day number 1. As long as you keep it competitive, you'll be in the mix. And look at our top 4. Top 4 is all EU right now, Monster.
That is right. 21 points for Cammy and Seti to catch up to Vino and Queasy. But that top 3 is just European territory right now. Vino, Queasy, Thomas HD, Tripburn, and of course Cammy and Seti all fighting for that top 3 currently. It's what you expect. We've seen a lot of our community folk really put those 3 up in the standings and wait for them not to let down the fans.
Right. Malabuka Mustache might be low on Storm Surge. Yet again, be one of the 3 teams over towards Cloudy Condos. Nobody really going at it off of spawn, but a team that doesn't have much to worry about. You saw them high at the top of the blip, Acorn and Edgy, almost 500 above. They're just picking and choosing their battles, trying to figure out what the right play is going to be.
And it does make you wonder, although Malabuka and Mustache are contested, being below the surges means that, hey, that first game was a wake-up call. We can't just go battle. Aqua and crew will just come in third party. But look at this, Fatch finds Malabuka there. That's a huge one, and now we get to see Ed and FaZe King's perspective here. King from Argentina, Ed from Brazil. Right here, right now, 2 elims already potentially going head-to-head against On1 in Baka. The young duos from NA West. No, the peak, the punishment. Down goes Baka.
Is this going to be able to get it, though? It doesn't look like in the minimap that they're going over. So, yeah, you are correct. He is going to get a second chance at life as On1 has placed in the top 10 in every FNCS final he has played in. Trying to put NA West on his back along with Yumi and Cool, Fabs and Snacky. So many top competitors in this tournament still, and this is only day number 1.
Jonathan Vidil, 120 below, make it 60 now. They do need a little bit more damage. It's gonna continue to fluctuate. Vico finds Baka, down goes On1 as well. Vico just cleans that up. Meanwhile, Kanata and Macwood, they started off so hot, and now all of a sudden they are in a world of trouble here, surrounded by some of Europe's most dangerous here on this south side of the zone. But hey, they have time, they have plenty to work with here. It shouldn't get too sketchy just yet. If they can keep a low profile for a while, they'll survive to the next moving zone or the half in, half out reveal. Here's a look at 3rd, 4th, 5th. 6th and 7th are down, 5th is down.
Hey, that's a blessing for some and a curse for others. For the teams from 8th and below, this is their chance to really close the gap in the final game.
That's all of NA East out in game 6.
That hurts just a little bit. Just a little bit, but still got Acorn and Edgy still alive. Catching one on to Joe. Janice is gonna be left as a solo. As Video does get knocked in that moment. That's Taze and that's Chapix that are hot on the heels. But pressure is coming from all sides for a lot of these teams. And even Macwood and Kanata are trying to put some shots on to Tayson and Chapix. You see Janice trying to break through. He is that solo that we were looking at. Trying to survive. Video finally goes down. Janice still knocking on the door. Storm Surge taking him down, but Tayson gets the last laugh.
And in the end, it's gonna mean 4 eliminations for Tayson and Chapix. They absolutely needed it. They were slipping so far behind, well outside that top 20 bubble. Way to make a hero's effort push in game 6 to set yourself up for a good day 2, but they still have a long road in front of them. They have to close out this round. The zone is gonna pull far northeast. It's on a little piece of a zone, so if you have that mountaintop just right there, you're gonna be in a sound and strong position for Edgy and Acorn. They'd be some of the last to jump on over. And we said we want to see Epic Whale and Reed. They're just above sitting down, so this might be their game. But first, Vino and Queasy have to show us why they're in the lead.
And they don't really have to do anything here. Look at the loot right now. They're on the edge of zone. They have some high ground. All these players flying through the sky. Easy shots. You're just like serving it up on a silver platter for a team that has been playing this good. But only 7 damage below the threshold.
And let me tell you something, this is not bad for a team that lands north and then has this half in, half out pull north. It makes a big difference when you are already positioned there and this comes your way. Now they just have to worry about damage management and closing out this last game. But you can see Tripper and Thomas HD are there as well. They have that same story. They are very much close by. Here's our high ground kings, Reet and Epic Whale. The 6X, and of course, Reet, a multi-FNCS winner himself. Going head-to-head against Refsguard right now. They're starting to crank up. Reet does not want to give it up, not just yet. He jumps down. This is what he does best, is take those fights. But no, plays a little smarter. He has to play for the end game.
And I saw Pink and Anas go down to Pars. He's finally starting to heat up. Tayson gets another one. Kanata as well. Refguard as a solo stole Hideaway from the TSM duo. That is absolutely insane right now. But you got to take note of where they actually landed, though. They still landed at a high enough layer so they could take it back at a moment's notice.
Just need to evaluate the situation. No need to burn material this early. Smart play. It's the best play. Vino with a huge tag there. Shield crack there. That's going to go ahead and get him a little excited. But Acorn and Edgy now revealed themselves to his layer as well. He's not too happy about that one. And you see him back up just a second there. Meanwhile, Refsguard on high ground by himself, just looking down here, enjoying the view. But 130 damage is what he needs. He gets 4 tags. That's great, but not enough. Here comes the big drop, and he hits it. Okay, he stays in the game.
Almost seeing his life flash before his eyes, just a few centimeters in the wrong direction. He goes down, he goes out, but Queasy and Vino are trying to go up. They're trying to take the game by storm, and they get it, Monster. They got the high ground for now.
But it's not for free. They do have a duo on their heels. Who is it? It's Refsguard, who tried to fight for it, but he is not gonna be successful this time around. High ground can get you one thing that we know for sure, and that's amazing placement if you can ride it out. When you're a solo like that, that was an excellent attempt. But now, back into the heat of things. Seti, Cammy, 2 Elims, another end game. And their biggest threat, Tripper and Thomas AG is alive. Acorn and Edgy, NA East's last hope potentially in this lobby, still in the run.
Saw threats go down to the bottom half of the map. That's Trulex and Chicho taken down. Kanata falls as well. Ed's gonna get one. Queasy Vino trying to go ahead and put themselves outward so they can continue that damage. Seats a solo stuck at the outside of zone. 4 floppers to work with. The Siphon comes through onto Ed. This is an opportunity for him to pick out placement points while being outside of the zone.
Not only that, Clicks is still alive too, but here's Tayson. Tayson's gonna fall inside the storm now. It's up to Acorn and Edgy making their way at the outskirts here. Look at the clean rotate here from Acorn. He is just exceptional, but we get to jump into Duke. 200 HP, now down to 72, make it less than that. It's not looking good from 0 to hero. He's trying to claw his way into this. They find a player on the edge. No Elim there. Duke has to fight back, and down he goes, and it is all over. And once again, we might be seeing our first team who is setting up for a back-to-back.
Back-to-back, that is going to leave them with all the confidence in the world to end day 1 and go into day 2. They have 10 eliminations onto Vico from the low ground. He's trying to have a comeback for the ages to close out day number 1. Shots on the Tripram, a huge amount of damage. He drops him down as well, but goes down altogether. Valiant effort by Vico.
It is a worst-case scenario for Thomas HD because his biggest threat is on high ground, but Reet is fighting back. Reet takes down Queasy on height. He is turning this around and trying to turn this into potentially a solo game. Meanwhile, Thomas finds Watts. Thomas is still alive, and Reet falls there in the end. With Thomas on the low ground. Chicho's right next to him. Trulix hurts him too, but Vino has the grip of height. Acorn waiting on the side. Out of builds, he's gonna have to come down too. It's all over. The gas tank is empty. Down he goes. And now, off to Seti.
It's Cammy and Seti, the only duo left, and they find another one. Vino trying to put wonders. 1v2 situation. What can he do here to take home the big prize and end with back-to-back victory royales to end the day? But a team looking to take first place back. Cammy and Seti, and they try to steal it away by getting that PR to end game 6.
And they get the first game. They get the last game of day 1. What a story for Cammy and Seti. Becoming legends must be so proud right now of these players. They put in the hard work, they put in the effort, and wait to watch it pay off.
That is huge for them because they're not like a lot of these other teams who are consistently fighting to get to the top of the leaderboard. They play their play style through and through, from the drop spot all the way to the end game. They're one of the few teams, time and time again, that has their own spot. They call it the Cammy split, and it works out every single season.
And now they get to
Λοιπόν, Τσατάρα,
Center stage where they will be greeted by Adam Savage for a quick update. And Adam, please tell me how they do it.
Right now, they're looking mighty fine. Give it up for Cami and City! GG's, boys! 2 victory royales out of 6 games at FNCS Invitational. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
It's really amazing. Talk us through, you saw there that
Come on now, we need a couple
Queasy and
more
Vino on the
words.
high ground. We saw Queasy went down, Vino was solo. When you saw that happen, was there an opportunity for you guys to get your way in and win that game?
Yeah, but we didn't want to take the high ground because we wanted to get more kills on low ground. That's why we stayed low. And
Gotcha.
Yeah.
In terms of today and the 6 games, has it played out as you both thought coming into this, or have things been very different?
Like, we dived 2 games to Surge, like, we planned everything differently, but it didn't went as we planned it.
We just adapted. I think we just adapted well, and
think,
going into tomorrow, we're
Cami's
going to be more confident
English
and more
ain't good,
prepared.
bro. I'm not gonna
So
lie,
yeah.
Talking of preparation for tomorrow, what do you
it's just
do
his
now?
English.
Do you go back and review VODs? Do you kind of work on strategy, or do you relax?
Relax and VOD review.
Tomorrow, a big day, 6 more games. Could Cami and Seti go all the way and win FNCS Invitational?
Of course.
Of course they could. Give it up for Cami and Seti! Your game 6 winners! Let's go back to Zeke and the gang. Jinquin?
Just show us the fucking leaderboard, mate.
I made this joke.
Fuck it,
Game
180.
1
Bang!
of the FNCS Invitational.
Yes, sir.
Cami and Seti are living their life on repeat right now. They've done this dance before, right? This happened at DreamHack. They win game 1, they win game 6, they stay on top. For Cami and Seti, all of EU right now is thinking this is it. We are the best.
EU is up right now. Cami and Seti, they're gonna have a stressful night. It ended on a high note. It started on a high note. But with the history of Cami and Seti having 2 back-to-back good days,